Chapter 801, Pretending. 801, Pretending. Seeing Julie remain silent, the black-robed female enforcer led her team across the square, continuing their patrol of Morara. Julie stood there, staring at her back as if turned to stone. Hidden in the shadows, Lumion watched silently, musing to himself an old lover. That enforcer had a certain demoness-like charm. Was she the last demoness to infiltrate Morara, Julie's lover, but ultimately became an experimental subject and forgot her past? Yes, the Knowledge Cathedral's Harroburg mentioned that in Morara, the past isn't important, only the present and future matter. Is this implying that after becoming an experimental subject or spending enough time here, ties to the past will gradually disappear, even memories can't be retained? This is somewhat like the people who disappeared in the Trier's catacombs, who were forgotten by everyone who knew them, but the effect is opposite and not as strong. Lumion felt he understood Julie's emotions better now. She might have willingly taken on the task of infiltrating Morara, hoping to find and rescue her lover, only to discover her lover had completely forgotten her, not betraying her, but simply not remembering who she is. Besides the two untainted demonesses around me, there's actually another who believes in true love. Julie must have another purpose in seeking Celeste, confirming her situation, obtaining untransmitted information, and perhaps items prepared for seizing 0 to 1. Lumion seriously considered the feasibility of attacking the enforcers without facing punitive consequences. After a while, Julie trudged back towards the carnivore bar, her face plain and her expression sorrowful, like a white Jimson weed swaying gently in the cold night wind. Lumion stayed vigilant, following Julie until she reached the carnivore bar before reappearing in his room using the shadows. A while later, lying in bed listening to the wind, Lumion's thoughts wandered aimlessly. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, noticing a troubling detail. Having become an experimental subject, Celeste's reaction just now was wrong. From previous tests, Lumion knew the enforcers strangely recognized every resident of Morara. Celeste should have asked, "Who are you calling?" or "What do you want?" instead of "Who are you?" Whether in a normal state or not, she most likely still recognized Julie, but pretended not to. Lumion sat up, narrowing his eyes. LS Celeste, not a complete experimental subject yet. Is she pretending not to recognize Julie to protect her, or to keep her secret safe, ensuring the plan continues? What is she using to maintain some clarity and self-awareness, not becoming a complete puppet-like experimental subject? Is it something the Demoness sect prepared based on previous infiltrators' experiences, or has Celeste had some fortuitous encounter, discovering part of the secret? Lumion decided it was necessary to contact Celeste. Of course, he would first see if Celeste would secretly approach Julie. In Trier's arts district, Franca waited outside an art gallery, as agreed, for the Demoness of Black. Before long, a four-seater carriage pulled up, and Clarice, wearing a black hat and thin veil over a dark court dress, looked out from the window and nodded at her. Franca opened the door, stepped lightly up, and sat opposite her. As the carriage moved slowly through the bustling city, she smiled at the Demoness of Black. "Madame, I've ascended to affliction." "Faster than I expected," Clarice said, her doubt evident. Franca smiled slyly, because Seal became a Reaper. "He's sequence 5 too, his advancement seems even quicker than yours." Clarice slightly raised her head, her eyes seeming to shift. "After Gardner Martin's death, he should have left the Iron and Blood Cross Order, right?" Franca spoke the absolute truth. Yes, he used Gardner Martin's Beyonder characteristics to concoct the potion, so he owes him for the quick advancement. The Demoness of Black smiled in understanding, her demeanor much warmer than usual. "Even in death, Gardner Martin helps you." That was a hell of a joke. Franca felt slightly awkward. She quickly changed the subject. "Madame, you said you'd tell me some secrets of the sect, once I became a Demoness of Affliction." Clarice, with a slight smile behind her thin black veil, replied, "Yes, you're now considered a core member of our sect." Where should I start?" Seeing the Demoness of Black unconsciously reveal a hint of innocent girlishness, Franca couldn't help but be momentarily moved, marveling at the high-level Demoness's overwhelming charm. After a few seconds, Claris's expression turned serious and a bit melancholic as she began. I'll start with the specifics of our sect. We originally were a family, all members descendants of the primordial one, but since the fifth epoch, such an organizational structure couldn't sustain our influence. We began to incorporate Beyonders of the assassin pathway who also believed in the primordial one as members. Are you also a descendant of the primordial one? Franca, having learned this from the Tarot Club, still showed appropriate surprise and curiosity. This was a performance learned from Jenna, honed with a spectator's feedback. The Demoness of Black nodded slightly. My mother is a descendant of the primordial one. Wait, according to our deductions, you should have Sauron and Tamara blood. Does this mean your mother was of primordial one and Tamara bloodlines? Franca hesitated, then pitifully asked, does that mean I can never join the brass in the sect? I'm not a descendant of the primordial one. It doesn't matter. You can marry a descendant and your spouse will count as a family member. Claris smiled again. Moreover, in the future, you might truly become a child of the primordial one. We are always getting closer to the primordial one. What do you mean? Franca expressed her confusion. She felt a sudden, inexplicable fear. You'll understand in time. The Demoness of Black did not elaborate. I hate people who speak unclearly. Franca silently grumbled, waiting for the Demoness of Black to continue. Claris returned to the previous topic. After the Pale White War, the primordial one fell into slumber, occasionally waking. All sect affairs are handled by high-ranking demonesses titled by color. Currently, there are 13, including myself, some of whom are angels, others powerful saints. Is there a pope, a pontiff, or a matriarch? Franca asked. Claris nodded. Yes, the primordial one's child, our matriarch, the Demoness of Grey. She likes to be called the Saintess of Grey. The primordial one's child. What is her relation to Crismona? Browns told me Crismona is also a child of the primordial one. Franca openly expressed her curiosity. The Demoness of Black replied emotionlessly. They are twins, but our matriarch was born as a male sequence 9 and later became a demoness. Twins, it seems the Demoness of Grey might know some secrets of the Crismona Night Pillar. Franca felt a strange sense of history merging with reality. The Demoness of Grey must have witnessed the fourth epoch. Claris continued. Each high-ranking demoness titled by color handles specific affairs, directly reporting to our matriarch. They do not have clear subordination among themselves, and we sometimes receive revelations from the primordial one, allowing us considerable autonomy. I came to Trier to manage sect members here, maintain contact with local collaborators, and clean up the mirror people. Franca seized the opportunity to ask, is our approach to the mirror people complete eradication? No intention to use them. The Demoness of Black smiled sadly. How do you plan to use them? If I knew, why would I ask you? Franca awkwardly smiled. To help us control that special mirror world, I think it's quite useful. The Demoness of Black glanced at Franca, her eyes shimmering, and laughed softly. Why do you think we haven't mastered that special mirror world? Franca was genuinely confused. It wasn't an act. The Demoness of Black resumed her melancholy, elegant demeanor, smiling faintly. All mirror worlds are under our demoness control. That special mirror world was originally used to fight the primordial one, but ultimately, the primordial one took control of it. Of course, after the War of the Four Emperors, we lost partial control of that special mirror world. After the Pale White War, we could only exert limited influence. Why? Franca felt there must be a significant secret. The Demoness of Black smiled. Perhaps the matriarch and other high-ranking demonesses who survived the fourth epoch know, but not me. From the mirror people's state and their confessions, I guess the primordial one's projection in the mirror experienced some changes, or the primordial one's projections separated part of her characteristics, affected by the fourth epoch Trier's seal, unable to return, unable to reunite with the primordial one. But this doesn't explain why we lost further control after the Pale White War. Fourth epoch Trier's seal hasn't strengthened. Moreover, a true god is unique. Chapter 802, The Most Special Point. 802, The Most Special Point. A true god is unique. What does that mean? Is it impossible for another primordial demoness to exist, whether in a mirror or a painting? Franca pondered over the demoness of Black's final words, sensing they held critical mysticism knowledge. As for Clarice's speculation about the primordial demoness's projection in the mirror undergoing some changes, Franca had thought the same before. When the demoness of Black obtained the Black primordial demoness figurine, she had nonchalantly mentioned, "The mirror people believe in the mirrored primordial one, but it's actually just a projection of the primordial one in the mirror." She didn't explain further, and at that time, Franca had already guessed that perhaps the projection had undergone some changes. But the problem was that if one continued this line of reasoning, it could explain why the demonesses lost further control over the special mirror world after the Pale White War. According to Franca's limited knowledge, in the Pale Disaster, death fell, and the primordial demoness was heavily injured. Such a weakened primordial demoness couldn't prevent the projection in the mirror from changing further, thus losing control over that special mirror world and failing to recover from the injuries for millennia. Franca thought that if she, with her limited understanding of the Pale Disaster, could come to such a conclusion, the demoness of Black wouldn't say it couldn't be explained. Unless she was completely unaware of the outcomes of the Pale Disaster, or had already obtained other strong evidence that ruled out the possibility that the primordial demoness's injuries during the Divine War led to the demoness's further loss of control over the special mirror world. After some thought, Franca carefully asked, "Is the Black figurine I handed over evidence of the primordial one's projection changing in the mirror?" The demoness of Black neither nodded nor shook her head. Instead, she explained mysticism. "Our assassin pathway's most unique node is sequence 7, which, this isn't just because it changes our gender, but also because it leaves a strong, distinct imprint in the mirror world. This imprint is what allows us to use mirror magic. This is about the mirror person for each demoness." Franca suddenly had an epiphany and took the opportunity to say, "Previously, Morin Avigny said the one in the mirror is our true self, our exiled and sealed self." Clarice shook her head with a hint of melancholy. "I believe Morin Avigny didn't lie to you. The mirror people indeed believe they are the true selves, but can you completely trust conclusions made from their own perspective? Have you ever forgotten your past self, that indelible pain?" "No," Franca answered sincerely. "I often think back to my past self and life, imagining if I hadn't chosen the assassin potion, would things have turned out differently?" The demoness of Black nodded sympathetically. "We still remember, we haven't forgotten, so it's impossible for our true self to be exiled. If one day, we no longer feel pain from our losses, forget the past, and immerse ourselves in the present state, the strong imprint we left in the mirror might activate in a mystical sense, leading to cognitive confusion and gradual loss of control. In this regard, having once been male and constantly reminiscing about our male self is a major advantage in maintaining our identity and avoiding loss of control. Then purely female demonesses must be very dangerous." Franca feigned sudden realization. In truth, she was worried about Jenna. "There won't be purely female demonesses," Clarice coldly replied. "If you encountered one, you would kill her. Without the sacrificial square in the catacombs, Jenna would have lost control and died when ascending to witch." Franca didn't delve further, fearing to arouse the demoness of Black's suspicion. Clarice continued, "Aside from the product of the special mirror world, everyone has a mirror person. Each time we look into a mirror person is created. For non-demoness pathway individuals, these mirror people are temporary projections, quickly dissipating after the person leaves the mirror. But we demonesses are different. The strong imprint creates a mirror person that always exists and grows stronger as we advance in sequence. At the divine stage, because a true God is unique, the imprint returns to the body, merging with the self. From then on, one exists both in reality and in the mirror, embodying both states. There's some similarity to what Morin Avigny said. The demoness of Black didn't deny our strong imprint in the mirror could be called mirror people. Both their words likely contain parts of the truth, but not the whole truth. Perhaps piecing them together could reveal some reliable facts. Franca nodded thoughtfully. "So the appearance of the Black figurine is abnormal. It should have merged with the self." That's why we suspect the primordial one lost part of her characteristics, causing changes in the mirror projection. Clarice confirmed Franca's statement. But according to this logic, the white figurines each sect member carries shouldn't exist either. The primordial demoness, also known as the chaos demoness, shouldn't be purely black or white, unless the white and black figurines represent something other than the real and mirror selves. Franca didn't dare voice these emerging thoughts. The demoness of black further explained, black figurines are rare. Not every special mirror person has one, not even someone as significant as Morin Avigny. Which specific ones possess it is currently unknown. That's right. Franca felt a pang of regret for not asking Morin Avigny about the black primordial demoness figurine back then. She and Lumion had previously thought it didn't warrant further investigation. Wasn't it just a special entity the mirror people worshipped? Asking directly for the deity's honorific name and related information seemed enough, with no need to focus on the figurine's origin. Franca showed her frustration, then tentatively asked, shouldn't we be trying to destroy the fourth epic Trier's seal to lift the restrictions on that special mirror world, letting the primordial one regain control and complete the fusion? Why are we still cleaning up mirror people? The demoness of black replied seriously, opening it ourselves and them opening it are completely different. Which one dominates the white or black figurines? Franca, a voracious reader and imaginative transmigrator, had a vivid imagination. The demoness of black didn't give her a chance to ask further. What we need to do now is clean up the mirror people in Trier, disrupt their plans, and, if possible, collect vital information from the deepest darts of the special mirror world. Yes, Madame, Franca seized the moment to request. I'm tracking a mirror person and need items that can traverse the mirror world and send messages through mirrors. My mirror cufflink is running out of uses. Demoness of Black Clarice nodded lightly. All right, I'll prepare it for you. She paused for a moment before adding, remember, the mirror world is both mysterious and dangerous. It is also a source of our strength as demonesses. Don't resist approaching it, but don't underestimate it either. Compared to the hunter pathway, the mirror world is our most unique feature. The most unique feature. Franca suddenly felt that the demoness of black was hinting at the mirror world's importance, far beyond what she imagined. After exchanging more mysticism knowledge about the sect and the assassin pathway, Franca asked one last question. Madame, can the plague of an affliction which expand the types of pathogens? What do you mean? The demoness of black frowned slightly, evoking pity. I mean, can we find special pathogens and incorporate them into our plague ability? Simple illnesses like pneumonia, strokes, and heart attacks are powerful but lack imagination. I remember some pathogens cause narcolepsy or complete muscle weakness. Franca elaborated on her idea. The demoness of black was silent for several seconds before saying, when you become a demoness of despair, you can create mystical pathogens with different effects. For now, the range of plague is fixed by the Beyonder characteristics unless. Unless what? Franca asked curiously. The demoness of black spoke with longing and admiration. Unless the primordial one modifies the scope of plague as a true god of the demoness pathway. So that's possible. This is what being a deity means, influencing one's pathway. Franca was genuinely shocked, realizing the true meaning of the word true god. Moira, in the carnivore bar. Lumion lay on the bed, eyes closed, appearing asleep, but actually closely monitoring Julie's movements. He suspected that Celeste, the seemingly fully converted experimental subject, might secretly visit Julie at night to share vital information about Moira. As the night deepened, Lumion felt a sudden restlessness, as if the air was filled with amorous energy. His mind couldn't help but recall scenes of temptation he'd witnessed before. Chapter 803, Transmitting Information. 803, Transmitting Information. Similar experiences were not new to Lumion. He had felt this way before. Whenever Franca prayed to the primordial demoness figurine made of bone, Lumion would sometimes be nearby. Even through doors and walls, through the wall of spirituality, he couldn't help but feel sensations. Is Julie praying to the primordial demoness figurine? Lumion, still with his eyes closed, made a guess about the current situation. It wasn't necessarily due to Julie's extreme piety. It was a daily ritual for members of the demoness sect. Even a believer of Mr. Fool, like Franca, had to do it regularly. Before long, the amorous energy in the air dissipated, and Lumien's state returned to normal. Suddenly, he remembered something. Where did Julie get a primordial demoness figurine? During the exile to Morora, Lumien noticed that neither Les nor Julie seemed to carry personal belongings. This meant that, except for Lumien, who had special treatment and wasn't searched, all other exiles were handled by the standard procedure. So, Julie shouldn't have a standard-issue figurine from the demoness sect. Even if she wanted to make one herself, she would need to buy materials and set up a ritual, and Lumien's tracking today showed she hadn't done any preparations. So, where did her primordial demoness figurine come from? Or did she directly use the language that can invoke natural forces to recite the primordial demoness's honorific name? But if that were the case, the influence of the power overflow on me would be too weak. Even if it was not as strong as the residual divine power Franca experienced, it shouldn't be just a bit of restlessness. Lumien became extremely alert. He quickly had a hypothesis. Celeste had visited. It must have been this demoness, who had become an experimental subject, who gave Julie the primordial demoness figurine or something similar. Why didn't I notice? I was monitoring the room Julie was in all along. With that thought, Lumien suddenly sat up and looked at the full-length mirror in his bedroom. Yes. Celeste must have come through the mirror world. She must have communicated with Julie through the mirror, which is why I didn't detect anything unusual until Julie started praying. It's normal for the demoness sect to have items like the mirror cufflink. Silently, Lumien got out of bed and walked to the full-length mirror in his room. He felt it was time to use the mirror cufflink. He put on the glass-like cufflink and pressed his hand against the mirror surface. The button-like accessory lit up with a faint glow, and Lumien's figure immediately penetrated the mirror's surface, entering the deep, dark mirror world. Before the dark, web-like tunnels spread out before him, Lumien clearly sensed the 3 mirror imprints he had left in the outside world, and the few he had set up in Julie's and Les's rooms. He didn't rush to the mirror in Julie's room. Instead, he took out an unfinished letter from the traveler's bag. It was a letter to Franca, Jenna, and Anthony. Lumien then activated the black mark on his right shoulder, attempting to teleport to the full-length mirror in Franca and Jenna's apartment. It felt distant and had an invisible barrier. Even if he penetrated the barrier, there was a vast, silent void of darkness that Lumien instinctively believed contained indescribable danger and terror. Does this represent that special mirror world? To leave Morora and return to the outside world, I must pass through it. Even angels would find it dangerous. With these thoughts, Lumien stretched out his right hand, holding the letter, using the already activated mirror cufflink to give the paper a reflective, glass-like hue, and sent it out. The light stuck to the invisible barrier's surface, slowly permeating it, falling into the dead silence, and heading toward the distant target mirror. It works. Lumien breathed a sigh of relief and used the contracted ability of spirit world traversal to shift to the mirror in Julie's room. The mirror was pitch black with no traces left. Lumien sniffed slightly, catching a lingering scent. It smelled like a human hormone, coupled with the influence of mystical power, faintly sweet, amorous, and warm. Not Julie's scent, Lumien nodded slightly. Celeste indeed visited. Now the question was, did Celeste use an item to traverse the mirror world and reach Julie's room, an item that escaped the Church of Knowledge's search? Or did she use the special connection of the mirror world to send it through a ritual? Or did she conduct a ritual to ask the primordial demoness for it? Or is she no longer the original Celeste, but her corresponding special mirror person? This could explain why she retained some self-awareness after becoming an experimental subject, but it's not the only explanation. Lumien, an experienced handler of mystical events with much knowledge, naturally linked it to the special mirror people. He didn't peek into Julie's current situation through the mirror, fearing Celeste had given Julie some mirror-related items, making her more sensitive to the gaze from the mirror. Moreover, Julie had just finished praying, and the primordial demoness figurine's residual effects lingered. Lumion didn't know if this would affect his spying. Of course, he could roughly guess what Julie was doing, because he could hear Julie's suppressed, soft moans through the mirror. Lovers reunited, getting what they wanted, relaxing and celebrating. Yes, and the sensations brought by praying to the primordial demoness figurine. She hasn't gone out to add to her collection, which is already quite restrained. Lumion silently chuckled. He teleported back to his bedroom mirror, stepped out of the glass surface, and lay back on the bed. Trier. Lonely, empty, cold. Franca, used to go early to bed and early to rise, sighed, lying in bed, unable to sleep. She felt she needed a few more days to adapt. At this moment, she sensed something, sat up, walked out of the room, and went to the living room. She looked at the full-length mirror in the living room and saw a water-like light wave on the glass surface, reflecting a neatly folded letter. Is it from Lumion or the demoness of black? Franca walked over and pressed her hand against the mirror's surface. Her right hand felt slightly cold, as if penetrating a lake mixed with ice, touching the now ethereal, intangible paper. The paper quickly dispersed, forming lines of incision words on the mirror surface. I have arrived in Morora. Lumion briefly described his experiences and the results of the experiment, but didn't mention the specific situation in Morora. It was a kind of corruption. A corruption Franca and the others might not withstand. At the end of the letter, Lumion reminded, I've already told my messenger and Madame Hella that if anyone writes to me but can't find me, they should send it to you to handle. Yes, I'm talking about you, Franca. Now you temporarily have a messenger. Damn it, he still has to mock me in the end. Franca cursed in a mix of anger and amusement, grinding her teeth. She thought for a moment and began writing a reply. Nothing much to say, just a reminder. The demoness of black told me that demonesses with color titles occasionally receive revelations from the primordial one and have strong autonomy. If they are like this, won't the demonesses of affliction sent to Morora for important tasks also receive revelations, or even some divine power from the figurine? You should take this issue seriously. Also, it's time to test your ascetic endurance. If you get bewitched and lose your manhood, even if it grows back every morning, I'll laugh at you for the rest of your life. After finishing, Franca folded the paper and took out a rectangular amulet from the traveler's bag that looked like it was made of ice. The amulet was entirely transparent, with patterns and motifs like bubbles inside, flowing and gathering continuously. It was the ice amulet given to Franca by the demoness of black, allowing 7 traversals through the mirror world or 14 transmissions of information. Franca put on the amulet, held the letter, and returned to the full-length mirror. With a flash of cold light, she pressed the letter into the mirror surface, letting it fall toward the place the previous message came from. Morora. After reading the letter on the mirror's surface, Lumion lay back on the bed again. He anticipated possible surprises. Like Wanak, the owner of Dad's agricultural company, coming to kill him at night. This most dangerous criminal in Morora should soon figure out who the exile he confronted in the afternoon was. He must already know that Lumion killed the carnivore bar owner and took over the place. Given his attitude, he couldn't wait to kill Lumion on the spot. Now that he had identified his target and locked in his whereabouts, he would act quickly. Lumion hadn't slept all night, only pretending to, not just to monitor Julie, but also for this reason. Now he hoped Wanak would come soon. Then he would teleport away, leaving Julie, the demoness, for Wanak, letting them have an intense duel. That way, he could see what cards Julie had, what items she got from Celeste, and whether Wanak could further use the power of 0 to 1. To Lumion's disappointment, Wanak didn't show up all night. Is there a need to be this cautious? Just come straight here, Lumion muttered, getting out of bed and heading downstairs. Chef Les was already up, preparing breakfast with the kitchen ingredients. We can resume operations by noon today, Les said, glancing at Lumion. But we don't have any beef, lamb, or pork in stock. I'll give you some startup funds, Lumion replied, just about to leave the kitchen when he suddenly heard Julie's footsteps coming down the stairs. An idea crossed his mind, and he casually said to Les, "By the way, let me tell you about a few people you need to be cautious of. Whatever you do, don't provoke them." First, there's Wanak, the owner of Dad's agricultural company. Lumion relayed all of Gusain's warnings to Les and then added, "And another one, named Albus Medici." As soon as he mentioned the name, Lumion heard Julie's footsteps pause momentarily. Chapter 804, Consultation. 804, Consultation. He might not use that name in Morora. I knew him before and saw him again yesterday when he came to the bar to duel with the owner. He has red hair. In Morora, anyone with red hair, no matter the shade, is trouble. Lumion described Albus Medici's appearance in detail. Chef Les nodded. "I'll keep that in mind." "Are you sure? Do you need me to sketch them for you?" Lumion asked earnestly. He wasn't just asking Les but also Julie, who was coming down the stairs slowly. He wanted to give the demoness something to focus on, hoping she'd be aware of Wanak and Albus Medici soon enough, letting trouble collide with trouble to see who was the bigger problem. Les shook his head slowly. "No need. I'll remember them like different ingredients with distinct features." Different ingredients like a turkey. Lumion imagined Albus Medici looking like a turkey and laughed. He then handed Les 200 Sasson gold coins to restock the bar with meat and drinks. As he turned to leave the kitchen, he saw Julie reaching the bottom of the stairs. The demoness had changed into fresh, clean clothes, an elegant white blouse paired with an ankle-length green skirt, highlighting her gentle and graceful demeanor. Lumion suddenly recalled the sounds he heard last night, which contrasted sharply with Julie's current serene appearance. His mouth went dry. Damn it, this demoness is subtly using charm on me. It was normal to react, but this strong reaction wasn't right for an ascetic like Lumion. He looked at Julie and raised an eyebrow. "Do you remember the second rule of the bar?" Julie, looking more radiant than yesterday, seemed to glow with inner joy. Lumion felt an urge to rub his forehead. "Hey gal, are you really not worried about exposing that Celeste visited you last night? Although you don't know that I witnessed you sprinting to Celeste yesterday and suffered a huge blow." Julie smiled gently. "Don't harass the boss." "You were charming me just now," Lumion stated flatly. Julie shrank back, feigning fear. What are you going to do to punish me?" She acted scared, but her eyes sparkled with amusement, as if she was teasing Lumion. Lumion sighed, half genuine, half deliberate. "First-time offense can be forgiven, but don't let it happen again or else." He didn't finish the sentence, leaving an ominous silence. "Yes, boss," Julie beamed. She glanced at the door. "The bar won't open until noon. Can I go out for a bit?" "Sure," Lumion teased. "Planning to add to your collection? Do you have a morning exercise routine?" "No," Julie shook her head lightly. "Just want to explore the city more." As she left the bar, Lumion immediately teleported ahead, transforming into a shadow creature to follow her. But Julie vanished. Invisibility, then wiped her tracks and did anti-divination. Lumion emerged from the shadows, frowning slightly. This meant what Julie was doing this morning was very important. She didn't want anyone to know. Also, having finally met her lover and found solace, she was more professional now, unlike her near breakdown last night. This was the normal behavior of a Sequence 5 demoness of affliction. Lumion wasn't too disappointed. At least Julie now knew about Wanak and Albus Medici. Following the nearest path, he walked towards the cemetery but didn't dig any graves or sneak underground. Instead, he went straight into the library-like knowledge cathedral. Today, he was not merely tracking Julie. His main goal was to visit Archbishop Heriberg of Morora. The title of Morora's archbishop was Lumion's creation. After all, this puppet-like clergy member of the Church of Knowledge claimed to oversee all theological affairs in Morora. Lumion felt that since the Church of Knowledge had recommended him into Morora without confiscating his mystical items, direct inquiry about the underground mausoleum might be surprisingly effective rather than probing indirectly. This was also a test. Lumion wanted to see if the sealing information about 0 to 1 was given only to him or distributed to all eligible individuals. Did the Church of Knowledge place its bet solely on him, or did it hedge its bets across multiple candidates? Inside the radiant holy cathedral, Lumion found Heriberg, with his graying hair, kind eyes, and white robe with brass embroidery, standing by a brass bookshelf, quietly reading a thick book. "Archbishop," Lumion called tentatively. Heriberg looked up and asked warmly, "What puzzles you?" Lumion chose his words carefully. "If I want to enter the cemetery's underground section to find something, how can I avoid the dangers?" Heriberg smiled and pointed to the brass bookshelf beside him. This one, and this one," read them all thoroughly. Lumion followed his gesture, mentally noting the book titles. Mora Residence Code. Doll Crafting and Maintenance. Examples of Mausoleum Construction. Principles of Sealing. What use is this for a hunter like me? I'm not a reader who can wield knowledge directly. Does this mean that by absorbing the knowledge in these books, I can grasp the layout of the underground mausoleum, understand the sealing mechanisms, and find a way to leave my mark on 0 to 1? Lumion thought deeply as he withdrew his gaze. Heriberg continued, "Once you've read those, complete these test papers. You must score perfectly on each one." Lumion looked at the stack of test papers filling a shelf. His forehead twitched, recalling some unpleasant memories. He maintained a neutral expression, confirming, "So, once I finish reading and acing these tests, I can avoid the underground dangers." Heriberg pointed to another brass bookshelf. That one, and that one. Master all the knowledge on those shelves, and you'll be well prepared." 3 shelves, Lumion's lips twitched slightly. "That's about 200 or 300 books, plus thousands of test papers, right?" Heriberg smiled and sighed. "Remember, knowledge equals power, and knowledge equals wealth. All the answers you seek lie within." Lumion's expression shifted as he bit his lip and said, "I'll start with these." He pulled out the initial books Heriberg pointed out. Heriberg nodded approvingly. "A hunter who learns and pursues knowledge is the most powerful hunter. It's been years since another hunter came to me, willing to patiently read the designated books. The others, with red or thick hair, won't even step into the holy temple of knowledge, let alone approach these bookshelves. It's because Auror instilled a reading habit in me from a young age." Lumion thought, feeling a pang of sadness. He placed the books into his traveler's bag, bid farewell to Heriberg, and walked towards the Knowledge Cathedral's entrance. Along the way, he saw a familiar figure Gay, who had been exiled to Morora with him. The scholarly-looking Gay, now dressed in thick, cotton clothing, stood by a brass bookshelf, engrossed in a book by the light of the stained glass window. After a few seconds, Lumion walked over, smiling. "What a coincidence! Why are you here reading?" Gay smiled faintly. "Didn't I tell you yesterday? I regret not knowing enough. Now, with such a vast library, how could I pass up the chance to learn? What brings you here?" "To ask if it's too late to convert to the god of knowledge and wisdom," Lumion joked, then changed the topic. "Have you found a job yet?" "Not yet," Gay shook his head. "I don't want to work on a farm or in a factory as some exile's slave. I'm planning to study for a while. Fortunately, I had some luck yesterday and earned some money, so I don't have to worry about going hungry." Lumion chatted with Gay for a bit before waving goodbye to the secretive serial killer and returning to the carnivore bar. He found a spot by the window and began reading the borrowed books in a comfortable position. Mora's sunlight alternated between bright and hidden by storm clouds, but it didn't affect Lumion's reading as he had his radiant fireball lamp. Near noon, Julie returned, her steps light, her face smiling, exuding a charm that even made Chef Les steal a few glances at her. Julie gave Lumion a curious look. "You're reading?" "Not much else to do," Lumion replied casually. Julie had no interest in the books. She withdrew her gaze and went upstairs, likely looking for waitress attire. Lumion clicked his tongue silently. "Really, knowledge is power, and knowledge is wealth. Aren't you curious about what I'm reading?" Les approached and said, "Boss, lunch is ready." Lumion nodded, put away the books, and stood up. He thought for a moment and said to Les, "Find a red cloth and hang it at the door." Chapter 805, Test. 805 Test. Les didn't ask why. He went upstairs, found a piece of red cloth, and hung it at the entrance of the carnivore bar. Lumion then sat at the newly rebuilt bar, enjoying the spiced, marinated roast beef with soft, delicious bread. As time passed, more and more customers entered the carnivore bar. Les had put up a wooden stand outside with a new menu and corresponding prices. Of course, this wasn't the main reason for the influx of customers. The primary reason was the incredibly low prices on the menu. After all, there was no owner to take a cut. The customers came in with a sense of skepticism. They didn't have much faith in the bar under new ownership, repeatedly checking if the prices were real, if there were any hidden costs, and if the portions and quality of the food were as advertised. This skepticism stemmed from being frequently deceived by Mora's unscrupulous merchants. Those merchants had a point, though. We've been exiled here for serious crimes. You can't expect us to run honest businesses, can you? Besides, the Mora resident code doesn't prohibit false pricing or inferior goods, and the enforcers won't check the kitchen's hygiene. Most customers were angry but helpless. Those merchants they could deal with had already been eliminated. The remaining ones were too powerful to confront. They often regretted not keeping a few manageable merchants around to ensure food quality and fair pricing through regular supervision. Sometimes, killing wasn't the best solution. If I had understood that, I wouldn't have been exiled to Mora. A man in his 40s voiced his opinion while holding a beer with white foam. His gaze kept shifting to Julie, temporarily acting as the bartender, hoping to catch her attention with his words and demeanor. Low prices drew them in, but the pretty bartender made them stay for another drink. Lumion forked a piece of perfectly roasted beef, savoring the combination of Les's secret spices and the tender meat. He wondered if, after leaving Mora, he should have Ludwig become a head chef. Can't waste a chef's talent. After finishing lunch, Lumion took a glass of strong liquor and walked around the hall as the bar owner, piecing together the current situation in Mora from different customers. Not long after the establishment of this city of exiles, a class division emerged, mainly based on power. Today, the Beyonders firmly controlled all key positions in Mora, holding the resources like food, meat, vegetables, dairy products, various minerals, factory goods, sales channels, and street shops. Ordinary criminals without supernatural powers could only serve them, working on farms, in mines, ranches, factories, etc. The better off were employees. The worse off were nearly slaves. For these ordinary criminals, the ultimate dream was to gain the trust of a powerful Beyonder and receive unwanted Beyonder characteristics as rewards after a duel. This is exactly what the Iron and Blood Cross Order dreamed of, Lumion mused with a chuckle after returning to his seat at the bar. As a former member of the Iron and Blood Cross Order, he often mocked the awkward preaching and rituals, but it helped him grasp the core ideology of the Iron and Blood Cross Order. They wanted to establish a world where Beyonders no longer hid, but gained status through power. Mora seemed to embody this vision. Lumion was about to finish his drink and find a quiet place upstairs to study when he noticed Gusain, the gentleman, entering the bar. "You came quickly. Someone's been watching this place," Lumion played with his glass. Gusain sat beside him, removed his top hat, and addressed Julie, who wore a white blouse, black vest, and a dark tie with a unique charm, a Lanty-proof. In Mora, the most popular drinks were rye beer, Lanty-proof, and red wine. Lumion took out paper and pen from his traveler's bag and started sketching on the bar counter. Gusain waited until Julie handed him the Lanty-proof, took a sip, and then smiled ahead. "You made your decision faster than I expected." "I don't want to be tied down like this," Lumion replied with a hidden meaning. His true intention was that he didn't want to stay in Mora long, while Gusain interpreted it as him not wanting to remain under the Church of Knowledge's rule. "That's a choice all strong people make. Eagles don't mingle with sparrows," Gusain praised. Lumion, still sketching, laughed. "Now, you need to convince me that you have a promising future. I won't stand with losers. I've incited dozens of riots and haven't been caught by the Church of Knowledge. Isn't that reason enough?" Gusain sipped his Lanty-proof. Lumion shook his head. "In my hometown, there's a saying, 'One swallow doesn't make a summer.' It means that a single event can't predict a season. Making hasty judgments based on isolated incidents is unwise." "What do you need to be convinced?" Gusain tilted his head. Lumian chuckled in response. Pass my test. Gyusain paused for a moment, then laughed. Normally, wouldn't it be our organization testing new members to see if they're qualified? How did it become the other way around? It depends on the new member's strength and importance, not past experiences, Lumian said, with an expression suggesting he didn't need them to stir up trouble. He could form his own team. Gyusain drank his Lanti-proof, then said, What do you want us to do? Lumian remained silent until he finished his sketch, then pushed the paper toward Gyusain. Find this person. The drawing was of Albus Medici. Although Lumian's drawing skills weren't high, his precise control as a hunter, his deep memory of the subject, and mental reconstruction made Albus Medici's likeness vivid, capturing his aggressive, unpleasant aura. Him, Gyusain asked, confirming as he held the drawing. Lumian nodded slightly. His real name is Albus Medici. I don't know if he's using an alias in Morora. Medici, Gyusain repeated the last name softly. He folded the drawing, tucked it into his pocket, then picked up his drink. You can test us, but we need to test you too. You must prove your capabilities. Killing the original owner of this bar isn't enough, Lumian smiled. Or do you want to duel me? Gyusain, maintaining his gentlemanly demeanor, shook his head. We acknowledge your strength, now we need to test other aspects. Lumian, holding his glass, turned to Gyusain, waiting for him to elaborate. Gyusain glanced around, his eyes resting on the irresistibly charming Julie for a moment. Lowering his voice, he said, The Church of Knowledge's control over Morora relies on something in the underground mausoleum of the cemetery. Our ultimate goal is to break in and take control of it. It's very dangerous. We found a similar place to train our members. Your test is to enter that fog-covered underground area, overcome the challenges, and reach the marked location. The goal is still 0 to 1. Lumian thought for a few seconds and said, All right, when do we start? Tonight, Gyusain finished his Lanti-proof, paid, and left the carnivore bar. Lumian glanced at Julie, noticing she was dealing with customers politely and reservedly, seemingly unaware of his conversation with Gyusain. Heh, Lumian smirked inwardly, set down his glass and headed upstairs. Trier, Quartier de la Cathédrale Commémorative, Apartment 702, 9 Rue Orsay. Jenna should be back the day after tomorrow, right? Franca murmured, standing by the living room window, a bit wistful and fearful. Her face alternated between light and shadow against the deep night and streetlights, like an enchanting dream. Suddenly, she saw penitent Baneful, dressed in black clerical robes and looking like a charred corpse, emerge from the void, holding a letter. A letter? Who's writing to Lumian? Baneful's appearance here means messengers can't locate Morora, even those with special contracts. Franca accepted the letter with a polite smile. Thank you. Baneful nodded, turned, and vanished into the night outside the window. Franca sighed and mumbled, Elle wanted to build a relationship and ask you to introduce me to a messenger. She raised her right hand, catching a mixed scent of powder, perfume, grass, flowers, and spices from the letter. A letter from a woman. Franca, entrusted by Lumian, muttered as she opened the letter and read it. Not sure if I should call you Monsieur Louis Barry or Monsieur Lumian Lee. Through Ria, I've delved into Matani's mysticism circle, learning much about the mysticism and realizing I'm not weak, just inexperienced and unable to show it. For real. Of course, I've also realized the gap between us and how vast the world is beyond Matani. I'm willing to help your friend and hope you'll keep your promise. Amandina. Chapter 806, Expressing Goodwill. 806, Expressing Goodwill. Amandina, if it were anyone else, Franca might not have remembered, but she couldn't forget this participant of the Dream Festival, a girl who called the underworld Taoist her teacher. Franca later summoned the armored shadow Chen Tu for more information, and she might even need Amandina's help. With this in mind, Franca reached into her traveler's bag and counted her accumulated gold. Including the final payment from a member of the curly-haired Baboon Research Society, she now had gold worth 82,000 Viral d'Or and nearly 20,000 Viral d'Or in cash. With a little exchange, it would be enough to meet the requirements of the armored shadow, Chen Tu, for a conversation. Of course, Franca didn't plan to do this anytime soon. First, Lumion was in Morora. Without using his special connection with the contract target, even knowing the armored shadow's name as Chen-Tu, Franca wasn't sure she could summon the spirit from the original world. After all, that might not be its true name, and translating it into ancient Hermes or other mystical languages might correspond to different spirit world creatures. Secondly, facing the armored shadow without a demigod present would likely be extremely dangerous. Amandina's presence might partially substitute for a demigod, intimidating the armored shadow. Should we wait for Lumion to return from Morora before summoning Chen-Tu again? Franca felt a mix of excitement and apprehension, a state known as near-home anxiety. After a moment, she exhaled slowly, deciding to respond to Amandina on Lumion's behalf. Lumion promised to take Amandina to the area around the Samaritan woman's spring, giving her a chance to meet the underworld Taoist outside of the Dream Festival. This is beneficial for us, but it's too dangerous with my current strength. Besides, I'm not sure if the power brought by the celestial worthy of heaven and earth, for blessings combined with the Tarot Club's minor arcana identity, can penetrate the fog around the Samaritan woman's spring. We should wait until Lumion is out of Morora. For now, I'll show Amandina some goodwill to lay the groundwork for future cooperation. I'll organize some important mysticism knowledge and give it to Amandina for free. Show some respect for the higher authority, if not for me. If the underworld Taoist sees how well I treat his disciple, maybe his attitude will change. Also, I'll ask Amandina which path of the divine she wants to take besides the power of the boons, and help her get the corresponding potion formulas and materials. This won't be free. Giving everything for free would make us look too humble and lead to disrespect. Too much kindness can turn into resentment. Amandina should choose between the paths of darkness, death, and warrior. The potion formulas and characteristics for the mid-to-low sequences of the warrior path are relatively easy to find. Maybe we can ask Madam Justice to get help from Mr. Star for the darkness path. He seems to be a high-ranking member of the Evernight Goddess Church. Last time, he wore red gloves. Perfect timing. I was about to report the secrets of the Demoness sect, taught by the Demoness of Black, and mention Amandina's situation, to see what mysticism knowledge can be shared and what can't be leaked. Having sorted her thoughts, Franca returned to her bedroom, sat at her desk, and began writing her report. South Continent, Port Pylos of Matani, in a 3-story white marble villa. Having finally made up her mind and sent out that letter, Amandina grew more awake as the night went on, pacing back and forth in her soft, girlish bedroom, waiting for Lumion's reply. The more she learned about mysticism and Beyonders, the more she realized the gap between herself and Lumion and how ignorant she had been. Though she felt she could continue living as she had, maintaining the appearance of a normal high society person with certain supernatural abilities, the events during the Dream Festival and the rumors she had heard from various mysticism circles made her feel a sense of crisis and urgency. Living in the South Continent in an era of increasing disasters, her sequence 7 nightmare powers and current situation of facing everything alone made her truly afraid that one day her entire family would become sacrifices in a rose school of thought-blood ritual, or that the hidden problems of the Dream Festival would suddenly erupt and engulf her. The more she knew, the more afraid she became. Amandina felt she could never return to her previous state of ignorance and recklessness, and she had a strong desire for higher sequences and more extraordinary power. That would mean she could do more and see more. Suddenly, she saw the same cool-looking charred messenger from before emerge from the void, handing her a small dressing mirror. A mirror? What does Lumion Lee mean by giving me a mirror? Amandina accepted the mirror with curiosity and confusion, feeling it was quite ordinary. She was about to ask the penitent Baneful when she noticed a dark, aqueous light spreading across the mirror's surface. As the light flowed, the mirror gradually brightened, revealing a figure. A mystic telegraph, and one where you can see and talk to the other person? How fascinating! Amandina didn't notice the messenger leaving, her attention entirely captivated by the mirror. She soon realized that the figure in the mirror wasn't Lumion Lee, but a stranger, a woman. The woman had lake-colored eyes, both bright and deep, as if hiding countless words that made one want to explore them. Her nose was delicate and straight, her lips a tempting combination of red and tender white skin, and her eyebrows extended to her temples, with her flaxen hair tied into a ponytail, giving her an air of elegance. So beautiful. Amandina stared blankly, instinctively admiring the woman in her mind. She herself was a girl of outstanding appearance and had always been proud of it. But this time, she felt no sense of competition, entirely immersed in a beauty she had never seen before. Her gaze naturally lowered, seeing the smooth, slender neck and the lace flowers around the shirt collar. For some reason, Amandina felt an urge to see the entire body of the woman in the mirror, to see how beautiful she would look naked. She felt this wasn't her own problem. Even Padre Kali, who only liked men, would surely have a similar urge. Using a bit of charm to enhance goodwill for easier communication, Franca also observed Amandina. This girl had a waterfall of black hair and blue eyes, exuding a youthful energy of free self-expression. All of Lumien's female acquaintances are quite beautiful. Is this a hunter's talent? Franca smiled sweetly through the glass mirror. Lumien is busy right now and can't leave, so he asked me to communicate with you. Amandina snapped out of her daze, shaking off the spell of the woman's beauty. She looked at Franca in the mirror, curiosity and a desire to explore igniting within her. You're Lumien, Monsieur Lumien Lee's friend, the one who might need my help in the future. Yes, Franca smiled and nodded. HMPH, and you say you're not lovers. Such a beautiful woman makes even me, who likes men, want to sleep with her. How much more for a man who doesn't like men? Amandina felt she had seen through Lumien's lie. She straightened her waterfall-like hair and asked brightly, I'm willing to help you. Can you keep your promise? That might have to wait until Lumien finishes his current tasks, and you're not strong enough yet, Franca said succinctly. Do you want to advance through potions besides the power of boons? Which path do you want? Death, darkness, or warrior? Franca spoke quickly, because the power of the ice amulet was limited in time. After posing the question, she suddenly thought of something. It is said that the warrior path's potions has a significant height-enhancing effect, even turning the drinker into a giant at higher levels. Turning such a pretty girl into a 3 or 4 meter tall giant beauty seems odd. Franca wasn't sure if she was worried or looking forward to it. Amandina had discussed with Lumien which paths she could take and had thought seriously about it, so she quickly made her decision. Darkness. As a girl who had always been good at understanding her parents' thoughts and was adored by her elders, Amandina felt that since the figure during the Dream Festival had only given her the power of darkness, and not the death power given to Robert or the warrior power given to some gravekeepers, it might mean that he wanted her to be pure and focus on the path of darkness. She also planned to go to the ancient tomb during the next Dream Festival to receive more gifts, naturally not wanting to disappoint that figure. I still want to see what happens when the power of the death or warrior path is mixed with the darkness boon. Franca said seriously, I will inquire and gather the necessary things for you, but you need to pay for it or complete tasks I assign. Amandina was no longer the naive girl she used to be and understood the value of potion formulas and Beyonder ingredients. She nodded. Okay. Franca smiled in the mirror. Also, I appreciate you agreeing to help. No matter what Lumien promised you, I will provide you with some extra mysticism knowledge for free. Really? Amandina was delighted. This beautiful lady is truly generous. And it's not a trap. The potion formulas and Beyonder ingredients come at a cost. Franca didn't answer directly but smiled and said, Remember, my name is Franca. As she spoke, she raised her right hand and pushed a stack of stapled papers forward. In Amandina's eyes, the stack grew larger, eventually penetrating the glass and falling into her hands, while Franca's image disappeared from the mirror. Franca, Lumien Lee, and she make a good match. Amandina imagined Lumien and Franca together, suddenly having some romantic thoughts. She whispered to herself, that must be beautiful, I'd love to see it. Suppressing the images in her mind, Amandina looked at the papers in her hand, glancing over a line of words. Law of Beyonder Characteristics Convergence. Amandina was both bewildered and deeply impressed. Morra late night. After the carnivore bar closed, Lumion exited through the back door and saw Gyusain wearing a top silk hat. Gyusain slowly smiled. I'll take you to the place for your test now. Chapter 807, Overlooked. 807, Overlooked. Morra's night was devoid of streetlights, relying solely on the crimson moon high above to provide light, casting deep darkness and dense shadows everywhere. Gyusain, dressed like a gentleman, carried a lantern as he led Lumion to a neighborhood near the edge of the city. The area had been completely abandoned due to a small volcano that had erupted, swallowing several houses and leaving a charred wasteland in its wake. The place you mentioned isn't at the base of the volcano, is it? Lumion glanced around, adjusted his cuff, and smiled. Gyusain nodded slightly. Yes, the volcanic eruption affected the underground part of the cemetery, allowing its power to seep out. The lava receded quickly, leaving behind an empty void. If you can find the right path through the void filled with the fog of war and reach the designated spot, it will prove you have the qualifications to join us in penetrating the underground part of the cemetery. Fog of war. Gyusain had been using this term to describe the underground fog, which seemed to have leaked from the mausoleum containing 0 to 1, which represents the Red Priest. Lumion didn't conjure a bright white fireball for illumination. Instead, he followed Gyusain, who carried the lantern, into a building on the edge of the volcanic area. Inside the house, filled with solidified volcanic rock, they descended a precarious staircase into a partially collapsed basement. The basement walls had a gaping crack, leading to a void filled with dense fog. You need to reach this point near the cemetery's underground section and light the oil lamp between 4 stone statues. Remember, there are 4 statues facing each other in pairs. Gyusain hung the lantern on a protruding stone brick in the wall crack and took out a simple map, pointing to the destination. Lumion studied the map for a minute, then turned his gaze to the dense fog outside the crack. What's special about this fog? Gyusain pressed his top hat and smiled. It significantly reduces your visibility, affects your hearing and smell, suppresses your astral projection's interaction with the spirit world, and dulls your spiritual warning and intuition. And, Lumion asked, seemingly relaxed. Gyusain thought for a few seconds. The fog of war envelops the corresponding spirit world area. Some Beyonders, even if they can enter the spirit world, can't locate themselves or escape the fog. If they try to teleport out, they might get lost somewhere in Morra and never return to reality. Seeing means being able to teleport there. With my hunter's vision, I can only see 5 or 6 meters. Lumion roughly understood the fog's effects and laughed. If I could create a hurricane, could I blow it away? We've tried. You can, but once the wind stops, the fog comes back, and the dispersal is limited to reality, not affecting the part seeping into the spirit world. Gyusain explained the previous experiment's result. Lumion asked a few more details, then conjured a bright white flame to hover above his head. He stepped forward, through the crack, and into the dense fog. Unlike normal fog, this one felt like it had been scorched by fire. As Lumion inhaled, his airways stung with a fiery pain, and his mind filled with the smell of burning, blood, and rust. The dense fog churned, and the ground trembled slightly. Lumion saw tall figures emerging from the fog 5 or 6 meters away. These figures were made of black iron, covered in dark red rust, like neglected metal puppets. Some lacked arms, others had disjointed bodies, and some had gaping holes in their chests. They staggered towards Lumion, wielding giant swords that gleamed coldly. Lumion chuckled. Who dug you out of the trash heap? Recycling, huh? Before he finished speaking, he disappeared from his spot, reappearing behind one of the iron puppets. His eyes turned iron black, and his right fist ignited with bright white flames, crashing down on the puppet's waist. Suddenly, a bright white flame spear shot from the crack in the wall, hurtling towards Lumion. Lumion couldn't dodge or use spirit world traversal in time. He could only fall to the ground, following the momentum of his right punch. At the same time, he prepared to swap places with his shadow. Bang! His flaming right fist struck the puppet's waist, creating a spiderweb of cracks. Then his fist brushed against the metal surface, pulling his body to the ground, narrowly avoiding the white flame spear, though a lock of his hair caught fire. With a clatter, the white flame spear pierced the puppet and landed 2 meters away, revealing Gusain in his top hat. The Invigilator was the attacker, the second most dangerous person in Morora. Creak, creak, the puppet took a step forward out of inertia, then collapsed into a heap of scrap metal. Lumion, lying on the ground, didn't roll away. Since he hadn't gone far from the basement, he teleported to the crack covered in dense fog, moving as far as his vision allowed to escape the fog of war. Once outside, he could either counterattack Gusain or find a chance to escape, both better options than fighting in a preset scenario. Whenever possible, avoid fighting in someone else's setup. As Lumion's figure appeared in the dense fog near the basement crack, he saw a bright white flaming metal spear rushing towards his heart as if waiting for him to come. Besides Gusain, there was another ambusher. Gusain's attack seemed to lure Lumion to teleport towards the exit, stepping into a trap. At this moment, Lumion, in Morora, far from Franca and Jenna, couldn't use their mirror substitution. He could only swap places with his shadow in a flash of light. The bright white flaming spear pierced Lumion's chest, setting him ablaze. But Lumion's figure turned thin and black, dissolving like a shadow in the firelight. The spear-wielding man stepped through the crack into the fog of war. His hair was tinged with blood, his features aggressive, and he wore a black and red jacket. He was Albus Medici. Albus Medici, whom Gusain was supposed to be looking for, was here. Lumion's figure reappeared in another direction, but due to the fog of war, he was still within 6 meters of Albus, Gusain, and the remaining iron puppets. He saw Gusain's forehead glow red, something about to emerge. Albus's hair was covered in red flames, lengthening as it spread. "Traitor," Gusain whispered, sentencing him. He then created several bright white fireballs, hurling them at Lumion to cover every corner. He seemed unafraid of affecting himself or Albus, though they were only 5 or 6 meters apart, and the fireballs could flatten the carnivore bar. Hearing Gusain's words and seeing Albus's stance, Lumion understood why he was attacked. He had overlooked the Iron and Blood Cross Order. This secret organization, primarily following the Hunter path, was also searching for 0 to 1. Over the years, someone had likely infiltrated Morora. One of them was Gusain. With the core members of the Iron and Blood Cross Order's strange connection to 4th Epoch Trier, they could maintain some self-awareness in Morora. Using 0 to 1 to sense the approaching enforcement team made sense, fitting Gusain's behavior. Now, it seemed Albus Medici was still cooperating with the Elron and Blood Cross Order, using the secret organization. Lumion's attempt to use Gusain's power to find Albus had been turned into a trap. Seeing the incoming bright white fireballs and Albus blocking the exit, Lumion didn't hesitate. His sleeve flashed, and he disappeared again. This time, he left behind a makeup mirror. The mirror fell through the dense fog, cracking as it hit the ground. Rumble. Gusain's fireballs exploded, only affecting a 6-meter range, unable to disperse the dense fog of war, confined to a small area. The mirror shattered into countless pieces, some turning to dust, others melting and reforming. Albus, feeling the impact and heat, muttered in confusion, using the mirror world. Behind the dark void of the mirror, Lumion used the mirror cufflink again, quickly looking forward and finding the fog of war hadn't invaded the dark, web-like tunnels. Indeed, in Morora, the mirror world is special. Lumion dared to trust Gusain and enter the fog of war for the test because he had the mirror cufflink. Of course, with items like the Sword of Courage, he wasn't without fighting strength, but he didn't want to risk it in an enemy's prepared battlefield without knowing Albus's full capabilities. Lumion chose a mirror mark in Morora and used Spirit World Traversal to leave. As he vanished, the dark void behind the mirror silently collapsed with its shattering. Lumion's destination was Julie's room mirror. Upon arrival, he looked through the glass, finding Julie, the demoness, nowhere to be seen, not even asleep in bed. Lumion's lips curled into a smile. Chapter 808, Return. 808 Return. Not far from the abandoned neighborhood, Albus Medici, who had parted ways with Gusane, walked along the shadows by the roadside toward the cemetery. Suddenly, he stopped, as if sensing an undercurrent in the nearby darkness. Albus chuckled, and a dense fog immediately surged out, covering his figure and half the street. After several seconds, the fog gradually dispersed, but Albus was no longer there. He had vanished. From the shadow that had just been enveloped by the fog, Julie, with her hair tied up and wearing a slit dress, emerged, staring at the spot where Albus had stood for several seconds. A golden ring with a blue gemstone adorned her left middle finger. Julie looked away, her expression somewhat grim, and headed toward the few blocks where the exiles gathered. Some time later, in the deep darkness of the night, the sharp, painful screams of a man echoed from a room. Lumion returned to the full-length mirror in his room and stepped out, lying down on the bed. After discovering that Julie had quietly left the carnivore bar, he knew the demoness had been secretly following him and Gusane. This was one of his intended outcomes. Otherwise, he wouldn't have discussed searching for Albus Medici and accepting the corresponding test with Gusane at the bar. He had done it to ensure that Julie, temporarily acting as a bartender, would hear it. Although he and Gusane had lowered their voices, the demoness was close enough to catch the crucial information with her enhanced hearing. Of course, Lumion hadn't initially considered Julie as a contingency plan, because Gusane had witnessed the demoness castrate Vijpen and had clearly noticed her beauty and charm when she became a bartender. In such a situation, Gusane would likely guess Julie's identity as a demoness and remain cautious, knowing she might have overheard their conversation. Lumion's primary goal was to gauge the progress of the demoness sect regarding 0 to 1 based on Julie's reaction. If the demoness sect, through the long-term investigation of Celeste and other demonesses, had completed preparations and was only waiting for the final opportunity to act, Julie would avoid creating extra trouble and patiently maintain the status quo. In that case, Lumion would have to closely monitor Julie and Celeste to prevent them from taking the lead. If the demoness sect wasn't confident and still lacked information, Julie would likely use this opportunity to gather more intelligence from Gusane and the rebels connected to him, making her actions more comprehensive. Lumion wouldn't need to be as urgent and could allocate time and effort to other investigations. In this regard, he had perfectly achieved his goal. Now, Lumion was more curious about Julie's reaction after discovering Albus Medici while following him and Gusane. What would she try to do? Will she attempt an assassination on the spot, wait patiently to challenge Albus alone after he and Gusane part ways, or go find Celeste to discuss it first? It's a pity I don't know where they'll encounter each other, so I can't observe the battle and see what cards they hold. If I'm lucky, I might even eliminate them both if they end up badly injured. Lumion sighed regretfully on the bed. After a while, he sensed some movement from Julie's room. The demoness had returned. Lumion sniffed the air and detected a faint smell of blood. He chuckled inwardly and mocked Albus, "Did you lose your prized possession? I wonder if you can regrow it as an iron-blooded knight." There wasn't much commotion in Morora just now, not like there was a fierce battle. So, did Julie fail to locate Albus and vent her frustration on some random guy? Lumion waited patiently, ensuring the city of exiles, Morora, fell into a deep slumber, then transformed into a shadow creature and blended into the darkness of the room. He moved swiftly, returning to the abandoned neighborhood with the volcano, and arrived at the crack in the basement, once again gazing into the void filled with dense fog. He felt it was necessary to investigate this area thoroughly to better understand some details in the 0 to 1 ceiling information and gain further insight into the underground mausoleum. Neither Gusane nor Albus would expect him to return here, especially after the possibility of facing Julie's attack. The fog isn't as dense as before. The visibility range is about 13 or 14 meters. Was it Albus and Gusane enhancing the fog of war with their abilities or items earlier? Lumion observed the fog for a few seconds, making a preliminary judgment. He then conjured a bright white fireball for illumination and slowly walked into the fog of war. The fog felt similar to before, with no other changes. Lumion dripped a few drops of perfume on the ground, every so often to mark his path for the return journey. He was heading to the area, marked with statues on the map Gusain had shown. In the dead silence, only the faint sound of footsteps echoed in the fog as Lumion discerned the terrain, passing several iron puppets hidden in the fog. Finally, relying on his hunter abilities and the memorized map, he reached his destination. There, against the rock wall, stood 4 statues made of gray-white stone, each over 2 meters tall. These statues faced each other in pairs, their faces blurred, dressed in peculiar clothing, with square scarves wrapped around their heads. In the middle of the statues stood a half-height stone platform with an unlit oil lamp on it. Who made these statues? They weren't originally here. According to the 0 to 1 ceiling information, this place isn't part of the underground mausoleum, it's just normal underground. After the volcanic eruption, some of the mausoleum's power leaked out, and someone built these 4 statues and placed the oil lamp here. What's the purpose? Lumion mused silently, staring at the bright white fireball. Judging by the style of the statues and the overall arrangement, he doubted the Church of Knowledge had set them up to reinforce the seal. It was more likely the work of the Iron and Blood Cross Order, which explained Gusain's familiarity with the area. Meanwhile, Lumion felt the call from underground growing stronger. It seemed to be just behind the rock wall, waiting for him to approach. Lumion took a deep breath, suppressing his inner urge. He circled the statues and the oil lamp on the stone platform several times, finding nothing unusual. Lumion pondered for a moment and had 2 ideas. One was to light the oil lamp and see what happened. The other was to take this opportunity to destroy something and trigger a possible change. Lighting the oil lamp is too risky. It's not necessary yet. Lumion decided on the second idea after some thought. Destruction is always easier than construction. And if something went wrong, leaving a mess behind would be more meaningful than keeping the place intact. Lumion conjured a bright white fireball, placing it at the base of one of the statues, setting it to explode with a delay. After setting up 5 time bombs, Lumion moved about 10 meters away, hiding in the dense fog, and snapped his fingers. Rumble! The 4 statues and the stone platform simultaneously underwent a violent explosion, cracking from the base and collapsing into piles of rubble. The explosion dissipated some of the dense fog, allowing Lumion to see the statues and the platform. No anomalies or dangers appeared. Good. Now, let's see if Gusain or Albus notice the commotion and come to check it out. I'll be hiding here, ready to strike a fatal blow. Lumion grew more puzzled about the statues and the platform, planning to set a simple trap for Gusain that might be overlooked due to its subtlety. If the statues and the platform were crucial, Gusain would rush to confirm the situation, instinctively thinking the destroyer had already escaped to avoid an ambush. Just as Lumion was about to retreat further into the fog, he noticed the 5 piles of rubble starting to wriggle. They collided and quickly reformed, rising back into their original statue and platform shapes. Identical to before. Lumion's eyes froze. The stone statues and the platform can restore themselves. No wonder the Iron and Blood Cross Order didn't station guards here. They aren't afraid of these things being destroyed. Lumion quickly recovered and tried a new approach. This time, after blowing up the statues and the platform, he used his traveler's bag to collect some of the rubble, waiting a few meters away. The stone statues and the platform restored themselves again, drawing materials from the earth, while the rubble in Lumion's pouch became ordinary stones. Lumion temporarily gave up on destruction, emptied the pouch of rubble, and returned to the statues, picking up the oil lamp with the glass cover. Inside the lamp was a semi-solid, semi-liquid yellowish grease, with a wick seemingly woven from black hair. The more Lumion looked at it, the more familiar it seemed. He began to recall the source of this familiarity. After over 10 seconds, he suddenly reached into his traveler's bag and took out an item. It was a pale yellowish-red semi-solid substance in a transparent glass bottle, with a thick black wick on top. Corpse wax candle. A candle made from the corpse oils of an iron-blooded knight and a demoness of despair mixed with other substances. The oil lamp on the stone platform resembled it somewhat. Lumion muttered to himself. Magician said that fourth epic trier and a place in Banzi Harbor were the best scenes for the corpse wax candle. What about the underground mausoleum in Morora, which is very similar to fourth epic trier? Chapter 809, Additive. 809 Additive. In the dense fog, Lumion stared at the oil lamp, feeling an urge to light it and see what would happen. Eventually, he controlled himself and refrained from taking the risk. With everything still in a state of chaos and uncertainty, Lumion believed that making any high-risk decisions would be unwise. He also had no intention of taking the oil lamp to trade with Albus Medici for the head of the abscessed hand. Since the Iron and Blood Cross Order placed the oil lamp here without guarding it, they probably weren't worried about losing it or had many similar lamps. Based on his observations, Lumion deduced that the pale yellow grease in the lamp likely didn't come from iron-blooded knights and demonesses of despair. It was different from corpse wax candles and seemed to be a mixture of mid-sequence hunters and demonesses. Though it's less effective than a corpse wax candle, it should still work in the underground of Morora, which is similar to fourth epic trier. Lumion reached into his traveler's bag. Just because he couldn't light it or take it didn't mean he couldn't do anything. He planned to add something extra to the oil lamp, ensuring the Iron and Blood Cross Order would face unforeseen complications during their rituals. Lumion took out some old blood powder from the demon Warlock, ice lemon fish fillets, a berserk agent from the Nightstalkers, and another bark agent from the same source. He placed them on the half-height stone platform, mixed a bit of each into a brown lump the size of a human finger joint. "What do you call this? A cocktail?" Lumion chuckled, putting all the materials back into his traveler's bag. He then took out Mr. K's finger, sliced off some flesh, and wrapped it around the brown lump. This was a precaution against the Iron and Blood Cross Order's inspection hunters from the Order would undoubtedly check the oil lamp for any issues before use, as it wasn't always under their strict watch. In Morora, Lumion didn't worry that using Mr. K's finger this way would be detected. Looking at the blood-stained lump, Lumion reluctantly scooped a bit of the semi-solid, yellowish-red substance from his corpse wax candle and smeared it on the lump. A double disguise, combined with a higher sequence, godhood-possessing item, should fool the hunter's noses and eyes. Once the lump was coated with the yellowish-red substance, Lumion examined the candle, reassuring himself, just a little bit, it shouldn't affect the number of uses. After putting away the corpse wax candle, Lumion picked up the oil lamp, removed the wick made of woven black hair, and carefully submerged the yellowish-red lump into the semi-solid grease, ensuring it stayed in the desired position. Seeing the lump's yellowish-red color blend with the surrounding grease, leaving only faint traces hidden inside, Lumion breathed in relief and slowly inserted the wick back into the semi-solid grease. After several adjustments, the wick's position and condition finally met Lumion's requirements. He could already imagine the scene. The oil lamp would initially burn normally, with the corpse wax having perhaps a hint of godhood, enhancing the ritual's effect and immersing the Iron and Blood Cross Order members in the sensory experience. This would last for 20 or 30 seconds, after which the corpse wax part would burn. This would bring an intense pack-like experience, potentially fatal for some Order members with weaker wills. Of course, this might also benefit some members, causing positive mutations, but the corpse wax portion was minimal, and the burn would soon reach the random materials wrapped in Mr. K's flesh. Lumion wasn't sure what the impact would be, but he was confident it would worsen the situation. "Just suck on this one, it hits strong." Lumion recalled how South Continent people described East Balem cigarettes, smiling as he addressed the imaginary Order members. Then, he cleaned up the traces on the oil lamp and tidied the scattered rubble. Following the faint scent of various perfumes, Lumion found his way back to the basement crack through the dense fog, leaving the area slowly. He transformed into a shadow creature, silently returned to the carnivore bar, and pretended to sleep to avoid an ambush by Albus Medici, Gusane, and others. At 6 a.m, Lumion felt refreshed. He rolled out of bed, stretched his neck, and laughed softly. "Didn't come, Albus and the others didn't come, neither did Wanak. Do they think I have teleportation abilities, making it hard to kill me outside a special battlefield or without special items? Heh, you're too hesitant, too cautious. Now I have shadows again, no longer afraid of sunlight, and can block another fatal attack. Lumion drew the curtains, gazing at the brightening dawn, his eyes falling on the books from the Church of Knowledge on his desk. He instinctively felt a headache, frowning. He resisted reading and learning, struggling with an indescribable inner turmoil. If there were only a few books, Lumion would be highly motivated, reading diligently and focusing intently. But knowing there were 3 whole shelves of books and thousands of scrolls left him feeling defeated, unwilling to start. After several seconds, Lumion rubbed his temples, sighed, and muttered to himself. Well, since 0 to 1 was sealed by the Church of Knowledge, I should respect knowledge. There's nothing else to do now, just waiting for Albus and Julie to take further action, hoping to seize an opportunity and direction. Lumion sat down, leaning back in his chair, placing his feet on the edge of the desk, reading the books specified by Harroburg in a comfortable but precarious position. He had read the first 2 or 3 chapters before and found nothing noteworthy, but this time he planned to study in depth. As he read, Lumion's expression gradually changed. He became engrossed in the reading, almost forgetting the time until Les knocked on the door, telling him breakfast was ready. Okay, Lumion nodded, setting down the book without any visible changes and heading out of the room. Almost at the door, he saw Les turning towards the stairs and half turned back, glancing at the books on the desk with a puzzled expression. These books indeed contained important knowledge. He was currently reading one thoroughly and had skimmed through the others, already finding similarities with the details in the 0 to 1 sealing information, along with more detailed explanations. If I read through the 3 bookshelves and passed the exam, I might find a way to approach 0 to 1 through the overall sealing operation, and use the sealing principles to protect myself when touching the artifact. Knowledge is power, knowledge is wealth, knowledge holds all the answers. Lumion withdrew his gaze, his eyes flashing with thoughts as he entered the hallway and turned towards the stairs. The problem now was that this kind of knowledge brought noticeable corruption, just like the 0 to 1 sealing information. Lumion worried that the more he learned, the closer he got to 0 to 1, the more likely he would become its puppet. Also, if I focus too much on reading these books, Albus, Julie, Gusane, and Wanek might get suspicious and also borrow a few books from the Church of Knowledge. Then I would lose my advantage. I need to wander aimlessly every day, set traps for them, outsmart them, and make it seem like I'm just reading out of boredom. Lumion's smile gradually widened. He finished the flight of stairs and glanced at Julie sitting on a bar stool at the counter. The demoness wore a white shirt and black skirt, looking quite demure, but she swayed her waist gently, making the stool spin. She glanced back at Lumion and continued talking to Les. I only think about finding what I lost from other men when I'm in a terrible mood. Normally, I just feel jealous and resentful, wondering why I lost it and they still have it. And your cooking has conquered me. I acknowledge your right to keep that thing. As long as you don't come to me when I'm in a bad mood, I won't do anything to you. Is that why you demonesses like turning lovers into witches? Lumion sat beside Julie, smiling at Les. What are you guys talking about? Les licked his lips and replied. She asked if I was curious about the taste of demoness meat and cut a small piece for me. Grilled, it was delicious, rich in fat and very chewy. Then we got to the topic we were discussing. Lumion glanced at Julie and noticed the bandage marks on her left shoulder, with some bloodstains on her shirt. She really cut it. One daring to cut and the other daring to cook. Your mental states and inner worlds are beyond me. Lumion snorted and directly asked Julie, "What are you up to?" Julie smiled, showing 2 shallow dimples. "I want to learn cooking from Les." Her face was full of longing and expectation. "To cook for Celeste, you demonesses." Lumion shook his head and focused on his breakfast. Trier, Quartier de la Cathédrale commémorative, apartment 702, 9 Rue Orsay. Franca received a reply from Madame Judgment. The letter began. Mr. Starr agrees to provide potion formulas and Beyonder ingredients in stages for Amandina's matter, but he doesn't need money or resources. He only hopes you can help with some matters. Me, what can I help Mr. Star with? Franca pondered deeply. Chapter 810, Learning is my hobby. 810, Learning is my hobby. Thinking that if it were truly dangerous and beyond her ability to help, Madame Judgment would surely protect her, Franca pulled out a sheet of pure white paper and began her reply. Dear Madame Judgment, if Mr. Star's requests are within reason, I have no problem with them. After writing this, Franca read the rest of Madame Judgment's letter. The demoness of Black's description and speculation about the primordial demoness are a common view within the demoness sect. However, if it were that simple, things wouldn't be this complicated. Many high-ranking witches believe the mirror world is vital for the demoness pathway. This isn't entirely inaccurate, but as a collective concept of doors, the mirror world seems incapable of bearing such importance. These are things we need to understand further. Two of Cups, I know this may be harsh, but you still need to continue infiltrating the demoness sect for a while. You are currently our highest-ranked member within the sect. Due to the peculiarities of the demoness pathway, we cannot actively cultivate male assassins, and the existing demoness sect members are mentally twisted, longing to approach the primordial one. We can only passively wait and find people like you who inadvertently enter the assassin pathway. Suddenly feeling a heavy sense of responsibility, Franca muttered to herself, sighed, and continued writing her reply. She wasn't too disappointed, still hoping to obtain the main ingredients for the demoness of despair within the sect, provided she found a way to bypass the cruel requirements of the advancement ritual. After sending her reply, Franca leaned back in her chair, gazing idly out the window at the night sky. Suddenly, the area in front of her grew extremely dark, and a silver skull emerged from the void, holding a letter in its mouth. Another letter? What's going on? Franca took it, thanked the messenger, and watched it leave before opening the letter, inhaling its subtle, enduring fragrance. Dear Muggle, do you remember the previous invitation? We're having an offline gathering in Trier this Saturday at 10 p.m. Are you still interested in attending? If so, please reply promptly, and I'll inform you of the location and participation details. Professor, an offline meeting of the Academy team? Lumien's life is so eventful. I've barely been his proxy for a few days, and I'm already swamped with tasks, one after another. Should he be called Seven? Even Seven needs sleep, he doesn't. Franca couldn't help but lampoon. She had already noticed that wherever Lumien went, hidden catastrophes erupted one after another. But since she hadn't been directly involved in most of them, the impact hadn't been as apparent. Now, as his liaison, she felt it keenly. After a while, Franca sighed. She'd have to use the ice amulet to contact Lumien again. Since obtaining it from the demoness of Black, she hadn't used it for investigating the mirror people, spending it all on Lumien-related matters. She needed to ask Lumien if he wanted to attend the offline gathering of the Academy team, which might include members of the Moses Ascetic Order. If he did, he'd need to designate a substitute and try to send out the lie earrings. Franca quickly wrote a letter regarding the matter, wrapping a copper coin, some wraith dust, and her rarely used Beatrice's necklace in the paper. She had noticed that after passing through the seal of Morora, Lumien's letters lost their physical form, leaving only pure information. So, she planned to experiment, seeing if ordinary items, highly spiritual items, and Beyonder items could all pass through the seal and in what state they would exist. The experiment's results would determine if the lie earrings could be sent out. If it weren't for the fact that each mystical item was precious and useful, Franca would have included items containing Beyonder characteristics in this experiment. After preparing the small package, Franca walked to the full-length mirror in the living room, putting on the ice amulet. As it flashed with crystalline cold light, Franca pressed the package into the glass surface. Late at night in Morora, on the second floor of the carnivore bar, Lumien sat under a glowing white fireball, focused on reading examples of underground mausoleum construction. Suddenly, he looked up, his eyes bloodshot, and glanced at the mirror in the room. The mirror's surface had turned dark, with ripples moving within it. Lumien reluctantly set down his book, approached the mirror, and placed his right hand on it. He saw incision words appearing on the mirror's surface, line after line, densely packed. Professor's invitation, Academy team's offline gathering, experiment with transferring items. Lumien's thoughts raced. Taking advantage of the ice amulet's active effect, he reached into the mirror and pulled out an item. It was a diamond necklace. Beatrice's necklace. The copper coin and wraith, just mentioned in Franca's letter, were gone. Lumien looked back at the mirror, seeing an image of the coin and wraith dust around the densely packed words, with a ghostly presence. As the ice amulet's power waned and the words faded, the items gradually disappeared. Only pure information and items with Beyonder power can pass through that special mirror world, through the seal, and reach here. Items with godhood shouldn't work either, only something made within Morora. Lumien played with Beatrice's necklace, using the ice amulet's remaining power to send Franca 2 words. Necklace, okay. The aqueous glow within the mirror quickly receded, and the dark glass returned to normal. Soon, the mirror showed another anomaly. This time, Franca sent the ice amulet through. This helped Lumien conserve the use of the mirror, cuffling only 2 uses left. Holding the icy talisman, Lumien began writing his reply. He detailed the experiment results and his observations on the item transfer process, then instructed Franca to attend the Academy team's offline gathering in Trier as Muggle on his behalf. After folding the letter and enclosing the lie earrings and ice amulet, Lumien activated the latter, pressing the package into the glass mirror, sending it to Franca's apartment mirror. Franca received the items, read Lumien's letter carefully, and murmured to herself, both expectant and anxious. Do I really have to pretend to be Muggle? Sigh, the LCE amulet can only transmit information 9 more times. Meanwhile, Lumien returned to his desk and resumed reading examples of underground mausoleum construction. He was reluctant to rest. The more he read, the more compelling the books became. Of course, Lumien knew this was a sign of slight corruption. Just then, he heard a loud explosion. It came from a few blocks away. Explosion, Lumien used his ascetic endurance to break free from the compulsion, extinguished the fireball, and moved to the window to observe outside. The explosions continued, with brilliant flames illuminating the streets hundreds of meters away. It was on the route from the carnivore bar to the Church of Knowledge. Lumien saw Julie jump out of her room, landing lightly like a feather, then blending into the shadows, disappearing. Hunters causing explosions and fires. Lumien rubbed his temples, looking reluctant. He grumbled to himself, I really don't want to get involved in your schemes and fights. I just want to study peacefully. Since discovering the important knowledge in the books specified by Harroburg, he had become increasingly focused, spending all his time reading except when acting outside. If not for the risk of exposing the book's importance, he would have used his special abilities to study all night. The more seriously he studied, the less he wanted to do anything else, often relying on sheer willpower and even his ascetic abilities to break free from that mental state. After a moment, Lumien's expression calmed, and he muttered to himself, when I find the opportunity to eliminate you all, I can finally study in peace. Suppressing his abnormal emotions, Lumien transformed into a shadow creature, slipping into the darkness between buildings and heading toward the explosion site. Soon, he reached the destination and saw a half-collapsed building, Dad's Agricultural Company. Wanek's Dad's Agricultural Company, someone attacked Wanek. Lumien snapped out of his study-induced haze, his mind suddenly alert. He saw 2 giant figures emerge from the building. They were 3 to 4 meters tall, with iron-like skin and blue paint depicting clothing, each holding a giant broadsword. Iron soldiers, giant iron soldiers. Lumien immediately recalled the iron soldiers he had seen deep in the Sauron family's Red Swan Castle crypt. The next moment, one of the iron soldiers smashed through the collapsed wall and fixed its cold gaze on the shadow Lumien was hiding in. It charged at Lumien, raising its giant broadsword. Chapter 811, Combination. 811 Combination. Discovered, how did it find me? I'm currently a real shadow creature. Lumien wondered as he emerged from the shadows. He instantly teleported to the side of the iron soldier. The Iron Soldier ran past him, realizing too late that its target had moved. It had to slow down forcefully, half-turning to sweep its giant sword. Lumion, well-prepared, leaped high into the air. His fist, blazing with white-hot flames, struck the Iron Soldier's neck. Clang! The sound echoed like a church bell. The tall, heavy, and hard Iron Soldier was pushed back a step. A fist-sized dent appeared on its metal-covered neck, surrounded by spiderweb-like cracks. Lumion's strike was purely a cull, without probing for weaknesses. He didn't need to. Having thoroughly studied doll crafting and maintenance, he knew exactly where the weak points of such Iron Soldiers were. Of course, he had also observed beforehand to confirm that this Iron Soldier was of the regular type and hadn't been modified. The Iron Soldier, enraged by the cull attack, swung its giant sword in a storm of slashes, cutting and chopping within a 5 to 6 meter radius. Lumion teleported several meters away, watched the Iron Soldier, and raised his right palm, still with one hand in his pocket. One after another, white-hot fireballs formed and flew towards the Iron Soldier. The dark red glow in the Iron Soldier's eyes brightened as it locked onto Lumion and charged at him. Rumble! It cleaved through the fireballs in its path, enduring the rest as it advanced through the smoke and flames. Almost simultaneously, Lumion vanished from its sight again. Lumion reappeared on the soldier's shoulder, half-crouched, and delivered a powerful punch to the previous dent. Whoosh, white-hot flames erupted from his fist. Clang! The sound was like a hammer striking a large bell. Lumion's figure quickly faded, dodging the Iron Soldier's left hand as it released its giant sword to grab him. A moment later, the dent in the Iron Soldier's neck shattered completely. The cracks spread rapidly to its head and body. The Iron Soldier staggered forward, its metal fragments falling piece by piece, like an iron rain. Lumion's figure swiftly outlined not far away. He scoffed and said, "Didn't you learn from the last time? Making the same mistake again. Oh, I forgot, you don't have a brain." As Lumion finished speaking, the struggling Iron Soldier collapsed into a pile of metal debris. Lumion then turned his attention to the other side of the Dad's agricultural company. The remaining Iron Soldier was silently burning with pitch-black flames, moving slower and accumulating more rust. Clang! It fell to the ground, motionless, losing its oppressive aura. Julie, wearing a cotton nightgown with a hint of spring, stood leisurely beside it. She watched as the Iron Soldier quickly shrank back to the size of a children's toy. The metal fragments near Lumion were also shrinking, soon reduced to mere scraps. Julie looked at him, smiling gracefully. "Boss, you're even more impressive than I imagined." "Compliment me all you want, but why stare at my crotch?" Lumion scoffed. "You're not bad yourself." Julie blinked and said, "But why don't you look at me when you speak?" "Because you don't have anything down there," Lumion replied, ignoring Julie and heading towards the Dad's agricultural company. Julie's expression turned dark, her face flickering in the firelight. After a few seconds, she muttered through gritted teeth, "Soon you won't have anything either." By then, Lumion had reached the half-collapsed building and started inspecting the battle traces. Explosions, high temperatures, fire, attacks directly hitting key structures. Definitely a battle between hunters. Multiple injuries, more than one, but all blood traces burnt to scorches. Lumion quickly circled the explosion site, discovering several corpses. Some were ordinary, like night shift employees caught in the blast, suffocated by smoke, burned by flames, or crushed by debris. Others were mangled, reduced to chunks of flesh, or dismembered as if violently torn apart. Lumion noticed one corpse with a somewhat intact head, a faint red mark on its forehead, with something wriggling under the skin, trying to emerge. I've seen a similar mark on Gyusion's forehead. So, the Iron and Blood Cross Order is indeed trying to assassinate Wanak. With Albus Medici joining them, they've grown bold enough to eliminate potential rivals and disruptors. But it seems they failed. Wanak is formidable, facing an Iron and Blood Cross Order assault, possibly with Albus and Gyusion present, yet still managing to counterattack and escape. The Iron and Blood Cross Order is really cooperating with Albus Medici. Do they truly believe this Medici descendant? Does Gyusion not know what the Medici name represents? Whom they know but intend to use Albus Medici, a collaboration full of mutual conspiracies. As these thoughts raced through Lumien's mind, Julie approached and stopped beside him. "Have you figured anything out?" Julie asked. Lumien chuckled. "Shouldn't I be asking you that? You demonesses are good at divination, unlike me." Julie's expression had returned to normal, her eyes bright as she said, "I tried, but got nothing. Some of them might be carrying items with high rank." Before Lumien could respond, she glanced at her boss and said, "It seems that the Albus you're wary of has formed an alliance with Gusion's group." Lumien nodded, then added, "They're probably trying to eliminate Wanak. Next, they'll try to eliminate me, you, and all the hunters and demonesses in Morora," Julie said with a slight smile. "Boss, I know you don't trust me, and I can't trust you either, unless all that's left is a schlong. But against the threat of Albus and Gusion, can we temporarily cooperate? You, a demoness who doesn't like to study and only knows how to do twisted things, wanting to cooperate with me? I just want to study quietly and diligently." Lumien criticized, then chuckled and said, "Sure." His goal was the information accumulated by the demoness sect and their preparations. Cooperation would make it easier to access them. Julie was about to say more when she suddenly saw a group of black-robed enforcers running over from the direction of the Knowledge Cathedral. Her eyes flickered and she said to Lumien, "I have to leave now. Let's talk tomorrow morning." Lumien glanced at the leading enforcer and noticed it wasn't Celeste. He replied thoughtfully, "All right." Julie immediately stepped into the nearby shadows and vanished from his sight. Lumien stared at the corpses in the ruins for a few seconds before turning and leaving Dad's agricultural company, heading into the nearest alley. In the darkness, he walked at a steady pace, pondering a troubling question. Aren't there too many Iron and Blood Cross Order members infiltrating Morora? Just to deal with Wanak, 4 or 5 have already died. It's not just about whether they could infiltrate so many members, or if the Church of Knowledge is being too lenient, but no secret organization would want to suffer such heavy losses among its members. Morora is the place where 0 to 1 is sealed. Every Beyonder sent here must be prepared for a high likelihood of sacrifice. The Demoness sect only sent one sequence 5 Beyonder at a time. Unless the previous Demoness lost contact and no longer responded, they wouldn't send another. Does the Iron and Blood Cross Order really not care about mid to low-level Beyonders, treating them as cannon fodder? For a war, that's not too strange, but a sensible commander would only sacrifice soldiers at critical moments, not let them die on the way. Or has Gusion developed a large number of new hunters in Morora? Lumien suddenly thought of Gusion, the bloody mark on that corpse's forehead, the stone statue, and the oil lamp in the depths of the underground fog. Or are the true Iron and Blood Cross Order members only Gusion and a few others, while the rest are mass-produced through a special secret ritual? As he pondered this, Lumien smiled. If that's true, when Gusion and the others hold their next ritual to create soldiers, something very interesting might happen. The oil lamp I tampered with should bring about a different outcome. I wonder what kind of soldiers will appear. Lumien's pace quickened, and soon he returned to the carnivore bar. He sat at his desk, forming a white-hot fireball to serve as a gas lamp. He wanted to finish reading examples of mausoleum construction, so he could take the exam at the Knowledge Cathedral tomorrow morning and borrow more books. "Don't let anything interrupt my studying again," Lumien muttered as he buried himself in his reading. Amidst the occasional sound of flipping pages, he suddenly turned his head, his sharp gaze focusing on the mirror in the room. The surface of the mirror rippled, revealing a figure with iron-black eyes, bright red hair, and a chiseled face. Wanak, the same Wanak who was attacked earlier. Lumien narrowed his eyes slightly, waiting for the figure to speak. The figure of Wanak swayed lightly, as if affected by water waves. He asked in a deep voice, "Do you want to kill Gusion and Albus Medici?" Chapter 812, Strange Test Script. 812 Strange Test Script. Hearing Wanak's question, Lumien, who was already a bit irritated from having his study interrupted, laughed out loud. "Can you find them?" "No," Wanak admitted frankly. Unlike Lumien and Wanak, who had fixed residences, Gusion and Medici moved around in secrecy, making it hard to pinpoint their exact locations. Wanak continued, but I can use myself as bait to lure them out. Lure them out? What kind of hunter path is this? It sounds more like the path of a fishing master. Lumion mocked both Wanak and himself internally, gradually calming down. He looked at the man with iron-black eyes, chiseled face, and suspected 0-1 corruption who had tried to kill him at their first meeting, and sneered. Bait, if you dare to wander the streets of Morora, Albus and Gusion would likely think it's a trap and not make a move. Of course, they might send someone to test if you're bluffing, but that won't help you ambush them. Wanak's eyes remained sharp as he replied in a metallic tone, I won't treat them as fools. I'll leave some traces, give them clues, let them find my hiding place on their own. They must act within these few days. They can't wait for me to recover, or it'll be a headache for them. Lumion, using a hunter's tone, laughed. Confident, aren't you? Why not wait until you're fully healed to seek revenge one by one? Why take the risk now and set traps, even choosing to cooperate with me? In 5 days, if they don't find me, those 2 rats will scurry back into the sewers and hide. I can kill any one of them, but finding them is still difficult, Wanak said, his tone full of murderous intent. Lumion didn't ask more questions, pondering a few things. This most dangerous figure in Morora, who seemed to have submitted to 0-1 and gained boons along with the corruption, has the power of a pseudo-demigod. Does his current attitude imply 0-1 dislikes Red Angel Medici and the Iron and Blood Cross Order? Or does 0-1 resist anyone trying to control it, as evidenced by Wanak's initial hostility towards me? But under current circumstances, he wants to target Albus and Gusion first and is willing to temporarily cooperate with the weaker side. Wanak has pseudo-demigod strength and is in his home turf of Morora, yet he was severely wounded by Albus, Gusion, and a few Iron and Blood Cross Order members, forcing him to flee. Albus is indeed not simple, and Gusion must be formidable too. It was right not to go all out and ambush them earlier. 0-1 has some connection to that special mirror world, allowing Wanak to traverse through mirrors. Lumion looked at Wanak, who was patiently waiting for his answer, and smiled. Why me? Since arriving in Morora, he hadn't gone all out or used any powerful items. We're the same kind of people, Wanak said, his iron-black eyes cold. And I can clearly sense you're not simple. Of course, I'm not simple, with so much corruption and so many things mixed together. Simple would be strange. Lumion raised his right hand, rubbing his chin, and asked, Aren't you worried I'll take this chance to eliminate you, Albus, and Gusion together? You should always be wary of others. You don't have the capability, Wanak stated bluntly. And in Morora, truly killing me isn't easy. Lumion leaned back in his chair, half closing his eyes. After a few seconds, he said, Time and place. The timing is uncertain. It depends on Albus and Gusion's investigation progress. I'll inform you of the approximate time and location in advance, Wanak, his sharp, chiseled face showing a rare smile, said. Lumion opened his eyes and sat up straight. With your strength, you were severely wounded by them. What special abilities did they show in battle? Not severely wounded, just nearly, Wanak emphasized. That Albus has special powers or items that can create war fog, a high-rank hunter ability. Gusion, besides being a powerful hunter, has some demon-esque pathway abilities and can utilize the mirror world to some extent. Lumion listened intently, his smile gradually widening. Pleasure working with you. Wanak nodded slightly, his figure gradually fading in the rippling mirror. Lumion sat quietly in his chair, muttering to himself, Is this a trap? Wanak, Albus, and Gusion are using people as pawns in a drama to ambush me. Or is Wanak using this chance to eliminate Albus, Gusion, and me together? Lumion thought about many things, until his head hurt. Forget it, I'll think about these conspiracies in a few days. Facing hunters is troublesome. For now, focus on reading. Lumion turned his attention back to examples of mausoleum construction. After another hour, he closed the book, satisfied. After nearly a week of effort, he had finally finished the first batch of books specified by Harroburg, and could take the exam at the Knowledge Cathedral tomorrow. Lumion lay back on his bed and fell asleep. In a hazy state, he saw an army. The soldiers were clad in iron-black armor, marching across a reddish plain, with something drifting in the distance. Sensing Lumien's gaze, they turned their heads simultaneously, their eyes piercing. Lumien saw their faces. Under the iron-black helmets, their skin was pale and shriveled, like all moisture and flesh had been drained, tightly clinging to their skulls. Dark red flames burned in their eye sockets. Mummies! An army of undead. As this realization dawned on Lumien, immense fear surged from his heart, urging him to submit to some unknown entity. He struggled against this feeling, finally waking up. He opened his eyes to find it was just a dream. Outside, the sky was dim, with no sign of dawn. Too much knowledge about 0 to 1 might be increasing the corruption. Lumien pondered for a few seconds, then forced himself to sleep a bit more until 6 in the morning. Julie hadn't returned overnight. After breakfast, Lumien packed the books into his traveler's bag and headed straight to the Knowledge Cathedral. Harroburg, in a white robe lined with brass, was explaining things to a group of new exiles. Lumien waited until the new exiles left the cathedral, then smiled and presented the books to Harroburg. "Your Grace, I've finished reading these books." "Adding your grace this time?" Harroburg teased with a smile, taking the books and pointing to the corresponding brass bookshelf. "Go there and pick a paper to do." Prepared for this, Lumien walked to the bookshelf and randomly picked a paper. As he searched for a table and chair, he glanced at the questions on the paper. Suddenly, his gaze froze. The first question was, "Have you had any nightmares recently?" The second question was, "Please describe the content of the nightmare in detail." Is this an exam on knowledge points? Doesn't seem like it. More like those psychological test questions Anthony brought back from the Psychiatrist Guild. Lumien thought, writing his answers on the brass bookshelf's protrusions. He answered the entire paper truthfully. Done, Lumien felt like he was back in Cordu, reporting to his sister that he'd finished his test. "Let me see," Harroburg extended his right hand. After reviewing Lumien's answers from start to finish, he nodded slightly. "You don't need to read all the books on these 3 shelves, just this, and this." Harroburg pointed out 8 books with a smile. "Finish these, and that'll be enough." Don't need to read all 3 shelves, just these 8 books." Lumien was momentarily puzzled, not understanding the basis for Harroburg's judgment. Were the remaining books on those shelves suddenly unimportant? Thinking about the test paper's content, Lumien had some guesses. He thoughtfully responded to Harroburg, "All right, Your Grace." As he placed the books into the traveler's bag, Lumien roughly estimated the time needed. If he focused without any interruptions, he could finish 1 book a day, but that would be suspicious. About 2 weeks, maybe a bit more, but according to Harroburg, finishing these is enough, much better than my initial plan of taking 6 months to read all 3 shelves. Lumien quietly breathed a sigh of relief, feeling much better. He mimicked his sister Aurora and Franca's occasional crazy talk, thinking with a smile. "Albus, Julie, Gusion, and Wanak wait 2 weeks. Once I'm done studying, I'll kill you all." For now, I'll take advantage of Wanak's invitation to find clues from Albus about Hanbro's head. And gather intelligence on the demoness as well. Saturday night, Trier, Quartier de la Cathédrale commémorative. Franca looked at Jenna, who had naturally moved into the guest room after returning from Port Le Sueur, and didn't ask why. Feeling a bit upset, she said, "You don't seem very happy. Is Julian insisting on returning to Trier?" "Yes, he's so stubborn," Jenna sighed deeply. "Actually, so are you and your mother too," Franca muttered internally, saying, "Don't worry, there's still about a month to figure something out." "Yeah," Jenna glanced at Franca, who had changed into a Warlock's cloak. "Are you filling in for Lumien at that mysticism gathering?" "Yes," Franca tossed the silver lie earring into the air and caught it again. Compared to her initial reluctance and anxiety, now she felt more anticipation. "It's quite exciting, isn't it?" Chapter 813, The Abnormality of Warlocks. 813, The Abnormality of Warlocks. Franca walked to the full-length mirror and put the silver lie earring on her left ear. Her skin immediately turned semi-transparent, and tiny meat tendrils seemed to grow beneath it. These meat tendrils squirmed and shifted, gathering together again. In just 20 to 30 seconds, Franca transformed into the appearance Lumion used to disguise as Auror. After adjusting herself a bit, she smoothed down her blonde hair and looked at her reflection, saying, "Auror is really beautiful. Lie is amazing, it can do this much." "You've never used Lie before," Jenna, standing nearby, asked in confusion. She remembered Franca using it more than once. Franca chuckled and explained, "It's been a while, just feeling nostalgic. Plus, after becoming a demoness of pleasure and using Lie to tweak my appearance, I didn't dare do it again. Afraid I'd fall in love with myself and get lost in my own beauty. Now I've just made a slight adjustment to Auror's face, and she looks so beautiful. A natural beauty like her taking the demoness pathway, I can't imagine how stunning she'd become. Lie and the demoness, they're a perfect match, but it's too easy to lose oneself, preferring to live in lies than face the truth." Seeing Franca still able to joke around, Jenna quietly breathed a sigh of relief and nodded with a smile. "For us demonesses, Lie is the most delicious poison." Franca murmured in agreement and turned back to the full-length mirror to adjust her height. Before leaving, she looked at Jenna and thoughtfully asked, "You need a few more good acts to fully digest your witch potion, right?" "Yes, if I rely on similar performances as before, it will take time and repetition," Jenna replied, knowing what Franca was about to say. Just like she often did, Franca was about to impart some digestion experience. With Auror's enhanced beauty, Franca smiled. "I think your acts have overlooked the black magic aspect of a witch. Think about it, isn't black magic an essential part of many witch legends? And many of those legends were likely left by real witches. You could try finding a scoundrel, someone who deserves to be hanged, collect their hair and flesh, and as a witch, predict their doom. Use black magic to torment them daily until they die." Jenna pondered for a moment. "I can give it a shot. But I do hope you becoming a demoness of pleasure would change things." Franca sighed inwardly but maintained her smile, pulled up her hood, walked out the door, and disappeared into the hallway shadows. The scheduled offline gathering was at 6 Rue Belfort on Avenue du Boulevard, a 4-story mansion with a garden located in a luxurious area. Despite its opulence, it was always rented out for 15,000 Veraldor a year, having housed dukes, bankers, and diplomats. Now, it had no long-term tenants and was temporarily rented for a week by the gathering's organizer, Professor. Passing through the garden lit by gas lamps and circling a fountain with statues, Franca reached the mansion's entrance, where a table with a sign-in book was placed. This was the simplest form of identity verification, to prevent some odd trarians from wandering in. Franca recalled Auror's notes, mimicked the handwriting, and signed Muggle with a deliberate slant. It felt like an unseen gaze lingered on the sign-in book for 2 seconds. Silently, the mansion door opened, and Franca stepped inside. She slowed her pace, seriously recalling the mannerisms of Muggle from the curly-haired Baboons Research Society gatherings. Franca, highly professional in her role-playing, had previously used dream divination to retrieve those buried memories. Now, she quickly captured Auror's walking style. She shortened her steps and lightened her waist movements. The mansion's living room was homely, with red and yellow decorations bringing an indescribable warmth. 8 members of the curly-haired Baboons Research Society were disguised as they had been in the Nation of the Evernight to indicate their identities. Some sat in the sofa area, drinking and chatting, while others played darts in a corner. Professor, wearing a black butterfly mask, left the sofa with an orange cocktail in hand and approached Franca. With a faint smile on her lips, she said, "Let's chat first, catch up on recent events, then we can drink, play board games, sing, and play cards. How does that sound?" "Great. If offline gatherings were just for trading items and exchanging mystical knowledge without any entertainment, what's the point?" One reason Franca was willing to attend was that it had been a while since she had fun with her fellow countrymen. Teaching Lumion and Jenna to fully understand certain things was too troublesome. Franca gracefully pulled up a high stool and sat next to Professor, casting a glance at familiar faces like Periodic Table and Isotope, wondering if there were any hidden Moses Ascetic Order members. "Muggle, are you settled in Trier?" The Academy team member with a periodic table painted on his face curiously asked Franca. Franca restrained her overly active side, showing just a bit to match Muggle's usual behavior, smiling as she answered, "For now, yes. But considering Trier's situation, I don't plan to stay long. I might move in a while." She subtly reminded her countrymen that Trier was dangerous, like living on an active volcano that could erupt any time. "Why do you say that?" Professor keenly asked the question Franca hoped for. Franca curved her lips into a smile and pointed to the floor. "I encountered some things in underground Trier that made me think great dangers are brewing below. They could erupt at any time." "Like the mirror people?" Professor asked thoughtfully. Franca nodded gently, "Yes." She didn't say much. It was confidential, and even if she did, others might not believe it without evidence. Professor, Isotope, and others fell silent, pondering something. Associate Professor and others playing darts returned to the sofa area, steering the conversation elsewhere. During the exchange, Franca was more active than Lumion had been, understanding many codes and familiar with many things, not afraid of making mistakes or missing memes. Professor glanced at her, pleased. "It seems you've recovered from the April Fool's incident, back to your usual self, not as silent as before, mostly just observing." Franca suddenly felt she might have messed up. Not that her disguise as Muggle was bad, but rather too good. If Lumion returned, the Academy members would surely wonder why she seemed post-traumatic again. Can't just say she was hurt again, right? Franca's mind raced, quickly finding a reason. "Actually, I haven't fully recovered. Some wounds might never heal, but chatting with everyone just now made me feel like I was back in the past." Professor expressed her understanding. She was about to say more when her face, not covered by the black butterfly mask, suddenly twisted in pain, her eyes bulging as if enduring great agony. She bent over, clutching her head. Franca paused, quickly scanning the others, noticing Associate Professor, Isotope, and Periodic Table with similar reactions. Only 2 non-Warlock members were unaffected. "Oh, I'm a Warlock now too." Franca mimicked their reactions, recalling the pain from her advancement ritual, displaying a headache-like state. After 2 or 3 minutes, Professor straightened up, slowly exhaling. The non-Warlock member codenamed Griffin asked, "What happened to you all?" Then, a realization struck Griffin. The evil god Hidden Sage was injecting knowledge again. Associate Professor in the brown paper bag laughed bitterly. "Yes. In broadcast format, I thought it was one-on-one," Griffin marveled. "Both happen." Periodic Table massaged her head, addressing Franca and the others. "Have you noticed the Hidden Sage has been injecting knowledge more frequently since that terrifying rainstorm?" "Yes," Periodic Table nodded solemnly. Seeing the Warlocks agree, Franca nodded too. She pondered, could this anomaly be related to the Celestial Master? When 4th Epoch Trier's seal was briefly opened, some powers leaked out, making the already insane Hidden Sage even crazier. Franca knew the terrifying rainstorm referred to the time when the Hostile Project briefly opened the 4th Epoch Trier's seal. Chapter 814, Missing 10 Pillars. 814 Missing 10 Pillars. Franca couldn't talk about the Celestial Master at the moment, nor could she ask the professors what knowledge the Hidden Sage had imparted. She could only note this anomaly silently and plan to report it to Madame Judgment later, so the major arcana card holders could determine what was wrong. After a moment of silence, Isotope spoke heavily. "Everyone here understands the pain of being force-fed knowledge by the Hidden Sage. So far, we can barely endure it, but if the frequency increases or the intensity goes up, it won't be long before our brains explode with knowledge, turning us into monsters." Professor sighed slowly. "I agree, we must have a sense of crisis." Periodic Table seemed a bit unstable. "I do feel a sense of crisis, but does it help? Can we unite and kill the Hidden Sage? I used to have such fantasies, but now..." Ha. Franca could understand the last 2 sentences from Periodic Table. In the first 2 or 3 years after transmigrating into this world, as an atheist who had read many novels, she initially regarded the 7 gods as more powerful beyonders. She believed that as someone on the path of the divine, she might one day have a chance to slay deities and prove her way. But after witnessing more, gaining more knowledge in mysticism, she deeply understood the gap between low and mid-sequence beyonders and demigods. And that was just demigods, not true gods. According to the Demoness of Black, true gods could modify and adjust the sequence abilities within their pathways to some extent. Meanwhile, Franca recalled the past and noticed that during their gatherings in the Nation of the Evernight, the Warlocks rarely expressed such intense negative emotions. Now, they were no longer hiding their pain and struggle, showing it very directly. The Academy group has too many non-Warlock members, and those here today are a small circle who know each other well, so they can be more genuine. But I know, Mugglem not part of your circle. Are these intense emotions partly an act? What's the purpose? Franca didn't know if Lumion had infected her with paranoia, or if her experiences with the Savoy mob and the Demoness sect had made her cautious. Yeah, what can we do? She echoed periodic table's sentiment, seemingly touched. Professor, steady as usual, said gently, at least we can look for items or methods to reduce the negative effects of the knowledge pursuer. Periodic table was silent for a moment, then sighed deeply. That's all we can do for now. The Warlocks, along with Griffin and Eagle, discussed this issue, proposing various ideas and rejecting most, leaving a few for further verification. Franca also used her imagination. Eventually, she said thoughtfully, it's a pity we can't predict exactly when the hidden sage will go mad. Otherwise, I know a place that might effectively reduce the impact. What place? Associate Professor asked quickly. Franca didn't intend to hide it. She felt that if Lumion were here, he would definitely reveal that location to the professors. Based on her understanding of Lumion, she had long noticed that Lumion was especially empathetic towards those with similar experiences and sufferings as his. Although he spoke harshly, he couldn't help but provide some assistance. Similarly, he also empathized with those who had similar experiences to Auror, often putting himself in his sister's shoes. Franca sighed slightly. The small sacrificial square at the entrance of the third level of the catacombs. It seems to have remnants of the powers of the eternal blazing sun and the god of steam and machinery, which can shield most of the external influences. Professor's eyes brightened slightly under the butterfly mask. I've been there, but I didn't know there were remnants of divine power. She paused, adding, this is actually very useful. When we are on the brink of breaking, I will take a box of white candles and enough food, stay at the sacrificial square until the accumulated effects dissipate and my body and soul recover, then come back up. Exactly. Franca was happy for these curly-haired baboons, Research Society members. Professor continued to say to Periodic Table and the others, we can also seek help from Beyonders of the apothecary pathway to produce medicine that quickly restores the body and soul. Temporary enhancement of brain capacity, learning ability, and soul strength would also work. Isotope and the others chimed in. Their spirits finally lifted a bit. After another half-hour of chatting, Professor and Associate Professor called a few people to fetch the board games from the study, while Franca stood up and went to the small bar in the opposite living room to get a drink. As she hesitated between fruit beer and soda, Periodic Table came to her side, looking over the drinks and lowering his voice. Muggle, weren't you looking for members of the Moses Ascetic Order? Seeing Muggle with her hood pulled up turning to him, Periodic Table's chemical symbols on his face shifted as he smiled. I am one. So finally you're admitting. Franca wasn't surprised at all. She even suspected all the Warlocks in this small circle were members, and Griffin and Eagle, who were not Warlocks, might be as well. You guessed it a long time ago. Periodic Table noticed Muggle had no emotional fluctuation. Franca chuckled softly. It's not strange, I'm also a member of another secret organization. Many in the Research Society should have backgrounds in secret organizations or Orthodox churches. It's not a problem as long as it doesn't violate our contract. Periodic Table smiled. That's true. You mentioned a mirror person named Griffith secretly replacing one of our members. I have a suspect now. Franca had been tracking the whereabouts of the Ore Scholar. Jasmine suspected to be mirror people Palia but had no leads. She didn't expect a clue about the more important mirror person, Griffith. Who is it? She asked directly. Period Table organized his thoughts. Normally, I should report this to the higher-ups of the ascetic order for confirmation and handling, but I can't contact my direct pillar lately. Pillar? Franca asked, puzzled. The brass of our Moses ascetic order consists of the 10 pillars, 10 powerful demigods, maybe more. The one responsible for the Trier Greater region and my direct superior is K. Marillo. After the terrifying rainstorm, his orders have lessened, and recently we've had no response from our attempts to contact him, Periodic Table explained heavily. After the hostile project, the brass of the Moses ascetic order in Trier had anomalies and then disappeared. This information is crucial and must be reported quickly. Franca looked at Periodic Table and asked, no emergency contact with other pillars. Period Table sighed. No, normally we should pray to the hidden sage, report the anomaly, and he would give a revelation. But we tried, and there was no revelation, nor did any other pillar contact us. Because the hidden sage has gone crazier, Franca nodded. Go on. Periodic Table laughed bitterly. This situation isn't bad. Though lacking high-level guidance and resources, we also don't have dangerous tasks unless Nikilla is the mirror person Griffith. Nikilla, Franca pressed. Periodic Table tersely acknowledged. He's K. Marillo's deputy. Recently, his behavior makes me suspect he might be a mirror person. What behavior? Franca asked in confirmation. Periodic Table thought and said, he gets angry more easily, has more negative emotions, and I noticed he seems awkward using his right hand, though he's right-handed. What's his real identity? Franca's eyes lit up. Periodic Table hesitated. I can't be sure he's a mirror person. It's normal to have uncontrolled negative emotions after prolonged knowledge infusion. Before telling you his identity and possible residence, I hope to sign a notarized document with you, ensuring if he's not the mirror person, you won't kill him and must let him go. As he spoke, he took out an expensive notarized document from a hidden pocket. Seeing Muggle's slightly surprised look, Periodic Table laughed self-deprecatingly. Blame it on us following the maxim, do as you wish but do no harm. Sure, no problem, Franca agreed readily. She wasn't one to kill innocents. Late at night in Morara. Lumion put down his book, rubbed his aching head, and decided to rest by thinking of something else. As he considered if he had missed any enemies or competitors, the mirror in the room glowed with water. Wanak, with iron-black eyes and blood-red hair, appeared again, saying in a deep voice, Gusane and Albus are about to step into the trap. I'll tell you my hiding place now. Is it starting? Lumion's mind immediately focused. Chapter 815, Super Augmentation. 815, Super Augmentation. As Wanak's figure faded from the mirror's surface, Lumion reluctantly stowed the books on his desk into his traveler's bag. He stood up, left the room, and walked to Julie's door, knocking lightly twice. Julie quickly opened the door, hugging a blanket to her chest, her bare shoulders glowing like twin mounds of snow under the moonlight. I wasn't trying to harass you, she said with a hint of anticipation. Lumion spoke as if to himself. Wanak has invited me to deal with Gusane and Albus together, right in the ruins of Dad's agricultural company. Without waiting for Julie's response, Lumion turned and walked down the stairs, merging into the darkness that enveloped the night. Inside a fog-filled hollow, in front of 4 statues facing each other, Gusane, wearing a silk top hat, said to Albus, who was clad in a black jacket with red stripes, "We can't be sure if the clues about Wanak are bait. We might step into a trap later." Albus, hands in his pockets, chuckled. "That's why we're here. Whether there's a trap or not, as long as we're strong enough, we can invalidate their schemes and make them swallow the bitter fruit of their failure." Gusane nodded lightly. "Yes, I've heard a saying, no matter how many eggs band together, they can't break a stone. What we need to do now is become that stone. Last time, we weren't sure if we could pinpoint Wanak, so we didn't risk activating the altar's full power to avoid wasting it. Now, we can give Wanak a surprise." Albus chuckled. "Not using it last time was good. The illusion might have made Wanak gather all our targets together, allowing us to deal with them all at once." Looking around, Albus sneered. I thought Lumion would return here these days, so I had you leave the lamp of calamity on the altar to lure him into using it. I didn't expect him to be such a coward. He should have been here, Gyusin said, showing detailed knowledge of the altar's surroundings. He tried multiple times to destroy the statues but failed. This led the altar to draw some power from the earth to repair itself, causing slight changes in the details. I didn't expect him to resist the urge and call of the lamp of calamity and not light it on the spot. For the hunter pathway, such self-control is rare. Albus lifted his chin. You'd better perform the ritual now. Heh, and check the lamp of calamity to see if it's been tampered with or has had something added to it. A hunter not causing some damage would be unworthy of the pathway's name. Are you underestimating my caution? Gyusin laughed, approaching the pedestal and picking up the lamp containing a semi-solid, semi-liquid pale yellow grease. He carefully inspected it, sniffed its scent, and finally dipped his fingers into the lamp, touching the wick twice. Gyusin immediately withdrew his fingers, letting the white-hot flame ignite the pale yellow grease on them. The scent of warmth, allure, dark fragrance, and rust quickly filled his nostrils. He half closed his eyes, nodding slightly. No problem. Albus laughed. Where did you learn the method to create the lamp of calamity and the corresponding secret ritual? It's quite fascinating. You'll find out later. Once we finish this, we'll be true companions, Gyusin replied with a smile. He turned, facing the 4 statues and the lamp of calamity, and took a small blue iron soldier from a hidden pocket, placing it on the pedestal. Isn't it just the 4th epoch trier? What's so hard to guess? Still keeping secrets. Companions, ha. Albus began to back away from Gyusin, instinctively keeping a distance out of caution. Finally, Albus stopped about 15 meters away, watching through the thick fog as Gyusin lit the lamp, sat cross-legged on the ground, and entered cogitation to complete the secret ritual. In just over 10 seconds, Gyusin, surrounded by a seductive dark fragrance, saw a dense fog. Unlike the war fog in the hollow, this fog was tinged with a ghostly black hue, covering a city with no visible boundaries, only faint outlines. Half dazed, half awake, Gyusin floated to a familiar place. After some time, he reached a tall shadow-like tower and descended rapidly, entering its eerie, sinister base. Here, it seemed there was a well, blending into the darkness. Gyusin repeated the purpose of the ritual, to fight off the increasing drowsiness. He neared the well, gazing into it. He then saw moss-covered stones and iron-black chains attached to the well's walls. The engravings on the chains were blurred, hard to discern. I can now see the inside of the well's walls. Never could before. The ritual's effectiveness is due to my proximity to the great existence. Gyusin felt a surge of joy. He excitedly looked at the dark water in the well. The water rippled lightly, gradually forming a figure. Gyusin strained to see, suddenly spotting patches of brown bark. The bark was embedded in a face, bringing an indescribable horror. Bark, Gyusin was simultaneously frightened and puzzled. Why would bark appear here? Shouldn't it be steel and blood? Instinctively, Gyusin looked at his hands, finding patches of brown bark rising on his skin. Gyusin's pupils dilated as he looked back at the well's dark water surface. He saw the reflected figure clearly. It was himself. His face was covered with mottled bark. The next moment, the bark squirmed, sinking inward and turning flesh-colored. They became wet spores embedded in flesh, blooming to release countless tiny naked figures. Gyusin's terror broke its limits. He abruptly opened his eyes, breaking free from the ritual experience. Panting heavily, he saw the iron soldier on the pedestal rapidly expanding to 3 or 4 meters tall, its eyes iron-black instead of the burning dark red. The iron soldier's spear was quickly covered in white-blue flames. Success! Gyusin steadied himself, no longer tense. He thought the anomaly was due to his proximity to the great existence, deepening the ritual experience, thus showing more details. I'm stronger now. Gyusin stood up, extinguishing the lamp of calamity. This is a soldier puppet with some of the iron-blooded knight's power and status. Albus walked back from a distance. Yes, treat it as a weakened iron-blooded knight. It's not something Wanak can compare to, Gyusin answered confidently. He hadn't yet examined the benefits and knowledge gained from the ritual. Albus took a few steps and then stopped, looking at Gusane with a playful smile. "Your hair has grown." "My hair has grown?" Gusane turned his head, seeing his brown hair had grown to his cheeks from above his ears. He suddenly had a guess. Did this ritual bring me closer to the demoness pathway? With this suspicion, he lowered his head. Sure enough, his chest was slowly bulging, stretching his shirt, sweater, and coat. At the same time, Gusane smelled a faint milky scent. Milky scent? Gusane was stunned. Does the demoness mutation cause this? He was about to ask Albus about his changes when he saw his collaborator backing away. Immediately, Gusane felt the iron soldier behind him bending over, its head lowering to his ear with the sound of metal clashing and rubbing. The iron soldier spoke with a metallic voice, softly calling, "Mother." "Mother, me." Gusane, confused, looked down to see his abdomen swelling visibly. Seeing this, his mind buzzed, feeling as if he was reborn. Albus, retreating slowly to avoid triggering anomalies, saw Gusane looking at him, smiling with maternal radiance, his blue eyes icy and sinister. Rumble. A massive explosion occurred in a district with a volcanic crater, sending a white fireball rolling into the sky, turning red, creating thick smoke. In the ruins of Dad's agricultural company, hidden in the underground chamber, Lumion and Wanak felt the near-earthquake-like disturbance. From the direction of the tremor, Lumion quickly guessed. The hollow filled with war fog. A fierce explosion happened there. Did Albus and Gusane make some preparations before dealing with Wanak, lighting the lamp I tampered with, causing an accident? Lumion immediately shouted to Wanak, "The situation has changed." Then, he left the shadow state, teleporting to the corresponding district. He didn't choose the hollow entrance with war fog as his destination, fearing the explosion was a bait by Albus and Gusane. Only a hunter knew how treacherous a hunter could be. Chapter 816, Dark Forest. 816 Dark Forest. On the edge of the district destroyed by the volcanic eruption, Lumion's figure swiftly emerged, his gaze fixed on the site of the violent explosion. The ground had collapsed into a massive crater, thin wisps of fog rising from it, though not yet dense. Albus Medici leaped out of the crater, followed closely by a 3 to 4 meter tall iron soldier wielding a white-blue flaming spear. Lumion transformed into a shadowy creature again, blending into the darkness untouched by the firelight. He decided to observe the scene before taking action. Almost simultaneously, he saw a figure emerge from the crater, half blending into the night, half illuminated by the firelight. Long hair draping over shoulders, a chest protruding prominently, and a stomach appearing swollen as if from excessive beer. At a glance, Lumion recognized the figure from its now feminine, motherly face. Gusane. Gusane turned into a woman, and is pregnant. Lumion was initially stunned, then quickly pieced together what had likely happened. He remembered adding a bit of berserk agent and bark agent to the altar's oil lamp, both sourced from the Night Stalkers, which were imbued with the power of the Great Mother. So Gusane was the one who performed the ritual using the lamp. He already had some abilities linked to the mirror world, indicating his previous ritual knowledge and power were partly from the demoness pathway. The demoness pathway is closely tied to femininity in mysticism. So, with the divine effects of the corpse wax candle amplifying the demoness experience, the berserk agent and bark agent linked his ritual to the Great Mother, resulting in this mutation. Fascinating. Lumion watched Albus Medici battle the motherly version of Gusane and the Iron Soldier, which was much stronger than previous soldier puppets. He had no intention of helping either side at the moment. A hunter only struck at the most critical moment. Frankly, if Albus Medici hadn't taken the head of the abscessed hand, Lumion wouldn't want to eliminate him right now. Even if Wanak's bait plan was a great success, trapping Albus and Gusane, he might still find an opportunity to let Albus escape. This was to maintain a balance. Until he finished his studies, Lumion didn't want any one competitor to dominate completely. That would likely cause a sudden change in circumstances, forcing him to prematurely enter the underground mausoleum before finishing the books Archbishop Heriberg provided. So, Lumion observed the fight, patiently waiting for an opportunity to get clues about the abscessed hand's head from Albus Medici, while casually admiring Gusain's transformation and the terrifying Iron Soldier. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Hunter battles were always marked by violent explosions. Buildings, their foundations already hollowed out and walls damaged by the volcanic eruption, collapsed one after another, raising thick dust clouds. Seizing an opportunity, Albus Medici leaped into the air, forming a white-blue flaming longsword and slashing it at the Iron Soldier's head. Boom! The sword exploded, splitting the Iron Soldier's head open. But the Iron Soldier didn't collapse. Instead, Gusain's right cheek instantly dented and deformed grotesquely. In the next moment, Gusain's skull and muscles quickly writhed and expanded, restoring themselves. With this change, the Iron Soldier's head also rapidly healed. Self-healing power from the Great Mother pathway, combined with the Sword of Courage's trait of sharing damage, not only can they endure damage, but they can also share abilities. Lumion felt a chill down his spine. What kind of monster did my additives create? Seeing this, Albus turned into a white flaming spear, shooting past the collapsing buildings to distance himself from the Iron Soldier and Gusain. Thick fog enveloped the area around him, covering the streets for dozens of meters. Seeing this, Lumion's eyelid twitched slightly. He sensed that Albus Medici intended to flee. He would too. Facing the mutated Gusain and a near-demigod Iron Soldier, a slight misstep could result in severe injuries or death on the spot. Even if he fought hard and won, he wouldn't emerge unscathed and would likely have to face villains attracted by the commotion. It was better to leave the two monsters for the Enforcers or the Church of Knowledge to handle. An enemy's death was a good outcome, no matter who killed them. As the war fog formed, Lumion saw a figure appear atop the nearby ruins. It was Warlock, with iron-black eyes and blood-red hair. He took a step forward, raised his hands, and lifted his head as if praying to a deity. Mora's already volatile weather suddenly whipped into a hurricane, uprooting trees and forming a vortex connecting the sky nearby. Whoosh, the hurricane blew away the war fog, revealing Albus Medici's position to Lumion and the others. A citywide hurricane? Only a demigod could manage that, and not even all demigods. Right, given Morora's extreme weather, and considering Warlock's connection to 0 to 1, it's not as terrifying as I thought. Lumion's gaze sharpened as he noticed Julie, clad in a cotton nightgown, appearing in the shadows about 10 meters from Albus. The demoness held a mirror, reflecting part of Albus's image. Julie's acting now, perfectly coordinating with Warlock. Lumion was initially surprised, then understood why. Everyone present sensed Albus was in trouble. Without prior agreement, they all made the same choice. To ambush Albus, to nail his coffin shut. This is the game's rule, the rule of hunter and demoness conflicts. Without powerful constraints like notarized documents, alliances are fluid, constantly shifting. But if someone shows weakness, everyone else will target them, giving no chance for recovery. Enlightened, Lumion saw Julie raise her right hand covered in demoness black flames, wiping it across the mirror reflecting Albus. Almost simultaneously, Albus burst into flames, turning into crimson fire that shot out in all directions. Some of the flames turned black, becoming calm from blazing, ultimately falling into the underground hollow, still emitting war fog. The remaining crimson flames regrouped about 10 meters away, reforming Albus's body. His aura weakened significantly. In his eyes appeared a blazing white flame. A white flaming spear shot from the shadows. Lumion had joined in, attacking the downed dog. Seeing this, Albus's short red hair instantly ignited, extending downward, as if turning into shoulder-length hair. His face took on a faint iron-black hue. Boom! The white flaming spear exploded before hitting him, like a bursting firework. Lumion's figure appeared behind Albus, his eyes shining silver-black. He swung a fist at Albus. The fist slowed, as if bearing a heavy fate. Lumion was attempting to exchange Albus's fate. Of course, he didn't expect success. He aimed to quickly browse Albus's fate, finding fragments related to the abscessed hand's head to locate it. This was the most crucial task for him. The silver illusory river of complex symbols quickly filled Lumien's vision, materializing countless fate fragments flowing forward. Ignoring the rest, Lumien searched swiftly for his target by the approximate timeline. In a blink, a fate fragment enlarged before him. Albus, holding the rotten blue-black abscessed hand's head, walking to the underground mausoleum entrance, tossing it in from a distance, hearing it bounce around inside like a ball. In the underground mausoleum, no wonder I couldn't sense it. Quite the hiding spot. Quite the provocation. At that moment, Lumien felt it wasn't a bad idea to kill Albus here. This guy really knows how to annoy people. The next second, before the fate exchange, he lost sight of Albus's silver river of fate. The Medici descendant, realizing Lumien was behind him, turned into a blazing white flaming spear, shooting out of the ruins. The Iron Soldier created white-blue fire ravens, chasing the spear like living creatures. Gusain raised his head, preparing to emit a shrill screech, friend and foe alike be damned. Julie disappeared into the shadows again, but gray-white threads of spider silk appeared before and beside Albus's flaming spear, forming a resilient web waiting for him. The hurricane hadn't stopped. Wanek leaped into the air, forming a massive white-blue flaming broadsword, ready to slash at Albus. Chapter 817, Lightning Strikes. 817, Lightning Strikes. Albus's blazing white flaming spear was about to crash into the layered gray-white web, but suddenly disintegrated in midair. Within the raindrop-like flaming fragments, Albus's figure emerged, rapidly falling to the ground to avoid the demoness's web. The white-blue fire ravens created by the Iron Soldier curved in the air, corrected their flight paths, and locked onto Albus again. Wanek, who had leaped up using the hurricane, descended, raising his flaming broadsword to strike heavily at his target. The explosions, and the sound of metal clashing, erupted simultaneously. The swarm of fire ravens surrounded Albus before he could touch the ground, attacking him relentlessly, individually and in groups. The blast wave and spreading white-blue flames threw Albus upward, right into Wanek's descending broadsword. Clang! The broadsword struck as if hitting metal, producing a cracking sound. The resulting force slammed Albus to the ground from a height of 2 or 3 meters. Boom! The impact caused the ground to cave in, revealing the underground hollow filled with thick fog. Albus fell in. As soon as Wanek landed, he prepared to jump into the hollow to prevent Albus from escaping or recovering. Suddenly, he hesitated and didn't make the jump. He could only create hurricanes in Morora's unique environment and let them wreak havoc in the City of Exiles, unable to direct them precisely underground. Fighting another special hunter in the fog-filled, low-visibility hollow wasn't wise. It would put him in danger. By this time, Lumien had finished attempting the fate exchange and withdrew his fist. He deeply suspected that Albus's intended escape destination was either outside the ruins or the underground hollow covered in war fog. The Medici descendant had never planned to easily break through the obstacles set by the hunters, demoness, and monster. Instead, he deliberately showed this tendency, using their obstruction to forcefully break through the already unstable ground during the previous battle and fall into his real destination. That way, he could rely on the environment to escape the encirclement, try to hide, and find other possible exits. Disguising his true intentions to confuse his enemies, no wonder he's a Medici, Lumien nodded thoughtfully. Meanwhile, he also noticed Albus's astounding defense. Not only had he withstood the Fire Raven's bombardment, but he had also blocked Wanek's Cull Strike, emerging with only minor injuries. Simply metallizing his body to some extent couldn't achieve this. Lumien suspected Albus had an item or companion similar to the Sword of Courage that shared at least half the damage. Considering Albus's abilities surpassing Sequence 5 and some beyond Sequence 5's capabilities, Lumien reasonably deduced a special connection with the Red Angel, allowing him to share some of the latter's power and endure some of the damage and ability hunters gained and deepened starting at the demigod level. If not for being in Morora, the land ceiling 0 to 1, Lumien believed Albus could have borrowed true demigod power, not facing so many limitations. As the Iron Soldier prepared to jump into the fog-filled hollow to chase Albus, the motherly Gusane raised his head and let out a sharp, piercing howl. Lumion and Wanak's minds buzzed simultaneously, their thoughts shattered, life force rapidly draining, causing weakness in the very depths of their souls. Cracked. In the darkness at the edge of the district, a mirror shattered on the ground, revealing Julie's figure. In the next second, Gusane fixed his gaze on Lumion, completely ignoring Wanak and Julie. He caressed his increasingly swollen belly, his blue eyes turning vicious. Under his will, the near-sequence 4 Iron Soldier abandoned the pursuit of Albus, turning to target Lumion. Seeing this, Lumion, enduring the throbbing headache and buzzing in his ears, smiled and waved at Gusane and the Iron Soldier. His figure then disappeared, leaving Gusane and the Iron Soldier to Wanak and Julie. Bye-bye. Lumion teleported to the entrance of the Church of Knowledge, just as 2 teams of black-robed enforcers rushed out. He walked into the cathedral, found a corner, and sat on the floor, pulling out a borrowed book from the traveler's bag, leaning against the brass bookshelf and began studying. He was concerned that the child Gusane carried might pose a significant threat and target him, so he sought the Knowledge Cathedral's protection. "I'm studying so diligently. Shouldn't you show some appreciation, Church of Knowledge?" In the ruins of the mostly collapsed buildings, Wanak noticed Gusane's belly had swollen even more, looking increasingly like a woman about to give birth. The belly started writhing, as if something inside was trying to break free. Wanak's gaze froze, immediately raising his hands and head towards the cloudy sky. Dark clouds gathered quickly, and Mora's weather changed again. Silver lightning snakes darted through the clouds, converging into a tree-like lightning bolt as thick as a bucket, striking down. The terrifying lightning targeted Gusane and the baby inside him. Gusane vanished, hiding in a ghostly wasteland. But the silver giant python pursued him relentlessly, piercing through the void, striking his belly with unavoidable speed. Bang! The thunderclap woke the city's exiles. The wasteland shattered like a mirror, revealing Gusane's blackened belly, emitting a burnt smell as he reappeared in the ruins. Thud, a charred lump of flesh fell from his belly, struggled briefly, and then lay still. Gusane froze, life force completely drained and collapsed. His flesh rapidly shriveled, turning him into a charred mummy, with large blood-colored blisters appearing on his body. Another bolt of lightning, formed by countless silver snakes, struck the blistering Gusane. Boom! Gusane twitched a few times and died completely. "Mom!" the Iron Soldier cried, running to Gusane, crouching down and picking him up. Julie seized the opportunity, reflecting the Iron Soldier in her mirror and covering it with demoness black flames. The Iron Soldier was instantly engulfed in black flames, burning from the inside out. It stood up, wielding its white flaming spear, and charged at Wanak and Julie in a frenzy. For a while, fireballs, fire ravens, mirror fragments, burning white spears, and burning rain appeared continuously, with explosions echoing nonstop. As Julie prepared to escape using the mirror substitution, leaving Wanak to face the Iron Soldier alone, the Iron Soldier began to tremble. Still burning with demoness black flames, its legs seemed unable to support its body, showing signs of rust and melting. Clang, 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 metal parts covered in black flames fell off its body. Soon, the Iron Soldier turned into a pile of scrap metal. Wanak, who had been struggling, sighed in relief and sneered at the Iron Soldier's remains. All strength and no brains. With that said, the most dangerous person in Morora then turned his head, looking at Julie a few meters away. Julie's gaze first fell on his face, then moved down to his crotch. The demoness shook her head in disappointment, regretting adding the black flame curse to the Iron Soldier too early, missing the chance to see Wanak weakened. Wanak squinted slightly as Julie smiled and retreated into the shadows. At this moment, the enforcers finally arrived in the district. In the fog-filled hollow, Albus stood in a corner, leaning against the brown rock wall, hair disheveled, clothes tattered, a white cigarette in his mouth. The Medici descendant took a deep drag and muttered regretfully, "Nobody followed. I was hoping to give you a surprise." After the explosions subsided, and the enforcers returned to the Church of Knowledge, Lumion left and headed for the carnivore bar. Archbishop Heriberg of Morora hadn't appeared, seemingly not on duty. Lumion didn't hurry to sleep. He conjured a white flaming ball and continued reading the books related to 0 to 1 at a desk. Soon, Julie returned and knocked on his door. Lumion, suspending the white flaming ball, opened the shabby wooden door, seeing the neighboring demoness with moist eyes and flushed cheeks, as if she had just finished some R21 activity. She held a blood-colored object frozen in ice. "Wannex?" Lumion asked with a smile. Julie sighed and shook her head. "No, I didn't get the chance." She then accused Lumion, which was her reason for knocking in the middle of the night. "Why did you leave early? Together, we could have cut off Wannex thing." "If I hadn't left, something you wouldn't want to see might have happened," Lumion chuckled. "I'm in a partnership with Wanneck." "Pewee," Julie scoffed in disbelief. She turned and walked towards her room. After a few steps, she turned back, smiling slyly at Lumion. "Hope you don't regret today's choice." Chapter 818, Instigation. 818, Instigation. Don't regret today's choice. Lumion watched Julie's back as she entered her room, and he could guess what she meant by her earlier words. "You'll regret not killing Wanneck today." Julie must really place a lot of weight on Wanneck. Does she think he'll affect the outcome of the underground mausoleum raid? Lumion muttered to himself, closing the door and returning to his desk. He understood Julie's concern about Wanneck. Earlier, Wanneck had demonstrated his unique ability to manipulate Morora's weather, creating a hurricane powerful enough to disperse the war fog covering the entire district. From Lumion's later observations, Wanneck had even summoned terrifying lightning strikes. Although Lumion wasn't sure if these abilities had limitations, possibly relying on the current weather and only being able to guide it to similar conditions without causing drastic changes, Wanneck's display still proved he was, in some ways, akin to a demigod. Most importantly, with Lumion's understanding of 0 to 1's sealing information, if Wanneck had truly submitted to 0 to 1, he should have exhibited some special abilities yet to be seen. "I remember the night Wanneck was ambushed by Albus and Gusane. The weather was clear, while tonight it's very cloudy, suitable for wind, rain, thunder, and lightning." Lumion held a book borrowed from the Church of Knowledge, but didn't read it as attentively as before. Instead, he thought carefully about the hidden details in Wanneck's behavior. After a while, Lumion silently laughed at Julie. In the demoness's eyes, tonight was indeed the best chance to hunt Wanneck. He was severely injured. The Iron Soldier had near demigod strength to engage in direct combat. Gusane had undergone a terrifying mutation with unknown abilities, and with Julie, the demoness of affliction, and Lumion himself, they had a good chance to permanently take Wanneck down in the ruins. But the problem was, if Lumion hadn't teleported away, he might have become the primary target of Gusane and the Iron Soldier. In that case, Julie would likely see it as a great opportunity to kill her boss and choose to collaborate with Wanneck, assisting Gusane and the Iron Soldier. "Do you really think I'm that foolish? If Wanneck is killed, with Medici heavily wounded and Gusane and the Iron Soldier destined to be cleaned up by the Enforcers or the Church of Knowledge, wouldn't the demonesses become the sole dominant force? Then, facing their coercion or attacks, I wouldn't be able to find any temporary allies. Such a situation that could drastically change the power dynamics should wait until I finish reading the remaining books." Lumion muttered, adjusting the white flaming ball above his head so it wouldn't cast shadows on the pages. After determining the whereabouts of the abscessed hand, he could focus more on his studies. Before that, he thought about what Albus Medici and Julie intended to achieve in Morora. With backing from gods or a king of angels, they likely weren't just aiming to leave a mark on the terrifying sealed artifact, 0 to 1. Internal and external coordination to directly steal 0 to 1? The Church of Knowledge is one of the 7 major Orthodox churches. It shouldn't be so easy to take their most important grade 0 sealed artifact unless they intend to let it happen. Relying solely on violent means is probably not feasible, or the primordial demoness and the Red Angel would have acted already. Do they need 0 to 1 to undergo some change? And while I have some clues on how to get close to 0 to 1, I have no idea how to leave a mark and gain its favor. Do I need to rely on the remnants of Alistair Tudor's aura? Or is it related to one of my previous speculations? Lumion ended his thoughts and read for nearly another hour before lying down to sleep. In Morora, he slept lightly, always on guard against potential attacks and the neighboring demoness's plague. If he experienced symptoms like fever or cough, he would wake immediately and teleport to the Knowledge Cathedral to check his condition. If it weren't for the accumulated negative effects of not sleeping for several days, he would rely on the automatic fatigue removal and spirituality restoration at 6 in the morning to stay up all night. At the same time, this misled Julie and others. If they discovered he could stay energized without sleep, they might infer the changes occurring at 6 in the morning, preventing Lumion from utilizing this special refresh state to turn the tide at critical moments. The next morning, Lumion deliberately lingered in bed for half an hour before waking up, brushing his teeth, washing up, and heading downstairs to enjoy the breakfast prepared by Les. 7 or 8 minutes later, Julie returned from outside the bar. Went out again last night? The demoness is really good at hiding her movements and whereabouts. It's impossible to track her or even know when she leaves her room. Lumion shifted his gaze back and sipped his milk. Julie lightly went over to a high stool 2 seats away from Lumion and remained silent. Les glanced at her face, took out a small cake, and added some cream. "Sweet food can help improve your mood," the chef said simply, pushing the cream cake towards Julie. Julie's expression twisted. "I don't need to improve my mood, I'm in a great mood." "Oh, you're in a bad mood. Last night, you were in a good mood when you knocked on my door. Did something happen when you went out late at night?" Lumion openly observed Julie for a few moments. Les said, "As a chef, I must accurately judge the current state of the ingredients to choose the most suitable cooking method." Julie's eyes narrowed, losing any semblance of elegance. She seemed ready to kill at any moment. Based on previous observations, only Celeste, the other demoness, can make Julie's state deteriorate rapidly and her emotions nearly lose control. Did the lovers have a fight? My basic psychology knowledge tells me Julie seems more worried than sad. She didn't hide this. Worrying? Lumion placed his right hand on the traveler's bag, ready for the demoness to lose control. Almost simultaneously, he thought of a possibility. As a member of the Enforcers and a listed experimental subject, Celeste was sure to take shifts in the underground tomb or rotate to replace the puppet. For Celeste, who still retained some self-awareness, this was both an opportunity and a danger. Julie went out to meet Celeste last night and learned that she would be entering the underground mausoleum soon, possibly returning as a fully controlled experimental subject without self-awareness. No wonder Julie is so worried, her mood deteriorating. Lumion chuckled with understanding. "What are you laughing at?" Julie glared at him coldly. Lumion smiled and sighed. "It might be fine this time, but what about next time or the time after? If you don't solve the root of the problem, one day you'll face an outcome you don't want to accept." Julie's eyes flickered as she stared at the cream cake, silent for a long time. When Lumion wiped his mouth and prepared to leave, she frowned slightly and asked, "How much do you know?" Lumion responded with a smile, "Why don't you take a guess? Maybe I know nothing, and your expression gave me the answer." With that, Lumion climbed the stairs, leaving Julie staring blankly. Trier, Avenue du Boulevard, 6 Rue Belfort. In the 4-story townhouse late at night, after Muggle left, Periodic Table and others circled back, reuniting with the associate professor couple in the living room. Glancing at the darkness, outside the window, Periodic Table sighed. Is it really okay to put on such an act in front of Muggle? We didn't deceive her, we just hoped to elicit her sympathy. Professor sighed. The disappearance of Pillar K. Marillo, Nikilla suspected of being the mirror person, and the increasingly erratic actions of the hidden sage have trapped us in a predicament, difficult to escape on our own. After surviving the April Fool's plot, Muggle has become increasingly mysterious, clearly backed by a powerful force. Fortunately, she's still kind. Even though she might have noticed something off, she still informed us that divine power lingers in the underground catacombs and agreed to deal with Nikilla. Associate Professor patted his wife's shoulder to comfort her. Casting a sweeping glance around, he said, "Not just for ourselves, but for those we care about, we must survive." Periodic Table gave a self-mocking smile. "Half a year ago, I never thought we'd end up like this. How did the powerful and secretive Moses Ascetic Order end up in such a state?" The next morning, Franca received a reply from Madame Judgment after breakfast. "The operation against Nikila of the Moses Ascetic Order can commence as soon as possible. The high-ranking members of the Moses Ascetic Order are already aware of K. Marilow's disappearance. Another pillar will arrive in Trier soon to handle this, but it won't affect your mission against Nikila if he is indeed the mirror person, Griffith. The Moses Ascetic Order knows K. Marilow is missing. How did they find out so quickly? Was it because of my report, or did they just notice something? Our Tarot Club's mole in the Moses Ascetic Order seems to be quite high-ranking, able to provide intel about the arrival of a pillar and the judgment that it won't affect our mission against Nikila. Such a certain judgment. Could that pillar be one of our Tarot Club members? Franca pondered, growing more curious the more she thought about it. Chapter 819, Subteam Operation. 819, Subteam Operation. In the evening, in Trier, at 35 Rue Saint-Nornes in Quartier 20, known for its public cemetery. In different states of invisibility, Franca, Jenna, and Anthony stood outside room 6 on the 5th floor, checking the details of the environment and making final preparations for their operation. According to the information provided by Periodic Table, Nikila, a suspected member of the Moses Ascetic Order and possibly a mirror person, was an ordinary employee of a grain company, living a very regular life, leaving home punctually every day and returning on time. The only unusual thing about Nikila was that, despite being in his mid-30s, he was still unmarried, citing severe intermittent migraines as the reason why women found him unappealing. When Franca read this information, she immediately thought, this matches the characteristic of mystery priors continuously influenced by the evil god, Hidden Sage. Could it be that mirror people of the mystery prior pathway are also infused with knowledge by the Hidden Sage? Recalling the content of the dossier, Franca emerged from her invisibility state and created a layer of frost, making it seep into the keyhole and freeze solid. As a result, she produced a crystalline key and easily opened Nikila's door. Taking advantage of the fact that this ordinary employee hadn't yet returned home from work, Franca took out a mirror and began divination to avoid any traps or warning setups that might be in the apartment. Bedroom, living room, and guest room all have full-length mirrors, and there are up to 15 or 16 portable mirrors. If you're not a mirror person, who would believe that? Franca mumbled to herself, checking the room twice. She was also conveying the collected information to Jenna and Anthony outside the door. Of course, there was another possibility for so many mirrors, which was that Nikila was a demoness. However, it was obvious that this individual was not an exceptionally attractive female, nor even a female at all. Franca went to the full-length mirror in the living room, looked at Jenna and Anthony's figures in the hallway, and said, "I'll ambush behind this mirror. Follow the plan to force the target into this mirror. If he can use the mirror world, we can confirm he's the mirror person, Griffith." As she spoke, black flames quietly burned around the room, erasing traces left by the previous search. Jenna nodded slightly and specifically reminded, "Be careful of an ambush behind the mirror, like the one Lumion encountered before." "Don't worry, magic mirror divination told me there's no ambush. Of course, I won't fully trust and rely on divination. I'll stay vigilant." Franca felt Jenna's concern, smiling as she took out the 7-stone bracelet from the traveler's bag, now with only 2 diamonds left, and tossed it outside. As she threw it, she couldn't help but mutter in her heart, "Out with the old, in with the new, out with the old, in with the new." Once Jenna caught the 7-stone bracelet, Franca reiterated, "After confirming Nikila enters this mirror, you both immediately teleport away, using that fixed entrance to the mirror world to assist me." "No problem," Anthony replied, wearing gloves, closing the apartment door, and warming the lock area, which had become icy from the cold key. This was to prevent Nikila from sensing the residual cold and suspecting anything amiss when he opened the door. Once Jenna and Anthony left, Franca took out the ice amulet, hanging it around her neck. Then she placed her palm against the full-length mirror in the living room. With a flash of cold light, she silently passed through the glass. Behind the mirror was void. A spiderweb-like deep dark tunnel filled Franca's vision. Keeping a close watch on the surroundings, Franca breathed a sigh of relief and murmured, "No ambush." Confirming this, she leaned closer to the mirror, peering through the glass into the apartment's living room. Nikhila had not yet returned, and outside, the dusk was eerily quiet. Franca's nerves instinctively tightened. She raised her right hand, rubbed her temples, and sighed. It would be great if Lumion were here. This operation was proposed and perfected by her, killing many of her brain cells and making her responsible for achieving the goal without severely harming Jenna and Anthony. She couldn't relax at all. In the past, Lumion bore these burdens and responsibilities. She only needed to question and use her imagination to complete her part of the task. Being a team leader is exhausting, no chance to slack off. Franca composed herself and patiently waited. In the café, diagonally across from 35 Rue Saint-Nornes. Jenna, now a girl in a black dress with her hood removed, sat by the window, chatting with Anthony about various Trier anecdotes. Suddenly, she propped her left elbow on the table, using her palm to press down her original flaxen hair, her voice dropping slightly. "The target is back." Anthony, while acting attracted to the beautiful woman opposite, glanced with his peripheral vision at the apartment building. A double-decker public carriage had stopped by the roadside, and a man in his 30s wearing a black wool coat and a half-high silk top hat got off. The man was nearly 6 feet tall, walked steadily, had a thin face with distinct features and rare deep black eyes. "It's definitely Nikhila." Anthony nodded slightly to Jenna, confirming she hadn't mistaken the target. Jenna then straightened her head, withdrew her left hand, and glanced at the cuckoo clock on the cafe wall. She smiled lightly at Anthony and said, 3 minutes to go. She meant that in 3 minutes, the operation would officially start. The reason for waiting 3 more minutes in the cafe was to avoid Nikhila's instinctual investigation as a mystery prior after returning home. This was a detail discussed and decided by Franca, Jenna, and Anthony. Nikhila, wearing a half-high silk top hat, walked step by step up to the 5th floor and stopped outside room 6. He didn't open the door immediately, but raised his right hand and rubbed his temples. Then he closed his eyes briefly and reopened them, his pupils now a deep purple with a mysterious aura. Eye of Mystery Prying. Usually, Nikhila used special Warlock spells to weaken the effect of the Eye of Mystery, prying to avoid sudden death, but it couldn't be completely sealed. Now, he was using it to its full potential to observe the surroundings inside and outside the room. Bugs on the ceiling, hairs in the cracks, the neighbor cooking in front of the coal stove, dust floating in the air, children running up and down the stairs, rats hiding in the shadows, pedestrians passing by on the streets, all these scenes overlapped in Nikhila's deep purple eyes. At the same time, he saw shadowy curtains around him and dark aqueous light on the surfaces of all mirrors. Before the gaze behind the shadowy curtain could become more pronounced, Nikhila ended his observation abruptly, closing his eyes. He knew if he continued looking, something unpredictable might happen, filling him with fear. The Eye of Mystery Prying is truly dangerous. Listeners on the secret suppliant pathway hear things, we see things, and both are equally likely to encounter the forbidden and die mysteriously. Nikhila muttered, pulling out a brown leather scroll from an inner pocket of his black wool coat, softly chanting a word in Hermes' myopia. The scroll immediately ignited with black flames, quickly turning to ash. The mysterious deep purple in Nikhila's eyes faded into the black depths of his pupils. After doing this, Nikhila took out his key and opened the door. He had confirmed there were no suspicious individuals or enemies hiding in the shadows, nor were there any signs of abnormalities around the apartment or the street. Entering the living room, closing the door behind him, Nikhila unbuttoned the top of his wool coat and white shirt, relaxing on the sofa with his arms stretched out. Franca, watching from behind the full-length mirror, took advantage of Nikhila's forward movement to grab a beer from the coffee table, extending her right hand slightly through the mirror, pressing it tightly against the glass. When Nikhila sat back on the sofa, Franca immediately withdrew her hand. Gulping beer, Nikhila read the newspapers he had brought back, behaving like any ordinary employee. Time passed slowly, and as 3 minutes elapsed, Jenna and Anthony left the cafe, turning into a nearby secluded alley, preparing both their shadow hiding and psychological invisibility techniques. They quickly returned to the target apartment and hid in their prearranged positions. At this time, Nikhila was still reading the newspapers, considering whether to go out for dinner or cook something simple. Suddenly, Nikhila's throat felt dry and itchy, as if he hadn't drunk water for a long time. He coughed once and thought, "I drank half a bottle of beer. Why is my throat so dry?" As this thought crossed his mind, he couldn't help but cough again. Immediately, a strong sense of unease washed over him. Something's wrong. Just as Nikhila became alert, Jenna, hearing 2 consecutive coughs from the target through the wall, emerged from the shadows without hesitation. With her hood still on, she inserted the arrow of the bloodthirsty into her own heart. Her flaxen hair seemed to lengthen slightly, her contours became more refined, and her facial features more stunning. Previously, Jenna's beauty highlighted her feminine charm, an expression of femininity. Now, her beauty seemed to become a more independent concept, alluring by sheer virtue of its existence. Through the door, she made the shadows beneath Nikhila's feet and the surrounding darkness coalesce into illusory, yet solid black chains, wrapping around the target. Chapter 820, Walking into a Trap. 820, Walking into a Trap. As Jenna used the Abyss Shackles spell from the arrow of the bloodthirsty, shadows and darkness came to life beside the coughing Nikhila. Under the yellowish light of the gas wall lamp, they coalesced into black chains that wrapped around the Moses Ascetic Order member, binding him firmly in place, even sealing his mouth. Nikhila, experienced in combat, immediately formed a slowly rotating mass of stardust in his right palm. The light in the room dimmed as if night had fallen outside. In the dimness, numerous bright stars appeared, not densely packed but numerous enough. They cast beams of light that converged into a thick column, illuminating the entire room and enveloping Nikhila. The black chains formed by the Abyss Shackles disintegrated like shadows meeting sunlight, and Nikhila dissolved rapidly in the light column, shattering into countless glass shards. Mirror Substitution. Using his unique abilities, Nikhila escaped the Abyss Shackles by attacking himself. As a mystery prior pathway beyonder, many of his spells required incantations. With his mouth sealed, his abilities were significantly limited. As a result, Jenna confirmed that Nikhila was a mirror person. Black fog emanated from her back, growing into a pair of large, illusory bat wings. These wings of darkness transformed into a swarm of palm-sized, insubstantial vampire bats that flew through the walls and door towards the newly freed Nikhila. Meanwhile, Anthony ended his psychological invisibility, kicking open the door while aiming a complex, mechanically beautiful black revolver at Nikhila. Winter is coming. Anthony was preparing to use the certain death effect of this beyonder weapon. He didn't intend to actually use it because Nikhila's mirror substitution ability could prematurely activate, causing the deadly bullet to hit the mirror instead. Anthony's current objective was to use a Warlock's acute spirituality warnings and mystery-prying eyes to make Nikhila feel his life was in danger, forcing him to escape through the mirror world. According to Franca, Nikhila, likely a sequence 5 constellations master from the mystery prior pathway and possibly a mirror person, would undoubtedly sense the danger of the winter is coming revolver and recognize its godhood-possessing attack. To genuinely trigger the target's spirituality warning, Anthony needed to complete a psychological suggestion on himself, a simple task for a hypnotist. Thus, Anthony was genuinely planning to shoot, fully intending to use the certain death effect. However, when his finger began to pull the trigger, it would activate the preset psychological warning, canceling the suggestion and allowing him to fire a normal bullet. Just as Franca predicted, the moment Nikhila saw the winter is coming revolver, a hint of deep purple appeared in his pitch-black eyes, reflecting the weapon's decaying aura. He instantly felt a creeping sense of death, his throat itching more intensely, and a weakness spreading through his body. This wasn't an effect of winter is coming, but a backlash from seeing the secret of the Beyonder weapon, combined perfectly with the pathogen Franca spread when she extended her hand through the mirror, worsening Nikila's condition. Without considering further, Nikila immediately let a mirror substitute himself. Bang! Anthony pulled the trigger, firing a yellow bullet with only a disease effect, which, along with the swarm of vampire bats, hit Nikila, causing a shattering sound. Nikila, now visible in another corner of the room, had no intention of counterattacking. His only thought was to flee immediately. This was partly because he was unsure if there were more attackers, and partly because the gun's danger kept him on high alert. Unable to assess the situation clearly, and knowing the enemy had a demigod-level weapon, he had no choice but to escape. Nikila quickly lunged towards the nearest mirror, aiming to use the mirror world to escape the battle. Noticing his move, Jenna slowed her attacks, while Anthony's eyes turned gold, displaying spiraling whirlpools that seemed to penetrate the soul. Battle Hypnotism. This spell forcibly hypnotized an enemy during combat, making them perform abnormal actions, but it could not directly harm the hypnotized and didn't last long. Anthony's intent was only to make Nikila switch mirrors, delaying his escape without directly endangering him. Nikila hesitated, suddenly feeling the mirror might hide a dangerous trap. He quickly pulled out a scroll with gold foil from the inside pocket of his black wool coat and softly chanted a Hermes word, "Sun." The scroll was instantly consumed by golden flames, erupting into blinding sunlight that turned all the vampire bats to smoke. This severely affected Jenna and Anthony's vision, their eyes filled with dazzling sunlight. Nikila seized the moment, rolling towards the full-length mirror in the living room and diving in. From the start of battle hypnotism to his escape, it took only 2 or 3 seconds. The sunlight quickly faded, and Anthony nodded at Jenna. Jenna immediately grabbed her companion's shoulder, activating the 7-stone bracelet on her left wrist. One of the 2 remaining diamonds burst into clear light, enveloping them both. In the next second, Jenna and Anthony teleported to the quarry chamber with the fixed mirror world entrance, pressing their hands against the protruding rock. Nikila, just entering the void and dark area behind the mirror, couldn't help but cough. The disease he had contracted couldn't be removed by mirror substitution. Cough, cough, cough. As he coughed violently, he felt invisible threads binding his body layer by layer. Spider webs from a demoness, Nikila shuddered. Jenna had been deliberately using the arrow of the bloodthirsty to attack this mirror person to hide her identity as a demoness, preventing Nikila from suspecting he was being targeted by demonesses. Otherwise, he would suspect a trap behind the mirror, abandoning the mirror world escape plan and rendering Anthony's battle hypnotism ineffective. As his pupils dilated, Nikila reflexively formed a slowly rotating mass of stardust in his right palm. Before he could use his constellation's master abilities to destroy himself and the demoness webs in this area, he felt invisible threads lightly caressing him, from his ears and face to his chest and inner thighs, teasing and scratching with seductive touches. This instantly sent his blood surging, his thoughts sinking deep to his nether regions. As he struggled to regain control and use his abilities, he saw a figure at the edge of the web-like tunnel. The figure wore a black robe with leather armor, the hood askew, revealing a pair of heroic and beautiful eyebrows, clear bright eyes like lake water, and moist red lips. This indescribable beauty and soul-stirring charm made Nikila instinctively hold his breath, forgetting to resist, forgetting to break free. Demoness of Affliction's charm. The intense danger warning allowed Nikila to barely break free from this bewitching beauty. Clenching his teeth, suppressing the desire from the teasing and seductive touches, he was about to activate the stardust whirlpool in his hand. Franca continued her charm, a slight smile on her lips, stunning Nikila while changing the action of some webs. They started tickling him. Ha, ha, ha. Sensitive spots on his neck, armpits, and waist were attacked, making him laugh uncontrollably, tears streaming down his face. If not for the invisible threads binding him tightly, he would have retreated, twisted his body, or rolled on the ground. In this state, it was nearly impossible for Nikila to use any of his abilities. Of course, his desire also faded because of this. Right now, I really do feel like a black widow spider, methodically dealing with prey caught in its web. At the Demoness of Affliction stage, if the prey is truly ensnared without help, they'll be constantly affected, unable to escape by their own means. It's a pity this doesn't work on hunters. They can ignite flames to burn the web. I wonder when I'll be able to directly transmit genuine pleasure through the webs. Franca maintained her vigilance, watching the frantically laughing Nikila, muttering to herself. Her strategy was clear: restrain the enemy, continually interfere with his efforts, and delay him until his illness flared up or he was completely charmed. During this process, even if Nikila used mirror substitution, he would be limited by the distance, with his body reappearing within the area covered by the demoness webs, repeating the initial experience. Previously, Franca had already turned this place into a demoness's nest. On one side, he was continuously tickled, while on the other, his desire was stoked by teasing touches. Nikila oscillated between hell and paradise in extreme agony. The beautiful figure, seemingly forever out of reach, became a symbol of all his hopes and dreams. Nikila knew he couldn't continue like this. Resolving to endure the laughter, he bit his tongue hard. The pain pierced his mind, momentarily freeing him from all influences. He tightened his grip on the stardust whirlpool. In the void and darkness behind the mirror, one brilliant star after another lit up. Chapter 821, Infatuation. 821, Infatuation. Above the dark and low void of the mirror world, numerous brilliant stars shed beams of clear light. These beams converged into a column of light, illuminating the mirror world and engulfing Franca, the demoness webs, and Nikila himself. Franca and Nikila both shattered into countless mirror fragments. These shards, along with the invisible webs, quickly dissolved into nothing under the starlight. The starlight quickly faded, and Nikila and Franca's figures reappeared in different corners of the mirror world. Seeing the entrance to the tunnel of webs now unobstructed, Nikila felt a surge of joy. He pulled out a dark gray scroll from the inner pocket of his black wool coat. Suppressing the urge to cough, he whispered a Hermes word, "Wind." The dark gray scroll instantly ignited with cyan flames, a roaring wind gathering around Nikila, pushing his feverish and muddled thoughts forward at the speed of the wind, toward one of the dark tunnels. Nikila, seizing the moment before Franca could intervene, followed the wind into the tunnel entrance. However, he didn't feel the familiar pull from other mirrors. He was back where he started. The dark, illusory tunnel wasn't open to him. Mirror maze. After becoming a demoness of affliction, Franca's mirror magic had evolved, allowing her to create scene illusions with preset mirrors. While waiting for Jenna and Anthony to act, she had woven invisible webs, spread pathogens, and placed mirrors at multiple tunnel entrances. These mirrors, influenced by Beyonder powers, reflected each other, creating a mirror maze that hid the real tunnel entrances, showing only their reflections. Nikila had chosen a false target, the reflection of a real tunnel, and naturally couldn't escape. Taking advantage of this gap, Franca wove another web, ensnaring Nikila, wrapping him in layers, either making him blush or laugh uncontrollably. Having experienced this before, Nikila didn't let himself get completely entangled. Using his abilities as a Constellation's master, he broke free once again. In the following time, amidst increasing fever and violent coughing, he barely managed to fend off Franca using scrolls and attempted to destroy the mirrors creating the maze, seeking the real exit. Under Warlock attacks and interference from spells like Wind Blades, Lightning, Flashes, Purification, Freezing, and Paralysis, Franca kept changing positions, sometimes using mirror substitution to block an attack, showing great patience and restraint. Her focus was on maintaining the demoness webs and spreading pathogens, using her demoness of affliction's charm to buy time. Gradually, Nikila felt he shouldn't resist or harm the beautiful lady. His breath grew hot, his heart racing either from the pathogens or her every move, pounding as if to leap from his chest. The immense pressure made him suspect he might suffer a heart attack any second. Without hesitation, he pulled out a scroll etched with lightning patterns from his coat's inner pocket. It was a powerful item he bought from a broker. Storm, just as he finished chanting, Nikila started coughing violently, and the scroll erupted into a dazzling silver light. The silver light expanded, filling the mirror world with a thunderstorm, the accompanying wind pushing lightning into the tunnel entrances, shattering the mirrors Franca had placed. With the sound of breaking glass, Franca's figure shattered, the mirror maze collapsed, revealing the true dark tunnels. Nikila had no time to celebrate. Aided by the scroll's spell, dragging his sick body, he dashed toward the nearest tunnel entrance. He had scrolls with some healing effects, but didn't want to miss the chance to escape. Seeing the tunnel entrance within reach and the attacking demoness reappearing in another corner, Nikila's heart surged with hope. At that moment, he saw two figures in the tunnel entrance out of the corner of his eye. Jenna and Anthony, who had teleported using the last diamond of the 7-stone bracelet, had arrived and been lying in wait. During the brief and weakened storm, both had been struck by lightning, but evaded the worst damage using mirror substitution, one from her own ability, the other from the mirror substitution created by the two demonesses. Seizing this chance, Anthony's eyes turned gold, radiating a dragon-like aura. Fear and panic surged in Nikila's heart, leaving him disoriented, as if facing an unbeatable predator. Seeing the target pause and turn in circles, Jenna threw a handful of black powder and chanted a few Hermes words. It was one of a witch's black magic spells. Due to their need for materials and incantations, Jenna rarely used these in combat, opting for the convenience of frost and black flames. The black powder ignited, and a cold wind rose, surrounding Nikila with ghostly figures pressing against him, covering his mouth and nose. With this dual interference, Franca's demoness webs wove again, sticking Nikila in place. Franca smiled sincerely at the mirror person. With a buzz, Nikila felt his blood split, half surging upward, half downward, his heart seeming to stop. Under repeated charms and his severe illness, he could no longer resist Franca's allure. In a daze, Nikila saw the woman, whose every detail fit his aesthetic, beckon to him and offer a transparent triangular spike symbolizing goodwill and control. "I wholeheartedly accept." With this thought, Nikila didn't question why the webs no longer restricted him. He reached out and grasped the triangular spike, feeling a slight sting. His thoughts froze completely, becoming as sluggish and stiff as rusted machine parts. Wintry blade. With Nikila under control, Franca glanced at Jenna, signaling her to find and destroy the remaining mirrors on him. Then, Franca could form an ice spike and perform a lobotomy on Nikila. With Lumion absent, there was no one to use the ritual leather for the animal creation spell to turn Nikila into a large hound. Jenna nodded slightly, cutting off the lower half of Nikila's right sleeve, and quickly took off his black wool coat. She swiftly found the remaining 5 mirrors and smashed them one by one. During this process, Nikila did not resist. He looked at Franca with a mixture of obsession and pain, coughing intermittently. He still held the wintry blade, blood trickling from his hand. Franca's left hand formed a long, thin ice spike. Suddenly, Nikila's expression twisted. Knowledge infusion from the hidden sage. Damn it, why now? Franca was first stunned, then understood the reason. In his severely ill and dying state, Nikila was unlikely to withstand this. He might lose control on the spot. In a flash, Franca discarded the ice spike and the wintry blade, taking out a mirror that reflected Nikila's image. She then wiped the glass surface with her right hand, covered in eerie black flames. Nikila's exposed skin was marked with numerous blood-red cracks, with strange things forming inside them. At that moment, pitch-black flames erupted from his body, burning his soul. Using the blood dripping from Nikila's hand, Jenna began a curse, while Anthony aimed the Winter is Coming revolver at Nikila, ready to use the certain death effect at any moment. Soon, the two demonesses acted before Nikila could lose control, ending his life completely. Silently, Nikila fell to the void and dark ground of the mirror world, becoming a corpse. The eye-like objects hidden within his flesh stopped moving, unable to emerge. Franca quickly set up a ritual, completing the magic mirror divination. In her makeup mirror, Nikila's eerie, pale figure appeared, showing only slight signs of losing control. The ghost's eyes still held a trace of obsession with Franca, but now included the pain and despair of being killed by her. A demoness of affliction's charm is terrifying. I wonder if baby Cupid from the Scrooge pathway can make someone fall hopelessly in love with them too. Franca mused with a sigh and then asked, "Are you Griffith?" "Yes, I am very pleased you know and remember my true name." The mirror's Nikila smiled joyfully. Franca was momentarily speechless. She paused for a second before asking, "Do you know what happened to your superior, Kay Merlo, one of the 10 pillars?" Chapter 822, Wilderness. 822, Wilderness. Nikila looked at Franca with an obsession and said, "He should be feeling the call of the wilderness." Wilderness? Franca didn't hide her confusion. Nikila eagerly and thoroughly explained, "In 4th Epic Trier, near the ruined palace of Alistair Tudor, beside his remains on his remains, under them, well, there's a wilderness there. All mystery priors and savants will eventually return to that wilderness." All mystery priors and savants. The only thing powerful enough to influence both pathways must be the celestial master. Professor and assistant professor had dreams about the wilderness before. Franca perked up and asked, "What else do you know about this wilderness?" Nikila shook his head slightly, looking a bit annoyed but very honest. "Nothing else. According to our leader, the higher the sequence of a mystery prior or savant, the more likely they are to hear the call of the wilderness. The hidden sage should stand atop the mystery prior pathway, so during the hostile incident, when the seal of 4th Epic Trier was broken, the leak of wilderness power greatly affected him, driving him madder. Is Kay Merlo in a similar situation? After all, he's in Trier. The demigods of the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery in Trier might also be affected." Franca swallowed and asked, "Has Kay Merlo returned to that wilderness?" Nikila smiled gently but painfully. "Not yet. He's probably just deteriorating, unable to maintain himself well and resisting the call in some extreme way. If he were to return, he'd have to pass through our mirror world. It wouldn't escape our leader's notice. If our leader knew, so would I." For Trier, Kay Merlo returning to the wilderness might not be a bad thing. According to Nikilano, Griffith Kay Merlo is like a powerful bomb that could go off at any time. Franca thought for a moment and asked, "Do you know where he's hiding now?" Nikila sighed and said, "He hasn't contacted me for a while. The last time we met was near the catacombs." "Near the catacombs?" Franca then asked, "Griffith, what was your goal in infiltrating the Moses ascetic order?" Nikila emphasized seriously, "I am the original. Our goal was to make the higher-ups of the Moses ascetic order gradually aware of the wilderness and help us unseal 4th Epic Trier at a critical moment." Franca had an epiphany and asked, "Did Kay Merlo, with your help, already know about the wilderness and its exact location? Was it knowing too much and possessing godhood that made Kay Merlo lose control gradually, becoming unable to resist the wilderness call? The Church of the God of Steam and Machinery hasn't shown similar issues, at least not as severe." Yes, Nikila shared his feelings with his dream lover. "So, this is both good and bad for me. It took me a lot to gain Kay Merlo's trust and interest in the wilderness without arousing suspicion, but now all that effort is wasted. I have to figure out how to gain the trust of another of the 10 pillars." "Why is it also a good thing?" Franca was puzzled. Nikila smiled and said, "If Kay Merlo returns to the wilderness, I might get the mysticologist Beyonder characteristic someday." Mysticologist is sequence 4 of the mystery prior pathway. Can you mirror people ascend by drinking potions? Franca quickly asked 2 questions. Nikila nodded. "Yes, I can ascend to mysticologist by drinking the potion. I am the original." "Have you ever drunk a potion?" Franca glanced at Griffith's body, which had not produced any Beyonder characteristics. "No," Nikila replied candidly. "Meth, no Beyonder characteristic drops." Franca cursed inwardly in pre-transmigration gaming terms and then said, "Morin Avigny has been dead for a while. Your leader can't leave the seal and frequently get feedback or give orders. Who's handling day-to-day matters and contacting the mirror people in Trier?" "It's Palia. She received instructions and information from the leader," Nikila replied, but didn't elaborate like before. The mineralogist, Jasmine, I'm tracking. No wonder she appeared twice in underground Trier despite being wanted. She's rebuilding the Mirror People network in Trier. Franca asked quickly, can you contact Palia? Nikila shook his head again. She contacts us one way for now. This way, if any one of us is exposed, it doesn't affect the others. According to the previous arrangement, Palia contacts me through the mirror world once a week to check on my situation and exchange new information, usually on Sunday evenings between 8 and 10. Don't you find this troublesome and inconvenient? Well, it is quite safe. Franca criticized silently and saw Nikila's image fading, about to disappear, and quickly asked the last question. Besides fourth epic Trier and current Trier, where else does your mirror world connect to? This question came from Lumien's letter. He confirmed Morara exchanged information with the outside world through this special mirror world. Nikila thought for a moment and said, a strange place, much like fourth epic Trier, also sealed with many living people inside, but we can't enter. Mirror people can't use the special mirror world to go directly to Morara. Franca nodded slightly and asked, did some of your companions go to Lenberg to find that sealed strange place? Yes, although we can't go directly. If we can enter normally, we can use the mirror world's power. Nikila said as he began to lose his soul's integrity. He looked at Franca, lingeringly and painfully scanning her beautiful face. Franca's skin prickled with goosebumps. Watching Nikila the mirror person Griffith disappear completely, Franca sighed inwardly. Short-term, high-intensity, high-frequency charm can last so long. It might take a day or two to fade. Repeated charm in daily life, maintained long-term, can indeed make someone fall deeply in love with me. I wonder how long this love lasts without supernatural influence. A year should be fine, but it's hard to say for the 7-year itch. Hunters can form teams, and so can demonesses, but the loyalty and rapport will be higher. The only issue is team members might not truly cooperate and could hate each other. What a mess. Franca put away the mirror and said to Jenna and Anthony, no need to wait. This guy doesn't have any Beyonder characteristics. By then, Jenna had finished collecting the loot, getting 460 Viral Door and 9 scrolls from Nikila. The scrolls' effects and incantations required magic mirror divination to reveal. Anthony glanced at Nikila's body and the 9 scrolls, considering. Should we have someone use lie to disguise as Nikila and wait for that mirror person Palia to contact? We can, but it's unlikely, Franca said after some thought. We can bury the body and carry out anti-divination and anti-prophecy measures, but there are many days until Sunday. The mirror people leader might notice something wrong. Still, it's worth a try. After carrying out anti-divination and anti-prophecy measures and seeing Nikila's body turn into a few broken mirror shards, Jenna frowned slightly. Still, none of those special mirror world shards. Morin Avigny didn't leave any either. The shards in Jenna and Franca's possession came from Gardner Martin and the Tamara family's crypt. What kind of mirror person leaves special mirror world shards? What's special about the fake Martin? Next time we catch a mirror person, we must ask. Franca muttered to herself. The 3 quickly tidied up the scene, and Franca activated the ice amulet to teleport to the fixed mirror world entrance. During this process, Franca used the amulet's power to send Lumien the intelligence gathered from this operation. Morara, 2nd floor of the Carnivore Bar. Reading a book comfortably, Lumien glanced at the room's mirror, seeing water ripple and a line of incision appear. Reading it, Lumien suddenly froze. He realized he had overlooked something. At this moment, could the mirror people sent to Lenberg to investigate the whereabouts of 0 to 1 have infiltrated Morara? And the mirror people produced by the underground mausoleum's incident could use that special mirror world unlike him. Chapter 823, Advice. 823, Advice. If the mirror people have infiltrated Morara, what would they do? Lumien pondered for a while, placed the book back in the traveler's bag, and stepped down the stairs to the hall. It was dinner time, and the bar was bustling. Julie flitted between tables like a butterfly, serving drinks and meals to the customers. The patrons were well behaved. No one tried to act inappropriately by grabbing Julie's ass or touching her chest. They weren't being moral or civilized. None of them had clean hands. Those who entered Morora were all hardened criminals. Their compliance was because someone had made a fatal mistake not long ago. Julie had been unstable lately, often in a daze. Unlike her usual self, she couldn't always gracefully avoid wandering hands and arms amidst the laughter and noise. One evening, someone found an opportunity to give her a hard pinch in the ass. Julie's suppressed fury and rage exploded instantly. If Lumion hadn't intervened in time, reminding her it wasn't a legal duel, that drunkard would have ended up in the kitchen, missing a vital part of his anatomy. In the end, since the drunkard refused Julie's duel challenge after much negotiation, he voluntarily chopped off his hand as an apology. Otherwise, he might have lost control and attacked the repugnant bar owner, forcing him into self-defense. Lumion glanced at Julie, whose face was devoid of smiles, and walked into the kitchen, where Les was finally taking a break, enjoying his dinner. He picked up a caramelized finger, put it in his mouth, and chewed noisily. Lumion sighed quietly and said, "I need to step out for a bit. Keep an eye on Julie." "No problem," Les replied, pointing to the plate of now missing fingers. "Boss, want some? I've found a new cooking method: first deep fry, then steam in a seasoned broth for 20 minutes. "No, thanks." Lumion turned and left the carnivore bar, walking through the dark, unlit streets to the Knowledge Cathedral. He found a corner where he could see the graveyard and the entrance to the underground mausoleum through a window. Pulling over a wooden chair, he sighed and patted the backrest. The Church of Knowledge is getting more considerate. There hadn't been chairs by the brass bookshelves before. Too bad there's nowhere to rest my feet. Lumion sat down, gazing at the graveyard through the stained glass, using the crimson moonlight to observe the entrance to the underground mausoleum. According to his information, Celeste, who had been on duty in the underground mausoleum for 2 days, would return to the surface at 9 tonight. Lumion's goal was to make others believe he was at the Knowledge Cathedral to study, while actually observing the mausoleum's entrance and the experimental subject's activities. His true purpose was simple: to mask his love of studying with the guise of observing the mausoleum and experimental subjects. With this excuse, he wouldn't have to waste time idling around the bar, drinking and boasting. He could finish the remaining book sooner. By the cathedral's bright candlelight, Lumion read for a while, then forced himself to lift his head and observe the mausoleum's entrance for a couple of minutes. After repeating this several times, he suddenly thought of his sister. Back then, Auror always urged him to study, but would occasionally drag him from his desk, forcing him to look at the trees outside the window and the distant mountain pastures. Now he had to rely on himself. Time passed, and the cathedral's clock chimed loudly. A group of black-robed enforcers left the Knowledge Cathedral, crossed the graveyard, and reached the mausoleum's entrance. Soon, the previous group of enforcers emerged from the gray-white stone steps leading to the mausoleum, moving in an orderly fashion. With his hunter's vision and the crimson moonlight, Lumion saw that the leader was Celeste, wearing a black robe and a blindfold. The demoness emerged from the entrance area slowly and expressionlessly, removing her blindfold. The line behind her was long, each person carrying a lantern. At that moment, Lumion felt a sudden, eerie sensation, as if the deep darkness at the mausoleum's entrance had come to life. The darkness instantly swallowed the last experimental subject in line. Lumion blinked, seeing no movement in the darkness. The anomaly seemed like an illusion. Frowning slightly, he counted Celeste's team members again. Quickly, he concluded 1 person is missing, and 1 lantern. Lumion watched Celeste's team until they returned to the Knowledge Cathedral. Near the stairs, Celeste turned her head slightly, glancing in Lumion's direction. Lumion crossed his right leg over his left knee, leaning back in the chair, calmly meeting her gaze. He felt Celeste had likely noticed his observation. This meant she probably still retained some self-awareness. Phew, no need to worry about Julie losing control for now. Lumion sighed quietly, watching Celeste and the enforcers disappear at the stairwell. He had been worried that Celeste's issues might trigger Julie to lose control before they were fully prepared. That would interfere with his studying. Reading for a while longer, Lumion noticed Moira's Archbishop Heriberg patrolling the brass bookshelves. Thinking for a few seconds, he spoke as Heriberg neared. "Your Grace, I have a question." Dressed in a plain white robe with brass threads, Heriberg smiled kindly. "Ask away." Holding his book, Lumion sincerely asked, "The mausoleum's taboos seem to target the living. What if an undead or an immortal creature enters?" Heriberg gave Lumion a deep look and smiled. "The dead should remain in eternal slumber. What do you think?" Meaning, an undead would fall into eternal sleep upon entering the mausoleum. As expected, 0 to 1 has death and darkness characteristics. So, I can't exploit any loophole with the Eggers family's golden mask. Lumion sighed regretfully. "I think so too." Heriberg, with his white hair and beard, spoke like a teacher. "While studying, remember to take care of your health and stay mentally sharp. Don't stay up late reading. Maintain your usual pace." Is he worried I'll degrade and succumb to the book's inherent corruption? Need to control the corruption rate? Lumion pondered, then stood up and responded, "Yes, Your Grace." He immediately tucked the book into his traveler's bag and left the cathedral under Heriberg's approving gaze. Crossing the square outside, Lumion saw Julie stepping lightly out the cathedral's side door, looking relaxed. Here to check the situation first, Lumion watched her disappear into another alley, heading back to the carnivore bar. Approaching the bar, he heard a pained, agonized scream not far away. "Julie's doing," Lumion chuckled to himself. "Feeling bad, cut a finger. Feeling good, cut another. Can't she find another hobby?" Luckily, there were enough exiles in Moira. Still, Lumion knew their presence had tripled the daily death toll since they arrived. They couldn't stay long, or the exiles' replenishment wouldn't keep up, and Moira would face a shortage crisis. The bar was closed. Lumion went behind the counter, poured himself a glass of liquor, and sipped it slowly, as if waiting for something. After a while, Julie appeared at the door in a shirt and skirt, her cheeks still flushed. She glanced at Lumion and smiled. "Boss, were you waiting for me?" She played with a frosty, bloody object in her hand. Lumion took a sip of Lanty-proof and asked, "Do you know my name?" Julie approached the counter, shook her head, and smiled. "I only know you're my boss." Celeste, as an enforcer, should know the names of every Moira resident, Lumion said directly. Julie's expression changed slightly, then she sighed and smiled. But she said Louis must be a fake name. "I don't believe you didn't ask someone on the outside to investigate my real identity," Lumion said, leaning on the counter and sipping his drink. Julie pouted, not answering directly, only saying, "It doesn't matter." "True," Lumion nodded with a smile. "I caught a mirror person from underground Trier who told me his companions went to Lenberg to find Moira. Now, new intel suggests they might be here." Julie's smile faded, replaced by a serious look. Lumion finished his Lanty-proof, set the glass down, and headed upstairs. Julie sat in silence for a while, then left the carnivore bar. In an empty house in Moira, the demoness put on a gold ring set with blue gems and sat before a half-length mirror. The reflection wavered slightly, showing some changes. Chapter 824, Nightmare Changes. 824 Nightmare Changes. Julie watched her reflection in the mirror gradually become bloodstained, her expression turning cold and her eyes filling with malice. She wasn't surprised. Instead, she smirked with a hint of sarcasm. The reflection became agitated, clawing at the glass as if trying to scratch out an escape. Her face twisted quickly, and the malice in her eyes seemed almost tangible. Before long, another figure appeared behind her. A man with short brown hair, bearing a strong resemblance to Julie, also covered in blood and exuding a sinister aura. Julie rubbed the blue gem-encrusted gold ring on her thumb, watching as the female and male versions of herself shrank and faded, revealing their current surroundings. It was a dark, almost lightless world. Beyond this world, countless points of light representing different mirrors dotted the surroundings. Most were affected by Moira's seal, appearing hazy and unreachable. Julie's gaze swept across the few clearer points of light, her intuition as a demoness guiding her to one particular mirror. Inside that mirror, a shadowy figure appeared. Sensing Julie's gaze, the figure recoiled and left the mirror. Julie immediately reached into the mirror, pulling herself through it. Ignoring the curses and anger from her two reflections, she directly transported to the mirror that had shown the shadow. She emerged from a small mirror into a long-abandoned room, the traces of occupancy wiped clean. Julie turned to the window beside the mirror, observing the outside environment. She saw a graveyard bathed in crimson moonlight, a cathedral-like library, and the clearly visible entrance to the underground mausoleum. After a brief silence, Julie muttered to herself, "The mirror people have indeed infiltrated." Upstairs in the carnivore bar, Lumion reclined in his chair, feet propped up, engrossed in his book. There was still time to study. He had told Julie about the mirror people to leverage the demoness sex power to confirm and search for them. As a hunter, he couldn't utilize the mirror world on his own, and the mirror cufflink could only be used twice more. Remembering Archbishop Harroburg's advice to not overextend himself, Lumion decided to end his studies early and get some extra sleep tonight. Just as he was about to close his book, someone knocked on his door. It was Julie. She nodded slightly at Lumion, saying, "I found a mirror person spying on the mausoleum but couldn't catch them." "Only one?" Lumion asked for confirmation. Julie tersely acknowledged his words, "Only one." She turned and headed to her room. Lumion chuckled and said, "Not only did you not catch them, but you didn't even see what they looked like." His voice was low, almost to himself, but loud enough for Julie to hear. Julie turned around and sneered. "At least I found traces of the mirror people, better than someone who needs me to confirm it." Lumion pretended to be stung, retorting, "I was just letting you fulfill your pitiful, insignificant purpose." Julie ignored him and went into her room. Lumion smirked to himself and closed the wooden door. Now, Julie should be less wary about him being capable of using the mirror world, right? In a daze, Lumion saw a blood-stained land, collapsed grand structures, and towering iron-black pillars, many of which were broken. Driven by instinct, he walked forward, passing through burning palaces, torrential rain, and a forest of lightning striking the ground. He stopped before a corpse. The body was charred black, the face flayed to reveal a scorched skull. Behind it lay a mountain of bodies and bones, piled hundreds of meters high. Lumion's gaze followed the corpses upward, sometimes meeting their eye sockets, which burned with pale or dark red flames. Finally, he was about to see the top of the mountain. Suddenly, intense fear and a compulsion to stop thinking and follow orders overwhelmed him. He jerked awake, gasping for breath. Another nightmare. The nightmares are becoming clearer and more frequent. Lumion glanced towards the ground, instinctively reaching out as if to touch something. He grasped only air. Quickly calming himself, he murmured, "At this rate, when I finish reading the remaining books, these nightmares caused by the corruption might transform drastically. What will that bring? If the nightmares get clearer and the feeling stronger, I might lose control in my sleep. Then Albus, Julie, and Wanak would have the chance to challenge an angel. No, the Church of Knowledge would eliminate the problem first. Having sealed Ludwig, they wouldn't hesitate to seal another." Lumion rubbed his temples, agreeing more with Archbishop Harroburg's advice. Don't rush, maintain physical health and mental clarity. Even if corrupted, proceed gradually. Sighing, Lumion believed that in 5 or 6 days, when he finished the borrowed books, the situation would change significantly in his favor. But can the situation remain stable until I finish studying? Since the last injury, Albus hasn't appeared for days, secretly plotting. Wanak regained control of Dad's agricultural company, but no longer has fixed offices or residences. Celeste's duty in the mausoleum is both a risk and an opportunity. She might have advanced the demoness sex plans, and Julie's opportunity could be coming soon. Will they let me study until I finish the books? Probably not. Lumion mused that Albus, Wanak, or the demoness sect would likely make a big move involving the mausoleum soon. They might not know the importance of studying, or that Lumion was diligently studying, but they must sense that delaying further would worsen their situation. Never underestimate the intuition of demonesses, or the instincts of those backing Albus and Wanak. Trier Cartier de la Cathédrale commémorative, apartment 702, 9 Rue Orosai. Franca was smug about successfully planning and executing an ambush on a powerful mirror person. This felt more rewarding than leading a team raid in her pre-transmigration games. She pointed to the cash and scrolls on the coffee table, saying, "Let's split the spoils. You two go first." Using magic mirror divination, the two demonesses had identified the effects and incantations for the scrolls. There was a sun scroll, a healing scroll, and one each of lightning, burning, flash, wind, freezing, paralysis, and secret voice. Anthony gestured for Jenna to pick first. Jenna, not wasting time with politeness, took the sun, lightning, and flash scrolls after a few seconds of thought. Anthony chose healing, paralysis, and freezing, leaving 460 Viral Door and the remaining 3 scrolls for Franca. Franca picked up the secret voice scroll, smiling. "This is perfect for coordinating operations. Surprised you didn't want it." The secret voice scroll created a secret channel linking 3 to 5 people within 50 meters, allowing them to communicate without being overheard or blocked by obstacles. "You could leave it for Lumion," Jenna thought but didn't say, not wanting to dampen Franca's spirits. As they chatted, a messenger from Madame Judgment delivered a reply. "The Moses Ascetic Order will handle the abnormality in Camarlo. You don't need to follow up." In Trier, in a room with overturned furniture and papers scattered everywhere. The Hermit, a major arcana card from the Tarot Club whom Franca and her team had met before, stood before a wall covered in meaningless lines. She wore black-framed glasses and a deep black robe adorned with eye-shaped purple patterns, examining faint traces of dried blackened blood, tears, and saliva. A nearly transparent, eyelashless, and indifferent eye hovered before her, silently observing. Its gaze seemed to contain countless stars and various scenes. After a while, the Hermit ignored the blackened blood, taking a small amount of the powder stained with tears and saliva. A dreamlike pumpkin carriage appeared before her, altering her appearance, aura, and physique. The Hermit calmly sat in the carriage. A group of mice pulled the pumpkin carriage into a tunnel outside the Trier catacombs. Still seated in the pumpkin carriage, the Hermit conjured a vibrant, slightly unreal ball of yarn. She infused the powder from before into the yarn and threw it into the tunnel's depths, leaving a bright thread on the ground, pointing the way forward. Chapter 825, The Final Seduction. 825, The Final Seduction. The Hermit followed the vibrant thread of yarn through the dark tunnel in her pumpkin carriage. She didn't know how long she had been descending when she arrived at a naturally formed cave. The vibrant yarn ball had stopped here. The swarm of mice and the pumpkin carriage vanished, and the Hermit floated down, her feet touching the ground. She didn't need to remove her glasses to see the pools of pus-like blood on the ground, eroding the soil in the extreme darkness. For a moment, the Hermit seemed to see a scene from the past. A blurry figure staggered towards the cave, each step leaving a splatter of pus-like blood that sizzled as it corroded the rocks and soil. The Hermit weaved through the pools of blood and entered the cave, but it was empty. The trail of pus-like blood ended abruptly. It was as if the figure had exhausted all its flesh and blood, leaving no trace, or had evaporated entirely. He had vanished. Has Camarlo disappeared like this? The Hermit immediately conjured 9 blazing suns. The intense heat caused the pools of blood to show signs of evaporation. Then, the major arcana cardholder removed her glasses. The pus-like blood changed immediately. It wasn't blood but dense, intertwined, complex symbols or letters. These symbols or letters were grouped together, eroding various rocks and soil, bright red and dazzling. Even with her knowledge of mysticism, the Hermit couldn't identify what they represented. Camarlo's flesh and blood transformed into this. The Hermit pondered for a moment and decided to strip away all the bloody symbols and letters and take them to a high-ranking cryptologist. Morara, Carnivore Bar, 2nd floor. Lumion had another nightmare, but this time, he was clearly aware that he was dreaming. He dreamed of walking through a dark, lightless tunnel, with stone slabs beneath his feet and bricks in the walls, with rusty iron wall lamps every so often, none of them lit. Lumion wandered aimlessly, sometimes turning right, sometimes descending stairs, and sometimes resting against the wall. Suddenly, he saw yellowish light ahead. In the glow, figures in black robes appeared, carrying quietly burning lanterns, their eyes covered with thick black cloth. Law enforcement, experimental subjects, Lumion instantly understood. Am I dreaming of the mausoleum? This matches the ceiling information of 0 to 1 and the book's descriptions. Using my knowledge and the corruption I've suffered, did I recreate a tunnel of the mausoleum in my dream? The experimental subjects, despite being blindfolded, walked steadily, maintaining a straight line forward. I don't seem to be blindfolded. Will something abnormal happen? No, I'm just dreaming. Although lucid dreaming, Lumion's thoughts were sluggish, seemingly influenced by the dream. As he was about to pass by the experimental subjects with lanterns, his gaze naturally fell on one of the lanterns. The lantern's glass case, framed in bronze, reflected a black shadow. The shadow, human-like in shape, flickered and leaped to another lantern. That shadow isn't mine, nor the lantern bearer's. It's one of those mirror people corrupted by the mausoleum's power, or perhaps the mirror person that infiltrated Morora. Lumion shivered, feeling more awake than ever. He focused his gaze and saw the slightly distorted, human-like black shadow pause and look back at him from the lantern's glass, illuminated by firelight. As their eyes met, the shadow vanished instantly. Lumion's vision wavered, the entire tunnel, lit by the lanterns, shaking violently. Within seconds, Lumion woke up, his eyes snapping open. The shaking continued, and his bed creaked while the house clattered. An earthquake, Lumion judged calmly. In Morara, he had already experienced 4 earthquakes, 1 volcanic eruption, 5 torrential rains, 4 hurricanes, 3 tornadoes, 2 hailstorms, and 2 snowstorms. Often, more than 1 extreme weather event occurred in a single day, though sometimes it was just ordinary weather fluctuations. Based on his physical assessment and experience, Lumion judged that this earthquake wouldn't collapse the sturdy carnivore bar building. So he lay there calmly, with no intention of getting out of bed and escaping to the street. If worse came to worst, he could still teleport to the Knowledge Cathedral. Staring at the still swaying ceiling, Lumion recalled the nightmare. Was I woken up by the earthquake, or did my nightmare trigger the earthquake? After pondering for a while, Lumion believed it was the latter. But this meant his nightmare had truly connected to the underground mausoleum. Earlier, was I wandering through the mausoleum in some peculiar form, not needing to be blindfolded or carry a lantern? Was everything I saw and experienced real, actually happening in real time? Was the mirror person on the lantern real too? Right, that didn't look like the lantern bearer's mirror person. Their physical condition was noticeably different. Could it be the mirror person from Trier? Did he use the special power of the mirror world to start exploring the mausoleum before Albus, Julie, and I? If so, he may have been at it for many days, and might be close to succeeding. When he saw me, did he see what I look like, my state, my form? Yes, if one enters the mausoleum without being blindfolded, the experimental subjects will see the corresponding mirror person in their own eyes and be replaced. A series of questions flashed through Lumion's mind, creating a sense of urgency. He sat up and looked towards the window. The earthquake had already subsided, and outside the not-so-thick curtains, the sky seemed to be getting slightly brighter. Lumion sighed, suppressing his negative emotions, and decided to sleep a bit more until 6 in the morning. He needed to be in his best condition to complete the remaining 3 days of study. Otherwise, he might lose control or even die from it. After waking up naturally, Lumion had breakfast prepared by Les and then went directly to the Knowledge Cathedral, sitting in his usual spot, reading and monitoring the entrance to the underground mausoleum. This way, if there was an anomaly, he could teleport there immediately and enter the underground. After alternating between thunderstorms and clear skies, Lumion finished his morning studies and headed back to the carnivore bar for lunch. About a third of the way back, he heard a painful, yet slightly pleasurable scream from the direction of the bar. Is Julie at it again? She wasn't in a bad or good mood today. And it's the bar's busy time. Did someone bother her? Lumion shook his head, thinking Julie was quite unprofessional. Soon, he returned to the carnivore bar and found the area in front of the bar and inside the hall empty, with tables and chairs overturned, broken glasses scattered, and spilled liquor on the floor, some of it already frozen. It looks like Julie went berserk, attacked all the patrons, and drove them away. What happened? Lumion became highly alert. As the owner of the carnivore bar, he felt both distressed over the wasted liquor and keenly aware of the unusual situation. He remembered that Julie had seemed fine when he left in the morning, even proactively helping Les prepare the ingredients for the day. Lumion sniffed the air, detecting a faint smell of blood and a hint of something resembling chestnut flowers. To most men, the latter scent was very familiar. Something's off. Based on my observations, Julie usually finishes her collection before the target reaches the peak of pleasure. This time, the scent is quite noticeable. Did she let the original owner of the collection enjoy themselves? Lumion frowned and followed the smell of blood upstairs, pushing open Julie's door. On Julie's bed lay Les, naked, eyes wide open, mouth half-puffed, with his legs a bloody mess. He was dead. Julie attacked Les. Lumion looked into Les's eyes, seeing extreme pleasure, relaxation, and evident pain, with no signs of a supernatural battle in the room, only splattered blood and a few sources of the chestnut flower scent telling the story. This made Lumion suspect that Les had willingly gone to bed with Julie. And this culinary artist knew well what Julie would do. Similarly, Julie's behavior was different this time, seemingly allowing Les to complete his climax. Did Les seek liberation, or did he make a preemptive move and fail? Lumion wasn't shocked by this, but found it too sudden. Lumion's gaze fell on the lifeless bloodstain at Les's mouth. After a few seconds, he suddenly recalled something Julie had once said to Les. "I've decided to seduce you last." Last, Lumion's eyes narrowed sharply. To Julie, now was the final moment. Was she about to take her last action? Where had she gone now? Chapter 826, Entry. 826 Entry. Lumion directly activated the black mark on his right shoulder and teleported to the edge of the boundless cemetery, right at the entrance to the underground mausoleum. This place looked like the mouth of a giant beast, with gray-white stone steps stretching down into the dark, deep throat. Lumion suspected Julie had already entered the mausoleum. Whatever the demoness sex plan was, it ultimately had to involve the sealed 0 to 1 deep within the mausoleum. Lumion sniffed around the entrance, detecting only the scents of grass, trees, and the earthy smell after rain. There was no trace of Julie's fragrance. At the same time, he scrutinized the gray-white stone steps descending into the darkness, looking for fresh footprints. There had been a thunderstorm earlier. No signs of Julie. Lumion turned and transformed into a blazing white spear, shooting across hundreds of meters and landing beside the Knowledge Cathedral. He didn't take a detour, opening the nearest stained glass window and jumping into the church, quickly running to Harriberg, who was dressed in a plain white robe with brass thread. "Your Grace, do you know which room Celeste is staying in?" Lumion's breath was steady, but he spoke quickly. Harriberg, the Archbishop of Morora, smiled and replied, "The 3rd floor, the room closest to the cemetery, with a view of the mausoleum entrance." Lumion was taken aback. "You knew all along." He didn't waste time asking further, igniting white flames on his body and darting like a javelin towards the staircase. After a few turns, Lumion reached Celeste's room. He grasped the brass handle, gently twisted it, and pushed open the wooden door. The room was tidy, with minimal furnishings. A single bed, a desk, a chair, and a shelf for books and miscellaneous items, giving off a monastic austerity. Indeed, Celeste is gone as well. Lumion confirmed his suspicion. He didn't immediately enter the room, sensing it was filled with invisible, pathogen-laden webs, like a poisonous spider's nest. While preparing to burn the unseen webs, he observed further. He noticed Celeste might have been playing the part of a corrupted experiment subject, as the room lacked any unnecessary items. With her disappearance, even the spare black robes were gone, leaving the room empty, save for a mirror on the desk by the window. The mirror was a common dressing mirror, not unusual in a demoness's room. But it sparked a thought in Lumion. Did Celeste leave through the mirror world? The law enforcers usually entered and exited together. She couldn't have bet on the knowledge cathedral turning a blind eye and walked out alone. Is she meeting Julie somewhere in the mirror world? Did Julie and Celeste use the mirror world to enter the mausoleum, leaving no traces at the entrance? With this in mind, Lumien's thoughts raced, forming a web of connections from various bits of information and ideas. He quickly made a guess. Did Celeste patrol the mausoleum as an experiment subject several times to place mirrors at key points or obtain coordinates of similar reflective items? When I used the mirror cufflink before, I couldn't identify which mirrors were in the mausoleum or if they were dangerous. This was the demoness sex preparation, and now Celeste has control over the mirrors in the mausoleum and can start the operation. Why not act immediately after her last patrol? Were a few days needed for other preparations? As his thoughts raced, Lumien whispered, "Termiboros, do you think I should enter the mausoleum now or continue my studies, hoping Julie and Celeste fail?" Before Termiboros could respond, Lumien laughed and said, "I won't rely on others to fail." He had made his decision. He would enter the mausoleum to disrupt and stop the demoness sex actions, buying a few more days. The only issue was that in the mausoleum, he had to be blindfolded and couldn't read or study during the downtime. Is there a way to convert text to sound? Auror's grimoires mentioned related ideas and preliminary results, but I'm not a warlock. Lumien sighed internally, then heard Termiboros's layered, majestic voice. "It's very dangerous." "You're actually answering. Is this a genuine warning or a hidden plot?" He only mentioned the danger without strongly dissuading me. No matter whether Termiboros opposes or tempts me, I'm going. Lumien quickly calmed himself, chuckled, and said, "Maybe we'll both become 0-1's puppets." "Not including me," Termiboros responded in a powerful voice. "Is that so?" Lumien once again transformed into a flaming spear and swiftly returned to the cathedral hall. He approached Harroburg, holding 3 books, and smiled. "Your Grace, I still have 2.5 books left to read. Do you have a way to convert the remaining knowledge into sound so I can study while exploring the mausoleum?" Harroburg's wrinkles smoothed out, and his expression became even gentler. "Good, good, this is the attitude needed for study." He took out a brass sheet and accepted the books from Lumien. In Harroburg's amber eyes, countless symbols and words swirled and spun. Lumien saw tiny glimmers rising from the books, converging into a river that flowed into the brass sheet. What kind of mystic art is this? Lumien was mesmerized. Before coming to Lenberg, he had gathered detailed information about the Church of Knowledge, including some details about the Reader Pathway. He knew the Sequence 5 of the Reader Pathway was called Mysticism Magister, capable of inventing and creating unique spells. Soon, the glimmers vanished, and the brass sheet became more lustrous, with its symbols and patterns gaining more depth. With 2 snaps, Harroburg broke off 2 corners from the brass sheet and molded them into cylindrical shapes. Lumien watched, jaw-dropping. Without the aid of fire, breaking off 2 pieces of brass with just my hands is quite difficult, let alone molding them like clay with my fingers. Your Grace, are all readers this strong, or is it unique to you as a puppet? Your fingers could probably crush my bones to dust. Or is this a side effect of the mystic art? Insert them into your ears. The activation spell is Listen in Ancient Hermes, as I know you only speak this language and haven't mastered Jotun or Elvish yet. The deactivation spell is Stop. Harroburg handed the brass sheet and the 2 cylindrical brass earplugs to Lumien. Lumien instinctively argued, "I know Hermes too." He understood Harroburg was referring to languages capable of invoking supernatural powers. "Hermes," Harroburg laughed. Lumien sensed contempt for the Hermes language in his laughter and expression. With time running out, Lumien didn't ask further, inserting 1 brass earplug and pocketing the rest. He then transformed into a blazing white spear and flew from the open stained glass window to the mausoleum entrance. Lumien calmed his breathing, took a carbide lamp and white bandages from the traveler's bag. After lighting the carbide lamp, he wrapped the bandages around his head, covering his eyes. Lumien's vision gradually turned pitch black. For a hunter who relied heavily on sight, this was far from a pleasant experience. Feeling his way, he picked up the carbide lamp and cautiously descended the gray-white stone steps. He focused on maintaining his balance, worried about stepping wrong and tumbling down like a wheel into the mausoleum. He wasn't afraid of getting hurt, but feared extinguishing the lamp. Being blind is no fun, Lumion muttered, constructing a mental map. Most of the map's content came from the 0 to 1 ceiling information and the book examples of mausoleum construction, with some from his nightmares over the past few days. Using the mental map, his heightened senses, and his control over his body, Lumion gradually adapted to the darkness, descending more steadily. Finally, he reached the bottom of the stairs and officially entered the mausoleum. He felt the surrounding darkness surge like a tide, eroding his skin, bringing a chill and a slow drain of life force. Almost simultaneously, his right palm turned icy cold. The abnormal life force drain stopped. The underworld Taoist's mark activated. Lumion silently mused, in this situation, even without a lit carbide lamp, I shouldn't encounter any issues in the mausoleum's darkness. When I find Julie and Celeste, I could use my hunter ability to extinguish their lamps directly. But Julie is special, and Celeste likely is too. It might not be easy to have the darkness engulf them. Blindfolded, Lumion turned and sensed the abscessed hand's head location, using the semi-activated black mark on his right shoulder. He planned to find this thing first, then stop Julie and Celeste. Then, he could toss the separated abscessed hand parts together and see what mutation occurs, giving the enemies a surprise. Perhaps because they were in the same mausoleum, Lumion quickly sensed the summoning and special connection from Handbro. It was not far. Chapter 827, Blind Battle. 827, Blind Battle. Morara, 5th floor of the Knowledge Cathedral. A law enforcer in a black robe stood at the window, looking at the entrance to the underground mausoleum, which resembled the mouth of a giant beast. In his eyes, Lumion's figure could be seen descending the gray-white stone, steps one by one. Elsewhere in Morara, Albus Medici stood by another window. However, his gaze was not on the nearby buildings, but on the cemetery and Lumion, neither of which could be seen from this street. Is it starting? The descendant of the Red Angel chuckled. Blindfolded, Lumion moved steadily through the darkness, guided by the mental map in his mind, approaching the location of the abscessed hand's head. This is the end, I need to turn left. It's exactly like the diagram in the book. Lumion reached out his right hand, not holding the carbide lamp, and touched something cold and hard. It was likely a wall. He then turned left, walked a bit further and stopped. He sensed the abscessed hand's head was just a few meters to his right, while the surroundings were eerily silent. Lumion turned, extending his right hand in that direction, but he only felt an equally cold, hard wall. Behind the wall, according to the diagram, there should be a room behind here, and the door is about 5 meters ahead. Even though he couldn't see, the importance of knowledge became evident in this situation. Counting his steps, he reached what should be the door and felt around, finding the wooden board. He fumbled for the handle, gently twisted it, and pushed open the slightly ajar door. Meanwhile, he mused internally, Albus casually threw it, and the hand bro's head ended up here. Even if it bounced around, it shouldn't have gotten this far. Even though it's not very far from the entrance, there were 2 turns, and the door is even closed. Did the door close afterward? Growing more cautious, Lumion listened for any sounds beyond the door. It was completely silent. He slowly entered the room, moving towards the corner from which the rotten stench emanated, his connection to the abscessed hand growing clearer. His right hand was ready to draw the sword of courage from the traveler's bag at any moment, while his left, holding the carbide lamp, reached for abscessed hand's head. The head was higher than he expected, placed on a shelf rather than the ground. Suddenly, his fist brushed against something slimy and damp, which wriggled slightly. 5 cold, finger-like things instantly grabbed Lumion's left fist. A chill ran down his spine. Encountering such a thing while blindfolded was many times more terrifying. He couldn't tell what it was, but he was certain it wasn't the abscessed hand's head, as that was just a head. In a flash, Lumien's left fist ignited with blazing white flames. His fist moved forward, accelerating suddenly, snapping sharply between the finger-like things. Boom! The explosions scattered the slimy fingers, and Lumien used the semi-activated black mark on his right shoulder to teleport behind what he presumed was the abscessed hand's head. HMPH. Lumien exhaled 2 beams of white light from his nostrils. He felt he had hit his target. Without waiting for his opponent to fall, he swung his left fist, burning with intense flames, while his right hand stayed ready to draw the sword of courage. Bang! It felt like hitting an elastic, dead wood. He unleashed his accumulated flaming forces. Boom! The violent blast pushed the slimy wood forward a bit. Then there was silence, with no sound of something hitting the ground. Cautiously, Lumien transformed into a blazing white spear and charged. He felt himself piercing through a withered tree filled with rust and flesh, landing in front of the abscessed hand's head amidst a strong, pungent odor. There was no resistance, no real counterattack. Is it over? Lumien, still blindfolded, felt uneasy. He kept his right hand in the traveler's bag, holding the carbide lamp's handle with his mouth, reaching up with his left hand, prepared to use the spirit world traversal if needed. In the still atmosphere, Lumien touched the slimy, foul-smelling, limp flesh and greasy, disgusting weeds. This should be Hand Bro's hair, no other abnormalities. Lumien mustered his courage and continued feeling around. Soon he touched a decaying neck, then a wounded shoulder. A shoulder. Despite being mentally prepared, Lumien was still startled. The abscessed hand's head couldn't have grown a body right. After waiting a few seconds with no sudden attack, Lumien grabbed the greasy weeds that were likely the hair and pulled. As he applied force, there was a reluctant, cork-popping plop sound. His center of gravity wavered, as if he had pulled something free. He had torn off the head. Almost simultaneously, Lumien sensed the abscessed hand's body parts inside the traveler's bag moving, but they couldn't breach the spatial barrier, only wriggling closer, pushing away other items. This is Hand Bro's head. Then who tried to shake hands with me? Scenes flashed through Lumien's mind. A head dragging a bloody spine flying through the air, a headless body chasing it. In the mausoleum ceiling 0 to 1, there must be similar headless bodies, and one of them took Hand Bro's head, attaching it to its neck. No wonder Albus's casual toss brought Hand Bro's head all the way here. Lumien quickly guessed, finding the situation both amusing and horrifying. If the headless body and the abscessed hand's head stayed together for months, something terrifying might happen. Lumien didn't dare put the head in the traveler's bag, which would inevitably cause the body parts to reunite, summoning the abscessed hand. He wanted to wait until he encountered Julie, Celeste, Albus, or Wannock. Holding the head and the lamp, Lumien prepared to leave the room. Suddenly, Lumien felt something and flinched his right shoulder. He sensed that something was trying to pat him. But when he moved away, everything returned to normal, silent and still. Lumien's body ignited with blazing white flames that expanded outward in a spherical shape, pushing in all directions. The flames only ignited the object that had originally held the abscessed hand's head. Unable to see, Lumien didn't dwell on what had tried to pat his shoulder. Recalling the earlier battle, he quickly determined his position and direction. Then, he walked steadily back to the door and exited, acting as if he could see every detail around him. Finally obtaining the abscessed hand's head gave Lumien a bit of confidence. Using the mental map he had formed, he made his way to the lowest level of the underground mausoleum, filled with puppet soldiers. Blindfolded with layers of white bandages, he occasionally turned right, walked forward, descended stairs, and fumbled to open heavy or simple doors. He didn't forget to activate the brass amulet in Ancient Hermes, listening with one ear and monitoring his surroundings with the other. As he walked, Lumien suddenly conjured a flame in his right palm and flung it ahead, forming a burning straight sword. It seemed to hit something, but it could have just been an illusion. Lumien didn't maintain the flaming sword, letting it extinguish. He didn't investigate whether he had encountered something real, or if it was just a reaction from his tense, sightless state. Though his knowledge didn't explicitly cover it, his past experiences hinted at a key point. In the underground mausoleum, if you believe something is real, it likely becomes real. As long as it doesn't pose a direct threat, it's best to ignore potential dangers. After descending another staircase, Lumion suddenly felt like he was being watched by numerous eyes. At that moment, he had the urge to tear off his bandages and see what was happening. Plop, a cold drop of liquid fell on the back of his left hand. It felt sticky, but there was no smell of blood. Plop, plop, plop. The cold droplets increased, falling faster and faster like a sudden downpour. Inside the mausoleum, 20 to 30 meters underground, it started to rain. What the hell is going on? What's around me? The book only mentioned a hall here, straight ahead to the exit, but it didn't provide a detailed layout or mention anything special inside. Lumion endured the soaking rain, and, under countless watching eyes, stepped forward with his right foot. Thud! A drum beat suddenly sounded, as if striking Lumion's heart, making him feel like he wanted to spit out blood. Thud, thud, thud. The drumming grew clearer and more intense. Lumion also faintly heard a soft, scratching chuckle. Chapter 828, Same Kind. 828 Same Kind. Drumming echoed continuously, each beat resonating with Lumion's heartbeat, making him feel like he was about to vomit blood. Enduring the discomfort, Lumion pushed through the cold liquid like a sudden downpour, under countless watching eyes and strange, soft chuckles, steadfastly moving forward. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Suddenly a blood-red color lit up his bandage-wrapped vision. It was a reddish plain, with an army of undead in iron-black armor advancing. My first nightmare after I started studying? The thought flashed through Lumion's mind. He then noticed the scene before him fracturing, overlaid with images of burning palaces, forests of thunder, mountains of corpses, and rows of blindfolded experimental subjects marching. These were all from his recent nightmares. Lumion realized it wasn't the bandages losing their effect, but a powerful hallucination induced by something, blending reality and illusion. Meanwhile, the monotone voice in his left ear stopped reciting knowledge from books and became sharp and raspy, shouting something unintelligible. Lumion's right palm suddenly felt hot, with a slight burning sensation. The residual aura of Blood Emperor Alistair Tudor had been triggered. Simultaneously, the mark from the underworld Taoist grew colder, suppressing the emerging violence and madness, while a slight burning sensation appeared on Lumion's left chest. Is this a mishmash of everything? Lumion mentally mocked himself. With these changes, the cold liquid droplet softened, like cold, wet hands brushing against his body. The war drum beats no longer synchronized with his heartbeat, the mysterious gazes lost their unnerving power, and the scratching chuckles turned into soft, alluring singing. Lumion paused, guessing at what was happening. He maintained a steady pace, heading deeper into the hall marked on his mental map. The raindrops, drumming, gazes, and singing remained unchanged, allowing him to proceed smoothly. This must be the corruption from the 0 to 1 sealing information and knowledge I've learned, triggering hallucinations and making the dangers here see me as one of their own, similarly corrupted. This also triggered the Blood Emperor's residual aura, causing a chain reaction with the Underworld Taoist's mark and Mr. Fool's seal. Without these, I might have truly become a puppet like the others here, a real experimental subject. Did Mr. Fool's seal also passively confuse perceptions? Deciding based on similar levels of corruption could be a mysticism principle or an exploit. As his thoughts cleared, Lumion raised his right hand, pressing it to his left chest, silently muttering and joking with himself, praise Mr. Fool. Thanks to Archbishop Harroburg, thanks to the power of knowledge. Learning brings me joy. While listening to the strange roars in his earplugs, Lumion tried to discern any hidden information, maintaining his quick pace to avoid provoking unseen dangers. Estimating his steps and distance, comparing it with his mental map, Lumion finally reached what should be the hall's exit. At that moment, the nightmare scenes in his vision changed. He seemed to be at a high place, looking down at a mountain of corpses and bones. His gaze moved down, past the burning pale flames and dark red lights in the eye sockets of the skeletons, past the rotting flesh and pale bones, to the dark red near-black ground and the iron-black armor. The metallic surface of the armor reflected a single black figure. Lumion saw it clearly. It was the bespectacled, scholarly-looking serial killer Gay. This exile, sent to Morora with Lumion, Julie, and Les, had vanished after spending some time in the Knowledge Cathedral. The reflections of Gay on the armor seemed to sense Lumion's gaze, suddenly looking up, but quickly lowering his head again, as if realizing it was a mistake. The fragmented scenes vanished. Gay. His reflection on the iron-black armat, like mirrors. Is he the mirror person who infiltrated Morora? Lumion's eyes widened behind the white bandages. He quickly compared Gay's figure with the mirror person from his nightmares, highly likely the same. So it's him, and he even knows to study in the Knowledge Cathedral. He's now around that mountain of corpses. Lumion suddenly felt that Gay might be as troublesome and dangerous as Albus Medici, Julie, Celeste, or Wanak. Recalling the recent scene, Lumion thought his perspective was odd. At the top of the mountain of corpses, overlooking everything, did I share the perspective of 0 to 1? Right, being heavily corrupted means becoming its puppet, and it seems high-level hunters can share power, damage, vision, hearing, and feelings with their team. 0 to 1 just considered me one of its own. It didn't give me power like Wanak, probably not fully accepted. If I read all the remaining books and mastered the knowledge, would the corruption reach a critical point, making 0 to 1 see me as a fully submissive puppet, while I'm not? In such a case, I could approach it and find a way to leave a mark. This matches my earlier guess. The purpose of the test is to gauge the level of corruption, my body's endurance, and the balance of the various corruptions within me. I really needed to ace it. If I hid anything and colored Archbishop Heriberg's judgment, I'd have been the one suffering. I would either become a true puppet of 0 to 1 or die here due to insufficient corruption. Knowledge is indeed power. Knowledge indeed holds wealth. Lumion couldn't help but curse Julie and Celeste. Those two demonesses raised by pigs had prevented him from completing his studies. Since it had already happened, he could only keep cursing while passing through the hall's exit. After walking a few dozen meters along the marked passage, Lumion suddenly felt a disturbance to the side, hearing the sound of something heavy moving through the air. Holding his carbide lamp and the head of the abscessed hand, he lunged forward and rolled away. Thud! The sound of something heavy hitting the ground echoed. Using the sound, Lumion quickly sketched an image of the enemy in his mind, a giant sword. In the underground mausoleum, the only beings carrying giant swords without feeling alive that Lumion could think of were the puppet soldiers. Am I being attacked by a puppet soldier in this passage? Hey, we're on the same side. We're both 0 to 1 soldiers. Surprised, Lumion heard a whooshing sound as the giant sword swung down again. Completely blind, Lumion activated the black mark on his right shoulder, teleporting behind the suspected puppet soldier attacker. Simultaneously, knowledge from the doll crafting and maintenance book flashed in his mind. The puppet soldiers used in the underground tomb are uniformly 2 meters tall, made of iron. Their weapons come in 4 types: giant swords, hammers, spears, and bows. The weakest point of the puppet soldiers is their neck, due to mechanical structure issues and the inevitable development brought by the mausoleum's corrupting forces. As this knowledge flashed by, Lumion leaped, tensed his chest muscles, spread his arms, raised his right fist, and aimed at the back of the puppet soldier's neck, as constructed in his mind. His fist ignited with layers of compressed white-hot flames, finally striking something hard and cold. With a clang, the compressed flames were injected into the puppet soldier's neck. Using the force, Lumion flipped back in midair, while an explosive sound echoed from within the puppet soldier. A call completed with fire infusion. The sound of heavy metal fragments hitting the ground followed. As Lumion steadied himself, he heard Albus's voice in his ear. You can see. This member of the Medici family had a peculiar metallic quality in his voice. Albus is here too. Did he witness me precisely dismantling the puppet soldier? Lumien's right hand stealthily reached into the traveler's bag as he responded with a smile. Can you see too? Albus's metallic voice came from another direction. I can't see by myself, I'm blindfolded like you, but I can share the vision of the puppet soldiers here. This is an example of the power of high-level hunters. A gift from the Red Angel? This gift can even piggyback on 0 to 1's puppets. According to Madame Magician, that King of Angels once held 0 to 1. Lumien deliberately harumphed and said, Did you make the puppet soldier attack me? Albus switched locations again, seemingly using different puppet soldiers to speak. This was a test. Only those who pass the test are qualified to cooperate with me. You think you're worthy of cooperating with me? Why would you think I want to work with you? Lumien said disdainfully. Albus laughed. That demoness has a very dangerous item. If we don't work together, she could take us out one by one. Chapter 829, Deception and Betrayal. 829, Deception and Betrayal. Cooperate? You just want to use me as cannon fodder, right? Well, let's see if I can find out what item Julie has. With his eyes covered by white bandages, Lumien wore an expression of skepticism. How dangerous could it be? Albus, also blindfolded and holding a lantern, leaned against the wall of a burial chamber, watching Lumien through the eyes of the iron puppet soldiers 20 meters away. He chuckled inwardly. You didn't put that ragged head in your bag but carried it in your hand. Not afraid of trouble, or are you planning something? And your right hand has been in that bag, made by a high-level apprentice. The half-body should already be inside. You don't want to reunite the head and body now, fearing unforeseen consequences. You plan to use it as an indiscriminate weapon at a crucial moment, don't you? Perfect for surprising Julie and the others. I won't try it myself to avoid unnecessary consumption. Cooperation is great. It gathers the dangers together, letting them cancel each other out. Albus made an iron puppet's mouth move, its metallic voice saying, The item on that demoness is one of 5 created by the primordial demoness before her slumber after the pale disaster of the 4th epoch. It can make the bearer a vessel for the primordial demoness's descent. A vessel for a deity's descent, Lumien repeated. The demoness sect plays high-stake games, don't they? He had thought Julie's item could only temporarily grant her the power of a sequence 4 demoness of despair, not that she could briefly become the primordial demoness herself. Even a fraction of a true god's power was immense. Albus's laughter echoed in the metal cavity. Yes, a vessel. Fortunately, Julie isn't sturdy enough as a vessel. If she were an angel-level demoness, she could sustain the descent for a minute or two without dying. A saint-level demoness could hold it for a few seconds, but her soul and body would collapse. Julie, as a demoness of affliction, can't maintain the state for more than 3 seconds, and that's with the cost of complete annihilation. Even without invoking the descent, the item grants her various special abilities, temporarily allowing her to use sequence 4 powers. If we don't cooperate, facing Julie's normal state alone is tough but not hopeless. But if she's pushed to the brink and tries the descent, we won't last 3 seconds. By working together and using all our trump cards, we might last until her descent ends. Then, we rely on our skills. Last 3 seconds in front of a demoness. Such ambiguous words would be a field day for the scandal reporters on Trier's Avenue du Boulevard. They'd twist your words into questioning your prowess. Influenced by vulgar jokes from Trier's ghost face and other tabloids and Franca's quips, Lumien mentally criticized. He didn't believe in Albus's sincere cooperation. He thought this Red Angel's descendant would throw him out as a shield at the critical moment to endure Julie's deity's descent. This might be Albus's ultimate plan to survive. Like Emperor Rosel's parable, in a forest, you don't need to outrun a bear, just your companion. Franca often joked that in adventures, companions were the best shields. But Julie and Celeste likely know my true identity, that I'm a lover of one of their peers, and that I was once an Iron and Blood Cross Order member. They wouldn't place as much importance on me as much as they'd be wary of a Medici. So it's still a question who's the primary target and who's the shield. In a hesitant, distrustful tone, Lumien said, I can sense Julie's danger but didn't expect it to be this severe. Of course, I still don't trust you. Cooperation and mutual vigilance are not contradictory. I can't truly trust you either, Albus replied with a hint of amusement. When there's a common interest, even enemies who killed one's parents can temporarily cooperate. How much more so for us? While speaking, Albus thought to himself, working together against those two demonesses is better than fighting you now and facing your hidden trump cards head-on. Even if I win, the cost would be high, and how would I deal with the demonesses and Warlock afterward? Heh, in a real fight with the demonesses, you won't be able to hide your trump cards. The situation will become chaotic, everyone will go all out, and the dangers will cancel each other out. I'm best at winning in chaos. After a moment of contemplation, Lumion gritted his teeth and said, "Let's cooperate until we deal with the two demonesses." A very wise choice. Albus did not hide his joy. Lumion, holding the carbide lamp and the abscessed hand's head, began to walk slowly. With a posture of "I am trying to show sincerity," he said, "besides the two demonesses and Warlock, we have another enemy. That's the mirror person from the special mirror world from 4th Epic Trier. His name in Morara is Gay." "Mirror person?" The iron puppet ahead repeated the term, then laughed. "I'm not surprised. It's a problem left by that lunatic Alice de Tudor." "What do you mean?" Lumion took the opportunity to ask. Albus, with a tone of clear reverence, said, "You should know my ancestor was a king of angels. He told me that the special mirror world was likely created by Tudor." "Red Angel? Wasn't he killed before Alice de Tudor became the Blood Emperor? How did he know the origin of the special mirror world?" Lumion expressed his doubts. "What do you mean, killed?" Albus sighed. "That's why I dislike working with hunters. If it weren't for today's necessity, I wouldn't have sought you out. Hunters really have a way with words." "I also dislike working with hunters like you," Lumion agreed. Albus switched to another iron puppet. "My ancestor entered the 4th Epic Trier and confirmed its various problems. He said the special mirror world might not be a product of those problems, but the cause of them. The Red Angel meant that the special mirror world wasn't created by the fall of the Blood Emperor and the destruction of 4th Epic Trier, but existed before and led to the need for a new Trier to seal it after 4th Epic Trier's fall. Could the Red Angel be deliberately spreading false information for some cons original? But this matches what I found in the Blue Avenger's treasure vault. The Blood Emperor might have been using the mirror world for his resurrection arrangements before his fall. Similarly, the Tamara family's connection with the special mirror world was also before the War of the Four Emperors. Lumion stopped, thought for a few seconds, and said, "Alice de Tudor left too many problems behind, didn't he?" Though the Knight of Swords said that among the crazy ancient gods of the 2nd Epic, the undying Phoenix ancestor Gregrace was the most troublesome, causing many issues, and was quite similar to the 4th Epic's Blood Emperor Alice de Tudor, Lumion had only encountered problems related to the underworld from the Phoenix ancestor. In contrast, he encountered troubles from the Blood Emperor frequently. So, in his mind, the Blood Emperor was the most troublesome, much more so than the Phoenix ancestor. Albus seemed to share a similar sentiment. Using the iron puppet's mouth, he said, because he is the symbol of calamity. W.H. Lumion suddenly had a deeper understanding of the hunter pathway. Albus then asked, "As temporary collaborators, do you need me to share the puppet's vision with you? That way, you won't have to pretend to be blind." Such a good thing, Lumion instantly became wary. Thinking about how Warlock had to fully submit to 0 to 1 to share a bit of power, and considering that all the puppets here were 0 to 1's minions, Lumion pondered for a few seconds and said, "No need." In a situation where he was not truly part of Albus's team, he worried that sharing vision might gradually turn him into a puppet. "Sometimes, being too cautious isn't good," Albus Medici said without further persuasion, his tone containing a hint of undisguised regret. For the next while, Lumion followed his mental map, winding through the underground tombs. Albus occasionally used the iron puppets scattered around the area to remind him he wasn't left behind. After a while, Lumion slowed his steps, mumbling to himself, "In the examples of mausoleum construction, there's nothing marked ahead. This is where Albus comes in, isn't it?" Without hesitation, Lumion walked past what seemed to be a gate and entered the blank area on his mental map. The next second, he felt his skin prickling, as if approaching a fierce lightning bolt yet not touching it. Lumion immediately recalled the forest of lightning from his previous nightmare. His ears then caught Albus's voice through the iron puppet. "Wanak is coming, just a dozen meters ahead." Wanak, Lumion's mind immediately pictured the most dangerous figure in Morora, with blood-red hair and iron-black eyes, and his spirit instantly tensed up. Chapter 830, Destination. 830 Destination. Lumion had always thought Wanak, who could draw power from 0 to 1, was more dangerous than Albus and Julie. This lightning-filled area was perfect for Wanak to unleash his potential. No matter if Wanak could only change the weather slightly, or if he was on par with Julie and Celeste, who could become vessels for a deity's descent. In this forest of lightning, he was as powerful as a true demigod. Together, Albus and I would get beaten up by the thunderstorm. Lumion's first instinct was to exit this area and find another path to 0 to 1. That way, even if Wanak pursued him, outside his optimal environment, he wouldn't be invincible. In a flash, Lumion remembered the nightmares he had. After the forest of lightning, there were mountains of corpses and bones, with 0 to 1 possibly at the peak. This meant this was the only way to the core ceiling area. There was no way around it. This fact was hinted at in examples of mausoleum construction, even if it wasn't clearly marked. Or I could pretend to retreat, draw Wanak out, and avoid fighting him in the lightning forest. Wait a minute. Lumion suddenly had a bold idea. Since previous dangers saw him as one of their own, would Wanak, a puppet of 0 to 1, make the same judgment? Wanak wasn't a fully intelligent human, but more like a sentient puppet. Such a target could likely be deceived. When I first arrived in Morora, I had little corruption from 0 to 1, with a mix of other influences, so it made sense for Wanak to see me as an enemy. But now, after much learning, the corruption is approaching a critical point. Should try. If it fails, I'll use shadow animation to withstand the lightning attack and seize the chance to teleport out of the forest, avoiding a direct fight with Wanak. Lumion made his decision and stepped forward. As he walked, he recalled the nightmares he had since arriving in Morora, listening to the brass earplugs recounting knowledge to align himself with the corruption. At the same time, he thought aimlessly about various significant and insignificant questions to relax and prevent his body from being too tense. This could prevent Wanak from noticing anything unusual. Why did I end up in the forest of lightning? According to the nightmare, there should be burning palaces and waterfall-like downpours ahead. Are they on a different route? Lumion endured the increasing prickling sensation, mentally calculating his distance. 3 or 4 more steps to meet Wanak. As soon as this thought crossed Lumion's mind, he heard slow but steady breathing, masked by the rolling thunder just a few meters away. Lumion's back tensed involuntarily, and his right hand reached into the traveler's bag, ready to pull out the headless corpse of the abscessed hand. After its previous writhing approach, they had fused together, but were temporarily unable to break through the traveler's bag seal and reunite with the head. As he got closer to Wanak, Lumion, unable to see his expression, instinctively wanted to hold his breath. He quickly adjusted, forcing himself to remain calm. The next second, he felt a gaze fall upon him, making the skin on his face break out in barely noticeable bumps. It was Wanak's gaze. At this moment, Lumion wished he were a hypnotist, but he could only keep telling himself, "I am an experimental subject, I am an experimental subject." He maintained the same pace as the black-robed experimental subjects, walking straight ahead. 2 steps, 1 step, Lumion tried to clear his mind. He walked past the imagined figure of Wanak. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, Lumion didn't dare relax, feeling cold sweat on his back. Outside the lightning forest, Albus Medici, through a guardian puppet's eyes, watched Lumion holding the carbide lamp and the ragged head, step by step, approaching Wanak, who had unbuttoned 2 buttons of his shirt. He saw Wanak's gaze fall on Lumion, follow him for 7 or 8 seconds, then slowly shift away, watching Lumion pass the most dangerous person in Morora and head towards the end of the lightning forest. Albus squinted his eyes, then laughed. So that's how he gets through dangerous areas. No wonder he's been reading and studying these past weeks. When we reach the destination, I'll have to guard against him using this trick. Lumion walked a bit further, feeling the prickling sensation fade as faint echoes of sound from the brass earplugs leaked out, indicating he had left the lightning forest and entered a narrow corridor. After this corridor, I should reach the area around the mountain of corpses. Should I wait for Albus to catch up, or go face Julie and the others alone? Hey, I wonder how Albus will get past Wanek. Lumion stopped and listened for sounds from the direction of the lightning forest. Thud, 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 he heard slow, steady footsteps. Why did you stop? Wanek's sharp voice suddenly rang in his ears. A chill ran up Lumion's spine to the back of his head, making him almost pull out the headless corpse of the abscessed hand. He stiffly wanted to explain, but after a moment's thought, he chose to remain silent and continued walking. In the nearly frozen air, Lumion heard the thudding footsteps pass him and head towards the end of the corridor. Phew, he quietly exhaled. He didn't stop again but slowed his pace, moving like a snail. Soon, he felt countless eyes on him. Seeing Wanek rush towards 0 to 1, Albus Medici laughed at Lumion's pointless risk-taking as he leisurely passed through the lightning forest. Using the guardian puppets in the corridor, Albus saw the walls made of square iron plates, with surfaces as smooth as mirrors. At this moment, twisted, pale faces appeared in these mirrors. These faces belonged to the residents of Morora, silently staring at Lumion. Occasionally, someone would cautiously extend a hand from the metal surface, quietly reaching for Lumion's body. Lumion merely swung a fireball in that direction, not making any aggressive moves. Seeing the pale hand retract into the iron wall, Albus made a puppet speak. I see Wanek didn't blindfold himself. Do you want to try it too? In the underground mausoleum, puppets of Wanek's level don't need to blindfold themselves, not fearing replacement by a mirror person. Theoretically, I should be able to do the same, given I'm almost like him now. Albus must have noticed Wanek didn't attack me and is suspecting my condition. Lumion calmly responded to Albus, don't want to die yet. He then asked, should we wait here for a while, let Wanek and the two demonesses fight it out, and then take advantage? Wanek rushing to the mountain of corpses must be to stop Julie and Celeste from doing something to 0 to 1. Albus replied through a puppet, I haven't seen the two demonesses ahead. Julie and Celeste haven't arrived yet. Did you two demonesses get lost? You were the first to enter the underground mausoleum. Or have you arrived but are hiding, waiting for the right moment? Lumion's thoughts raced, and he resumed his normal pace. As he walked, he smiled at Albus. You must have noticed Wanek won't attack me, so will you let me go ahead unimpeded, join me, or rush ahead of me? Lumion worried Albus might lag behind, letting him face any unexpected dangers around the mountain of corpses alone. So he pointed out his unusual condition, making Albus cautious. The next dangers, of course, should be faced together. No one should think of hanging back to reap the benefits after the fact. Albus's laugh came from Lumion's side. Since we've agreed to cooperate, we'll go in together. That colors you in a different light, Lumion responded insincerely. After several more steps, Lumion suddenly stopped, feeling he was about to reach the mountain of corpses. Why did you stop? Albus asked through a puppet at the entrance. Why did you stop? Lumion retorted. You still don't trust me, Albus sighed. Lumion chuckled in amusement and replied, aren't you the same? Suddenly, he sped up, as if trying to leave Albus behind, and rushed to the foot of the mountain of corpses. Moments later, he heard a swooshing sound, the noise of a flaming spear piercing the air. Lumion scoffed and left the corridor completely. The next second, he felt an intense sense of danger. This wasn't a premonition, but a hunter's instinct to dodge an attack aimed at his head. Are you here to die too? Julie's cold, indifferent voice echoed in Lumion's ears. Lumion quickly activated the black mark on his right shoulder and withdrew his hand from the traveler's bag. He pulled out a bluish-black, swollen, headless corpse. Trier, in the apartment, Franca and Jenna rented. Jenna said to Franca, your suggestion worked. I've digested the witch potion. Turns out, getting close to mystical dangers was the key. Franca's face lit up with joy. Are you going to take a couple of days to adjust before going to the sacrificial square in the underground catacombs for the advancement, or do it now? Jenna pursed her lips and said, "My spiritual intuition tells me it's best to do it now." Chapter 831, Something's Wrong. 831, Something's Wrong. When Lumion withdrew the headless corpse of the abscessed hand and activated the black mark on his right shoulder, he heard Julie's voice along with the sharp, exaggerated sound of a heavy object falling rapidly. Instinctively, he chose the farthest place he could sense as his teleportation destination. Just as Lumion's figure vanished, Albus entered the area with 2 iron puppets. He hadn't been influenced by Lumion's feigned attempt to rush towards the mountain of corpses. Instead, he took advantage of Lumion's blindness, conjuring a blazing white flame spear and manually hurling it forward to drive Lumion out of the corridor, forcing him to face potential dangers and possible concentrated attacks. Albus himself lagged 2 to 3 meters behind, allowing him ample time to react. If Lumion were to be surrounded or controlled, Albus could avoid the dangerous zone and approach the mountain of corpses from the side. Of course, Albus couldn't afford to fall too far behind. Lumion had just proven he could prevent Warlock from attacking him, potentially reaching the destination quickly and unhindered. If Albus delayed for more than 10 to 20 seconds before entering the area, Lumion might have already made direct contact with 0 to 1. In war, acting too quickly or too slowly can both lead to failure. As this thought crossed Albus's mind, he heard the terrifying explosion of something hitting the ground. One of his iron puppets looked up, seeing a massive meteor engulfed in bright flames, illuminating the entire area. It plummeted towards the armored soldiers and countless corpses in the wasteland, heading towards the entrance area where Albus and Warlock were. The meteor fell faster and faster, soon surpassing the speed of sound. Further away, Julie, wearing a slit low-cut dress, stood in midair with the help of icy steps, holding a lantern. With a sapphire ring on her left hand, she drew a downward arc, pointing at where Warlock and Albus were. Son of a bitch. For the first time since entering Morora, Albus cursed uncontrollably in his mind. Isn't she supposed to not have invoked divine descent yet? Isn't she not in a state of divine descent? How could this so summon a meteor? What about Morora's rules? What about 0 to 1? Shouldn't there be some restrictions? This is the ability of a demoness of catastrophe. And this demoness isn't even blindfolded. Something's wrong. Although the meteor hadn't reached the level to destroy a city, or the true power of a demoness of catastrophe, Albus still felt genuine fear at that moment. As a member of the Red of War rebuilt by the Ancestor, he could concentrate his power towards the King of Angels, share some of the power in return, and distribute part of the damage he received. However, in Morora, within the core area of ceiling 0 to 1, this special interaction was significantly weakened. Albus could at most temporarily use Sequence 4 powers and some weakened higher abilities, but could only transfer a third of the damage at most. Now, even if he could transfer half or 2/3 of the damage, the remaining part would still be more than his current body could bear. If the meteor had fallen instantly, Albus would have already turned into a charred corpse. Wearing a black blindfold, he leaned back slightly, his hair igniting with red flames extending to his back. Beneath his skin, his bones and flesh faintly glowed with an iron-black hue. Next, he transformed into a blazing white flame spear, carrying the 2 iron puppets rapidly to the right. He had borrowed the Red Angel's power. The plan was to first avoid the meteor's impact zone, then use the Ancestor's damage sharing, his temporary metal transformation, and the 2 iron puppets as shields to survive the subsequent impact. Yes, Albus didn't bring the iron puppets because he was fond of them or because he didn't want to lose his eyes. They made excellent shields. As the primary target, Warlock made the same choice as Albus, but without the final protection of the iron puppets, and was hindered by layers of invisible webs around him. As the strands of web became visible, turning grayish-white, Warlock's blazing white flame spear slowed down. Bang! The blazing meteor hit the ground about 10 meters behind Warlock. Boom! Rolling dust, intense flames, and terrifying shockwaves engulfed Warlock. The metal-colored body of Moira's most dangerous person cracked instantly, turning into a charred corpse. Albus, who had fled some distance, was slammed into the white flame spear by the rushing shockwave, driving it to the ground. With a clanging sound, the first iron puppet, acting as a shield, quickly dented and partially shattered, instantly losing its puppet-like feel and becoming scrap metal. Next, the second iron puppet suffered severe damage, and then Albus Medici, who emerged from the flame spear state, spat a mouthful of blazing blood, his metallized body sustaining damage. Not knowing where he had teleported to, Lumion first heard the explosion, then felt the tangible shockwave slam into him, followed by the burning flames. His ears momentarily deafened, unable to draw knowledge from the brass earplugs. His whole body was flung out, but the shockwave's intensity had dropped to a level a Reaper could withstand. As for the flames carried by the shockwave, they could only ignite clothes, bandages, and hair, barely causing significant burns to his body, and were quickly extinguished by his flame control ability. Siua. Lumion landed heavily, almost dropping the carbide lamp in his hand. The burnt bandages on his face fell off, but fortunately, he kept his eyes shut. At the same time, Lumion felt the headless corpse of the abscessed hand in his right hand and the rotting head in his left hand become agitated, each dragging his body towards the other with terrifying force. Lumion didn't stop them. Instead, he released his grip. He once again activated the black mark on his right shoulder, teleporting to the limit of his current sensing range. He needed to distance himself from the merging parts of the abscessed hand to avoid becoming the first target of attack. Otherwise, he might find himself surrounded and attacked. When choosing a teleportation destination, Lumion deliberately avoided the impact zone and the place where Julie's voice had come from. In the thick, smoky environment, Lumion's figure disappeared, and the two rotting parts of the abscessed hand moved towards each other. The headless corpse grasped the tangled-haired head with its only hand, urgently placing it on its neck. But this attempt was hindered by some force, as if an unspoken rule in the underground mausoleum required the head and body to remain separate. Of course, the obstruction didn't truly prevent the head from reattaching. It only increased the difficulty and slowed the reassembly process. On the other side, the rolling flames and scattered dust calmed down a bit. Julie, standing on the icy steps, saw that Wanek had lost his life force, lying on the ground with deep cracks and charred marks all over his body. She quietly sighed in relief. Wanek had always been her most dreaded opponent. She regretted that Lumion fled early, missing the chance to team up and kill Wanek. Just then, Wanek's charred body moved. The most dangerous person in Moira leaped up, with two dark red flames burning in his eye sockets. He had become an undead creature. For Wanek, who was a special puppet of 0 to 1, being alive or existing as an undead made little difference. Moreover, as an undead, he could tap into additional powers. He spread his arms, tilted his head back slightly, and let out a roar like a battle cry. Suddenly, the lantern Julie held went out, and the flames around the mountain of corpses were extinguished. Only the lantern in Albus's hand and the carbide lamp Lumion held, protected by their hunter powers, flickered but continued to burn. Darkness surged back but failed to engulf Julie. Nothing, using the last iron puppet as his eyes, Albus couldn't help but frown upon seeing this scene. That sapphire ring can protect Julie from the underground mausoleum's dark corrosion and dissolution. That doesn't make sense. Even if it could, why did Julie carry the lantern before? To mislead us. And there shouldn't be a demoness of Catastrophe's ability, even if it's a weakened version. Something's definitely wrong. At this moment, Julie let out a low, soul-scratching laugh and pointed her left hand skyward again. In the darkness above, faint light appeared as sharp icicles formed, raining down like a storm towards the wasteland, targeting Wanek, Albus, and Lumion. Wanek roared again. It was like a battle drum, striking Julie's heart and causing her to stiffen momentarily. Next, a tornado connecting heaven and earth formed, sweeping all the icicles and reversing towards Julie. At that moment, whether it was Lumion with his eyes shut, Albus with his eyes covered, or Julie and Wanek with normal vision, They all felt the world shake and heard the creaking sound of the void around them. The rotting corpse of the abscessed hand had finally reattached its head to its neck. Chapter 832, Reunion. 832 Reunion. The rotting chunks of flesh on the blue-black corpse's neck and head began to wriggle and merge back together. It felt as if the whole world started to shake, with the void around them creaking. Bangs, bangs, bang. It was as if something outside the void was pounding forcefully, trying to get in. Crack, a strange, ethereal breaking sound came from afar, piercing Lumien's ears. Is hand bro trying to get in and reunite with its body? Is the breaking sound a sign that the seal is temporarily broken? Lumien, with his eyes still tightly shut, could only speculate from the sounds he heard and the movements he felt. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, he heard the metallic, scraping voice of an iron puppet several meters away. Next to the assembled corpse, the space is cracking like glass. This was Albus, relaying to Lumien what he saw through the iron puppet and the detail he thought was most important. Unable to see, Lumien had teleported near Albus. He had to avoid the impact zone and Julie's location while staying away from the abscessed hand's corpse. The choices were limited, making an encounter with Albus likely. Cracking like glass, hearing Albus's description, Lumien suddenly had a realization. He had been puzzled by Julie's display of confidence and the terrifying commotion she created. He felt that if he hadn't teleported away in time, he would surely have died from such an attack. This exceeded his assessment of Julie's strength, making him suspect she was in a state of divine descent, though it clearly didn't seem that way. Now Lumien had a vague guess. Amid the intense shaking of the ground, Albus stopped using the iron puppet's voice and spoke directly. Do you think it looks like a mirror shattering? A mirror? Yes. Lumien instantly understood the situation. This is the mirror world. This is an extension, or projection, of that special mirror world around 0 to 1. After Julie and Celeste reached their destination, they set a trap, creating an entrance to the mirror world at the Corpse Mountain's entrance. So, whether it was Wanak, Albus, or himself, none of them saw the two demonesses when they peered into the corridor, but were attacked after entering. The Demoness of Black had told Franca that the Demoness sect once controlled that special mirror world, losing some control after the War of the Four Emperors and further diminishing after the Pale Disaster. At this moment, Julie must have already worn the divine artifact left by the primordial demoness, possessing various special powers. One of these might be the limited use of the special mirror world's power. With the special mirror world's support, she could launch such a terrifying attack. If my guess is correct, and this really is the mirror world. Lumien felt the world shaking, listened to the sounds of the void breaking, and the commotion caused by Julie and Wanak attacking the abscessed hand's corpse. He suddenly turned his head towards Albus. He asked in a deep voice, "Is Julie blindfolded?" "No," Albus replied firmly. As expected, Lumien decisively opened his eyes. If this truly was the mirror world, there was no need to worry about 0 to 1's power leaking out and creating a corresponding mirror person through the eyes, the mystical window of the soul. In the next second, scenes filled Lumien's vision. Fallen soldiers in iron-black armor like stalks of straw, the Corpse Mountain several hundred meters to the side, Julie standing on icy steps with an unlit lantern by her feet, and Wanak with dark red flames burning in his eye sockets. At this moment, Julie and Wanak both saw the bluish-black corpse of the abscessed hand as the primary target, launching rounds of attacks. To them, it seemed more dangerous than each other, Lumien or Albus. Indeed, Albus's voice carried a hint of laughter. He even sighed in relief, without hiding it when Lumien looked over. Lumien's thoughts raced, quickly understanding what Albus meant by indeed. This guy was also guessing this is the mirror world but couldn't be sure, so he encouraged me to open my eyes to verify. Damn it, that's so sneaky. Good thing I was certain before I opened my eyes. In Lumien's sight, Albus, in his black jacket with red patterns and hair like burning flames, removed the burned blindfold and laughed. No wonder that demoness kept carrying a lit lantern, to mislead us into not thinking this was the mirror world. No wonder nothing happened when her lantern went out, truly insidious. Are you any less insidious? Lumion replied, just as the abscessed hand's corpse experienced a sudden change. The surrounding void cracked like glass struck by a fist, dense white cracks spreading outward, becoming sparse and transparent. Cracked. The cluster of dense white cracks shattered, and a rotting, pus-dripping, bluish-black swollen hand flew in. The abscessed hand finally broke through the barriers and arrived here. As soon as it appeared, it used spirit world traversal to place itself directly at the severed wrist. Seeing this, Julie had a strong sense of foreboding. She immediately let the sapphire ring on her left hand amid a faint light. Next, she let her hands fall and then lifted them from below. The ground shook violently, and a small volcano quickly formed under the bluish-black corpse of the abscessed hand, spewing out red-white lava and clouds of dust. This immediately engulfed the bluish-black rotting corpse, melting its flesh and attempting to solidify it within the volcanic rock. Wanak, with dark red flames in his eye sockets, had blood slowly oozing from his brow, twisting into a strange pattern. As this change occurred, Wanak raised his right hand. The dead soldiers in iron-black armor lying on the ground stood up again, their eye sockets rekindling with pale or dark red flames. Wanak then formed an almost entirely green flame spear with a hint of blazing white, hurling it at the bluish-black corpse struggling in the fierce lava. The undead soldiers followed suit, creating blazing white flame spears, mimicking Wanak's action and throwing them at the target. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The flame spears nearly obscured half the sky. Seeing this, Albus moved towards the entrance, with Lumion silently following. Soon, the flame spears covered the bluish-black corpse of the abscessed hand, tearing it into countless small chunks of rotting flesh. These pieces ignited, falling into the red-white lava. Suddenly, a part of the lava unexpectedly caved in, and the flaming, rotting flesh seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, gathering together. In the blink of an eye, the bluish-black corpse reappeared in the lava and flames. The rotting flesh on its surface peeled off in pieces with flames, revealing fresh, vibrant flesh and pale skin as healthy as if it hadn't seen sunlight for a long time. Julie and Wanak's attacks continued, with hailstones like cannonballs, black flames, lightning strikes, and flying fireballs. But the damage couldn't keep up with the reassembly and healing speed of the abscessed hand's complete body. Within seconds, the charred skin and rotting flesh on the abscessed hand's face also fell off, revealing a delicate, handsome face. Thick, long black eyelashes fluttered, and beneath the soft, pale eyelids, the eyes began to move slowly. Whether living in the demonesses' circle like Julie, frequently dealing with demonesses like Lumion, or the deeply rooted Albus Medici, as well as the uniquely conditioned Wanak, they all held their breath at this moment, briefly entranced by the indescribable beauty. It was like admiring a perfect, timeless work of art. They didn't notice their hair growing visibly, previous injuries healing rapidly, and consumed spirituality replenishing as if a rainstorm had filled numerous evaporated lakes. They saw that on the flawless but slightly feminine face, under the high nose bridge, the just right lips parted slightly, revealing clean white teeth. The entirely white yet clearly muscular and perfectly proportioned body was completely exposed. Seeing what was between the abscessed hand's legs, Julie instinctively swallowed, clenching her right hand. The perfect body leaned back slightly, seemingly in some pain. His chest began to swell, his nether region shrinking rapidly, and his body's lines softened. He grew increasingly beautiful, nearing the limit of perfection. But this transformation was stalled, as if missing some crucial element to succeed. Taking advantage of this stall, Albus broke free from the stunning beauty's shock and immersion, touched the stubble around his mouth, burned it off with flames, and slightly frowned at Lumion. "What kind of monster did you put together?" Lumion, barely recovering, chuckled, "I don't know either." Albus was momentarily speechless. Lumion's gaze lingered on the complete corpse of the abscessed hand. Indeed, it was a bro, but he seemed to be turning into a sister. But if this change is due to Beyonder characteristics, like a witch's, the gender should be fixed, not reverting to male after death and then turning female upon resurrection. This feels more like corruption. He was killed and sealed in pieces before the corruption could fully change his body, to prevent his reassembly and revival and the return of the corruption. Now, what's stopping that corruption from fully transforming him? Is it an issue with the source of the corruption, or something special about Morara? Just as Lumion made some guesses based on his limited mystical knowledge, he saw the white eyelids of the abscessed hand twitch and slowly open. They revealed a pair of beautiful, crystalline scarlet eyes. Chapter 833, Activation. 833, Activation. Lumion and the others were all captivated by those beautiful, crystalline eyes, feeling as if their very souls were being drawn into the depths of that scarlet. But those eyes soon filled with irrational rage, madness, and chaos, creating a vortex of indescribable emptiness at their core. It made all who saw it feel a deep discomfort, as if a flawless object had suddenly cracked. Just as Lumion broke free from the trance, he saw the scarlet eyes of the abscessed hand focusing on him. It first noticed its own contractee. It showed no hesitation, displaying a ruthless, bloodthirsty impulse. Lumion's heart skipped a beat, and his body hair stood on end. Damn, it's going to attack me first. Lumion immediately prepared to teleport to the side of the corpse mountain in the mirror world, to avoid the impending attack from the abscessed hand. He felt it was unfair. He had only been watching and hadn't tried to interfere with the reassembly of Hand Bro, yet he was being targeted. The real culprits were Julie and Wanak. And I went through all that trouble to gather your body. I don't expect you to thank me, but at least don't kill me first. Lumion grumbled internally while activating the black mark on his right shoulder, following his hunter instincts and personality. At this moment, both Julie and Wanak sensed that the body, which had transformed from a rotting mess to near perfection, had become even more dangerous. Taking advantage of the abscessed hand's focus on Lumion, they each prepared their most powerful and effective attacks. Julie raised her left hand and pointed to the sky. High above, dark clouds swirled into a massive vortex, driven by a violent wind. At the center of the vortex, an iron-black meteor began to take shape, heavy and ominous. The abscessed hand's gaze shifted from Lumion's disappearing figure to Julie. In those crystalline, scarlet eyes, Julie's figure in her slit dress was reflected, followed by the image of the abscessed hand raising its white palm. That hand clenched into a fist. Julie's neck made a cracking sound, visibly indenting inward. Crack, crack, the mirrors on her body shattered, but she couldn't escape her predicament. She floated upward slowly, her face contorted in pain as if someone were lifting her by the neck. Her hands instinctively pulled back, trying to pry open the invisible hand strangling her. The forming iron-black meteor disintegrated, the wind stopped, and the clouds dispersed. Lumion, who had just appeared at the side of the corpse mountain, saw this and genuinely marveled at the terror of the abscessed hand. If this had happened outside, carrying out the contract without having Madame Magician as a safeguard would be suicide. At this moment, Lumion felt a strange sense of relief, as if an invisible shackle within him had been broken. He had completed the pact and was no longer barred from acquiring godhood. Lumion's gaze swept over Julie, whose mouth was opening and her face turning a darker shade of blue and purple. He frowned in confusion. Where is Celeste? Julie is responsible for blocking and interfering with intruders in the mirror world. Is Celeste targeting 0 to 1? His thoughts raced as he looked towards Albus Medici, now several hundred meters away. This guy is also suspicious. He could influence and use the iron puppets in the underground tomb. Why did he wait until Julie and Celeste took action to enter here? Was he preparing something or afraid he couldn't get past Wanak, waiting for a chaotic opportunity? Just as Julie's eyes began to bulge, and she resolved to unleash the full power of her sapphire ring, the mirror world shook violently again, and clear cracks appeared all around. From within these cracks, nearly invisible flames emerged and seeped through. In an instant, the sky and ground began to burn. Lumion suddenly felt an urge to submit, his body instinctively avoiding the nearly invisible, flower-like flames and the melting earth, rocks, and void. He realized his resistance to burning damage was useless against these flames. Contact would surely reduce him to ashes. At the same time, his right palm became unbearably hot, and a violent, crazed aura surged within him, unable to break free from the icy, deathly stillness of the underworld Taoist Mark's restraints. The residual aura of Blood Emperor Alistair Tudor had fully activated, completely triggered. This left Lumion feeling like an overinflated balloon, pushed to its limit and still being pumped. The pain was excruciating. The area around the abscessed hand, where the mirror cracks were most numerous and the flames most dense, became a burning hell. Its head lowered, and the hand squeezing Julie's neck loosened. Witnessing this change and feeling an indescribable pain, Lumion recalled a passage from the 0 to 1 sealing information. Beyonders with strength surpassing sequence 5 are forbidden from approaching. Warning, Beyonders with strength surpassing sequence 5 are forbidden from approaching. Now, the reassembled and revived abscessed hand clearly possessed strong godhood. 0 to 1 has detected the presence of a demigod-level Beyonder and is forcibly breaking the mirror world's barrier. My Blood Emperor mark was stimulated by 0 to 1's aura and triggered uncontrollably. Lumion thought painfully, his thoughts disjointed. Albus Medici also lowered his head, his flaming hair growing another inch. Julie fell to the top of the frosty steps, finally escaping a near-death state. Her long, pale neck was swollen and bruised, marked by deep, blood-embedded finger imprints. Julie exhaled, raising her left hand once more. She intended to seize this chance while the enemy, who nearly killed her, was restrained by 0 to 1's power and eradicate it completely. On the other side, Wanek ignited nearly blue flames. He stretched out his right palm, directing the flames forward to form a giant fireball. The fireball attracted the nearly invisible flames around it, drawing them in layer by layer. Behind Wanek, his undead army was ignited by the flames seeping through the cracks, but instead of turning to ash, they merged with these flames, one by one flying into Wanek's fireball. The fireball grew larger, its color gradually turning purple. Wanek, his eye sockets burning with dark red flames, bit his lips tightly, reaching his limit. He then pushed the enormous, pale purple fireball towards the abscessed hand. As the fireball touched the abscessed hand's perfect body, a meteor ignited by air friction fell from the sky. The meteor fell faster and faster, hitting the immobilized target directly. Struggling against the residual aura of the Blood Emperor, Lumion first saw the explosion of light, then the rising dust, and finally heard the deafening boom, feeling the earth shake wildly. The world turned colorless and dark. Did it work? Julie eagerly looked towards the area where the meteor had fallen. Though it was filled with dust, smoke, and invisible wind, Julie used her connection with the mirror world to make her eyes like mirrors, reflecting the scene at the explosion's core. The perfect body had been blown to pieces, its flesh either charred or vaporized, leaving only a broken, black skeleton standing. But on that skeleton, new tender flesh was growing, and the bone was slowly shedding its charred appearance. It's still not dead. The weakened Julie felt an immense heaviness in her heart. In the next second, Julie's forehead throbbed with pain, as if the flesh there had a will of its own, trying to break free from her skin. Her ears buzzed, and her mind was filled with images of lofty, gently floating scarlet flags. Her face twisted in pain, she thought with difficulty, H has 0 to 1 noticed me. I can't hold on any longer. I'm going to become its puppet. Julie's body bent forward under the invisible weight, her eyes turning black with visible veins. She looked at Wanek on the wasteland, at the rising dust, her gaze growing crazed, resembling her state when first entering Morora. Clenching her teeth, she whispered, I will take everyone here with me. Celeste, the rest is up to you. Remember the famous line from Eternal Love, stupid, live well. Live well, Julie silently screamed, and her sapphire ring burst into blinding light. She was invoking the Primordial One's divine descent. In the light, the bloody mark on Julie's forehead faded quickly, her hair floated and grew longer and thicker. Gray-white quickly spread around her, turning the entire wasteland gray-white. Lumion stiffened as if turned to stone, the residual aura of the Blood Emperor in his right palm causing endless burning pain. Then he saw Julie, transformed by the gray-white, suddenly turn towards him. Trier, in the sacrificial square at the entrance to the third level of the underground catacombs. Franca had finished checking the surroundings, ensuring no one else was present, and had set up a mirror maze. "You can drink the potion now," she nodded at Jenna. Jenna took out the necessary materials from her traveler's bag and mixed the pleasure potion in a crystal glass. Without hesitation, she raised the glass and gulped it down. She felt herself float as if walking on clouds, her body pricked by tiny, needle-like pains. Her hair, influenced by an unseen force, defied gravity, extending away. Jenna vaguely saw snakes slithering through the surrounding gloom, rising up. Each snake had a strange eye on its head, giving Jenna a strong sense of danger, as if she would be torn apart any second. The hallucination quickly faded, and Jenna saw a blurry, holy figure in a plain white robe. The figure sighed in a hollow, ethereal voice. "As a woman, do you know how dangerous this path is?" "I have no choice," Jenna replied, half awake and dazed. The holy figure was silent for a moment and then said, "Make peace with your mirror self, for you were always one. Any other questions?" The figure started to fade, as if about to disappear. Jenna blurted out, "Are you Lady Crismona? Who is your father?" As soon as she asked, Jenna wanted to slap herself. Had she gotten into the habit of discussing nonsense with Lumion and Franca? There were so many important things to ask, yet she asked such an irrelevant question. The holy figure in the plain white robe was silent for a moment and then said, "My father is Alice de Tudor." Chapter 834, Divine Descent. 834 Divine Descent. The entire world seemed to turn gray and white, even the almost blue flames on Wanak's body solidifying into stone. Lumion's first instinct was to reach into his traveler's bag to retrieve the mirror cufflink. He intended to use the opportunity, created by 0 to 1 breaking through the mirror world's barrier, and Julie being too preoccupied to intervene, to escape the mirror world and return to the real corpse mountain, avoiding the impending divine battle. He realized Julie had been praying for a divine descent. And now, a fragment of the primordial demoness's power had descended. Lumion couldn't avoid the influence. His body turned gray and stiff. The burning pain from the residual aura of the Blood Emperor in his right palm was the only thing keeping him moving, allowing him to slowly reach into his bag and grab the glass-like cufflink. Just as he withdrew his hand, before he could activate the mirror cufflink, Julie, with her hair floating in the air, turned to look at him. Her hair had turned raven black like thick, long serpents, and her eyes were now a brilliant, crystalline blue. In that brief moment of eye contact, Lumion lost control of his body. He saw the grayness spreading around him, climbing from his feet. Every inch of skin and flesh it touched turned to real stone. Why am I the first target? Wanak and Albus are far more dangerous, and the abscessed hand isn't completely dead. Why target the weakest one first? Shouldn't I be caught in a broad attack instead? Then I'd have a chance to escape the mirror world and wait out the divine descent. Facing this hopeless situation, Lumion, as an ascetic, couldn't help but feel intense anger and frustration. Despite his limbs turning to stone, he tried to channel his spirituality to activate the mirror cufflink and other contract marks on his body. But as his spirituality approached the grayness, it solidified, turning to stone and falling like rain to the ground. His neck turned to stone, then his face and brain began to gray. His last effort was to look toward Albus Medici's position. The wasteland was empty. The descendant of the Red Angel was gone. He had disappeared or escaped somehow. Son of a sow, Lumion couldn't help but curse. In the next moment, his thoughts seemed to turn to stone. His gray eyes saw Julie, transformed and radiating charm even to stone, floating in midair, engulfed in black flames. The demoness descended like a giant bird, trailing black flames that twisted and branched like countless serpents, their long tails gently swaying. Silently, the mirror world began to collapse, dark voids mingling with black flames, swallowing the still skeletal abscessed hand, the immovable Wanak, and the petrified Lumion. The end of this world had come. Silent darkness filled every void. After an indeterminate time, a violent, invisible flame flickered to life, illuminating Lumion's mind. He felt the burning pain and icy rot in his right palm, the heat in his left chest. He snapped his eyes open and saw 100-meter-high mountain of corpses and bones. "I'm alive," Lumion was bewildered. His last memory was turning to stone and the destruction of the mirror world by Julie. He instinctively looked down, seeing the grayness rapidly recede from his body. This confirmed it wasn't a nightmare or hallucination. How did I survive? Did someone help me? Lumion doubted he could have survived such an apocalypse alone. At that moment, he heard Albus Medici's voice, tinged with amusement. "You can traverse the mirror world too, just like my escape plan, and you did it while partially petrified. Impressive. Did you rely on that cufflink in your hand?" Lumion turned to see Albus, in a tattered black and red jacket, a crystal necklace around his wrist. Albus had his eyes closed, but was surrounded by undead soldiers in iron-black armor, their eyes burning with pale or dark red flames. Lumion remembered he should also close his eyes. This is likely the real area around the corpse mountain. Keeping his eyes open might result in being silently replaced by his mirror self. Nothing happened. Just as I expected, I'm now Wanek's ally, one of the dangers, a puppet of 0 to 1. No need to fear any forbidden rules anymore. If only I'd realized it earlier, instead of being stunned and confused by my survival, I could have closed my eyes before Albus looked over, taking advantage of the situation to trick him. Lumion regretted this missed opportunity, but also started to understand how Albus avoided the divine descent of the primordial demoness. Like him, he took advantage of 0 to 1 breaking through the mirror world's barrier, and Julie being too preoccupied with her prayer to notice them. He used an item that allowed him to traverse the mirror world and escape back to the real mausoleum. The only difference was, Julie, who hadn't fully completed her divine descent, targeted Lumion instead of Albus, allowing him to escape while he couldn't. "Why were you watching me? You should have focused on sealing the entire world. Then no one could have escaped." Lumion mentally cursed Julie, realizing that he must have activated the mirror cufflink just before his thoughts completely turned to stone, which saved him. But as he checked, he realized something was wrong. The mirror cufflink still had 2 uses left. He hadn't used the band or item at all. Could Archbishop Heriberg secretly have helped me? After all, gods need special arrangements to descend a fraction of their power into Morola's underground mausoleum. It's unlikely an external entity intervened suddenly. It couldn't be Julie, who suddenly felt how kind I was as a boss and pushed me out of the mirror world at the last moment, could it? Lumion decided to put these thoughts aside for now. Now wasn't the time to seek the truth. There were still many dangers ahead. He glanced at Albus, noticing the Red Angel's descendant studying him through the eyes of the surrounding undead soldiers. Indeed, Albus didn't attack me just now, not because he didn't want to, but because he had concerns. My actions exceeded his expectations, and my escape was full of mysteries. He feared acting rashly might trigger a trap. Lumion's thoughts were interrupted by a sudden change in the sky. Julie, wearing a long slit dress, appeared in the dimly lit sky. Lumion's scalp tingled. She's still alive, and in the divine descent state. He quickly noticed Julie's figure was unusually transparent, and the sapphire ring on her left hand was gone. Phew, he heard Albus Medici sigh in relief. Julie lowered her head and gazed at the top of the corpse mountain. Following her gaze, Lumion saw a 2 to 3 meter tall iron-black metal pole with a charred banner at the top. The banner was covered in dark red and black bloodstains. Just a glance made Lumion feel dizzy, his neck inexplicably stinging, and the smell of blood seeped from various parts of his face and forehead. 0 to 1, Salinger's blood banner, my corruption has deepened. It seems I don't need to finish reading all the remaining books. Mastering the current one should be enough. I can't rely on such direct corruption to save time. It's easy to surpass the critical point. Lumion quickly averted his gaze, noticing Celeste standing not far from the banner. The demoness, wearing a black robe, was looking down at the spot where the iron-black metal pole was embedded in the top of the corpse mountain. The next second she sensed something, raised her head, and looked at Julie in the sky. Julie's lips curled into a beautiful and radiant smile. She parted her moist lips as if to say, "I'll leave it to you." In an instant, Lumion saw Julie's figure rapidly fade and shrink, turning into a puddle of filthy blood. The blood, only palm-sized, fell straight down. Its target was the charred banner of 0 to 1, seemingly to become one of the many bloodstains on it. Celeste finally snapped out of her daze and shouted in pain, "Julie!" At that moment, Albus's expression changed slightly. He transformed into a long spear of blazing white with a hint of blue flames, shooting towards the banner in midair. He seemed unwilling to let Julie's remaining blood stain the charred banner. "You're finally putting in some effort," Lumion muttered, not rushing to follow Albus to the top of the corpse mountain to leave a mark or stop him and Celeste. He planned to join after Albus and Celeste had fought for a while. Of course, Lumion could see that Albus valued Julie's blood and didn't want it to become a mark on the 0 to 1 banner. If Albus didn't perform well and failed to stop the blood from reaching its intended spot, Lumion would teleport to help in time. Seizing this rare opportunity, Lumion took an item from his traveler's bag. It wasn't the Sword of Courage, but the Devil's Whisper's bone ring from Hisoka. Chapter 835, Source of Corruption. 835, Source of Corruption. As soon as Lumion's fingers touched the glossy black bone ring, he felt searing pain spread from the point of contact throughout his entire body. He looked down to see thin wisps of purple-blue sulfur flames emerging from every pore, charring the surrounding skin bit by bit and giving off a pungent odor. This pain was so familiar to Lumion that he merely furrowed his brow slightly, gritted his teeth, his expression barely changing. He then took out the Devil's Whisper's bone ring, slipping it onto his right ring finger with the twisted, agonized devil's face facing up. Lumion's gaze turned icy cold, a deep blackness forming in his blue irises that no light could penetrate. The malice within him rapidly swelled, overwhelming the ascetic's tolerance and clashing fiercely with his own will in a fragile balance, the excess spilling outward. Lumion took out some ice lemon fish fillets from his traveler's bag, stuffing them into his mouth and chewing to temporarily boost his fire resistance a bit. At the same time, he sensed the surrounding malice. He was searching for the mirror person Gay. One negative effect of the Devil's Whispers was that it made the wearer and anyone within 100 meters more prone to malicious thoughts and impulsive actions. And since mirror people tended toward extremism and distortion to begin with, they would be even more obviously affected. With this premise, the Devil's Whispers also granted the malice perception ability, allowing the wearer to sense if those around them harbored ill intent. It could not detect dangers in their brewing stages like a true devil, but it was still a mystical form of perception. As long as the mirror person developed malicious intentions toward him within a certain distance, Lumion believed he could use malice perception to pinpoint their location. Sulfur flames slowly burning across his body, Lumion's icy gaze swept the surrounding area, littered with corpses clad in iron-black full-body armor amid smoldering fires, remnants of some recent slaughter. Faint, nearly invisible flames also flickered at various points on the corpse mountain itself. They illuminated the wasteland and sky, preventing total darkness from taking hold and allowing Lumion, Albus, and Celeste to remain visible despite no longer holding their carbide lamps or lanterns. After just a second or two, the corners of Lumion's mouth curled into a cruel, cold smile. He sensed intense malice directed at him from about 10 meters behind and to the side. It emanated from a corpse snow, from the smooth, mirror-black breastplate on the corpse. "Found you." Without turning around, Lumion abruptly teleported to the corpse's side amid his slow movements and activated the mirror cufflink. Through the metal mirror's surface, mirror person Gay peered outward from within the black breastplate. After discovering the two demonesses had used the mirror world to reach this area, he had slipped out quietly, leaving it to Julie and Celeste. He wasn't worried they would beat him to 0 to 1, since based on his knowledge and on-site investigations, he believed no one could gain 0 to 1's approval before its agent Wanak was eliminated. Brute force or exploiting loopholes would achieve nothing until the throne was vacant and chaos ensued, giving others an opportunity. Gay felt relieved he had made this wise choice, having directly experienced the mirror world projection's destruction just now. A mere aftershock of that apocalyptic scene could have vaporized him instantly. Confirming Wanak's death, he then slipped back through an ordinary mirror world to the Corpse Mountain's vicinity, seeking a chance to gain 0-1's approval and take it for himself. He saw Julie turning to filthy blood and fall, Albus Medici, transforming into a fiery spear to stop it, Celeste screaming Albus's name in anguish, and Lumion Lee calmly putting on the ring, preparing to make his entrance and reap the spoils of victory. An intense malice welled up within Gay. "You're all obstructing me from completing my mission." After entering Morora as one of the rare readers turned mirror person, Gay had initially felt confident, supplementing his knowledge at the Knowledge Cathedral while conducting field investigations to gather intel for his final operation. But after covertly observing the capabilities of Albus Medici, Wanak, Julie, and Lumion Lee, Gay began doubting himself. Which of them could I actually defeat one-on-one by exploiting the special mirror world's power? Probably only Lumion Lee, the one my superior warned me to watch out for. And when it comes to learning speed, although I far outpace Lumion, it seems I can't handle nearly as much corruption as him. Am I really the one with the least hope among these people? Shaken by these doubts, Gay devised a plan to lurk in the shadows, using his special nature to emerge once the heavyweights had clashed and weakened each other, then sweep up the remains. So far, his plan had progressed smoothly. The biggest obstacle, Wanak, and the most dangerous threat, Julie, were dead. Their souls completely extinguished with no chance of revival through 0-1's leaking power as undead beings. Once Albus Medici and Celeste decide the winner between them, I can join the fray, kill the survivor, and take on the weakest Lumion Lee alone. Should I ambush Lumion while he's off guard? He's no demoness or mirror person, with no substitute active. A single hit could kill him for real. These malicious thoughts grew clearer and stronger in Gay's mind. But before he could decide, Lumion's figure abruptly enlarged, appearing right before his eyes. Then Lumion vanished from his sight. In his place, a viscous pool of black liquid emerged underfoot, as if the deepest, most vile desires of the human heart had taken physical form. Desire incarnation. The black liquid suddenly surged upward, enveloping Gay. Cracked. The sound of shattering glass came from within the inky fluid, as Gay's silhouette appeared on the edge of the dim, empty space behind the metal mirror. He saw the liquid rapidly coalescing into Lumion's form, chuckling coldly with a fondness of teaching others. "Didn't know I had a mirror substitution, did you? A direct attack like this only cost me 1 mirror." Before the words had left his mouth, an exceptionally violent emotion welled up within Gay. He instinctively reached for his neck, feeling warm blood. Pain immediately lanced into his mind. Cracked. Gay deliberately triggered his own mirror substitution, shattering countless shards of glass that rained to the ground. His silhouette now flickered in another corner behind the mirror, but a thin, deep bloody gash remained on his neck. His emotions had become completely frenzied, vicious, and insane. His facial skin rapidly aged and withered like patches of brown tree bark. The words, my child," echoed in his ears as flesh rippled on either shoulder, seeming to sprout additional heads. His abdomen slowly swelled, while his eyes took on a silvery white with streaks of black. His aura rapidly dissipated as his body visibly decayed, chunks of flesh sloughing off and wriggling like maggots. Lumion saw the various corruptions afflicting him directly manifested in this stark way. It was a veritable smorgasbord. When he used desire incarnation, that inky black pool didn't just contain his own emotions and desires, but also those from the corruptive emotions and desires deeply influencing him. These higher-level corruptions would be difficult for any non-godhood being to resist. Even saints would suffer serious effects. Facing such potent corruption, failure to proactively trigger one's mirror substitution immediately would be too late once the viscous fluid made contact. By then, it would already have tainted the target. Now Gay was a horrifically corrupted monstrosity. Seeing the mirror person degenerating toward an unspeakable form, Lumion had the intuition that continuing to observe might catalyze a similar transformation within himself. He immediately stepped back, leaving the metal mirror surface to return to the corpse and surrounding wasteland at the base of the corpse mountain. He then saw the smooth mirror-like surface of his chest plate, with tendrils of black mist seeping out, like illusory shadows seeming to try and grasp him. Lumion swiftly turned his body and sprinted toward the corpse mountain peak, sometimes transforming into a blazing white flaming spear to propel himself forward, sometimes teleporting dozens of meters. He continually climbed upward through the mountain formed of corpses and bones, scattered with lingering embers. He aimed to lead the out-of-control, collapsing mirror person gay, corrupted into monstrosity, to Albus Medici and Celeste, telling them, "You're welcome." Whether climbing by hand and foot, using his contracted abilities for short-range teleports, or ascending in flaming spear form, Lumion felt an immense oppressive presence behind him. An indescribable, constantly shifting black shadow was cast onto him and his path ahead, inevitably filling him with fear. He now had no way to know what horrific form the pursuing monster had taken or what state it was in. He only knew for certain it was not something a normal human should observe or discern. Suddenly, Gay's deep voice rang in his ears. "Mommy." "Mommy?" Lumion's mouth twitched, realizing that even with all the strange corruptions on himself, the one from the Great Mother, from the Umbella bloodline, still stood out as the most exceptional after all. Mr. Fool had left behind a seal, not a corruption. Lumion fled even faster. Finally, he saw the summit of the corpse mountain peak, Celeste and Albus Medici. Chapter 836, Unorthodox Feint. 836 Unorthodox Feint. Albus transformed into a blazing white, blue-tinged flaming spear, flying to the peak of the corpse mountain, toward Julie's filthy blood descending onto the charred 0 to 1 banner. But in the blink of an eye, he lost his target, reverting from his fiery state to land beside the corpse where 0 to 1 should have been embedded. At the peak, opening his eyes no longer seemed an issue, but Albus Medici's vision no longer contained the charred banner, Julie's filthy blood, or Celeste. With his past experience, Albus quickly understood what was happening. This was the mirror world or a mirror maze. After waiting so long at the peak, Celeste must have made some preparations. As Albus guessed, this was a mirror maze created by multiple mirrors reflecting each other. Celeste stood outside, her gaze pained and distant as she watched the filthy blood race towards the charred flag. For some reason, the filthy blood slowed its descent, as if repelled by 0 to 1, but it still sank inexorably, just at a reduced pace. Albus tried using the crystal necklace coiled around his wrist, but found no mirror world to traverse or escape through, confirming he was trapped in the mirror maze. He immediately condensed blazing white, blue-tinged fireballs, sending them in all directions to blast the hidden mirrors forming the maze. As its name implied, the mirror maze was just a maze, not a true barrier with defenses. Thunderous explosions erupted almost simultaneously, yet Albus still could not break through the mirror maze. Not a single mirror had been damaged. With a slight narrowing of his eyes, Albus decisively abandoned any further such attempts. Outside the mirror maze, Celeste felt the explosive winds and inwardly scoffed. In other locations, widespread bombardment might overwhelm a mirror maze meant to trap hunters. But here at the Corpse Mountain's peak, the heart of 0 to 1 seal, it would not be so easy. As a demoness of affliction corrupted by 0 to 1 to some degree like Julie, Celeste could wield traces of that special mirror world's power. The mirror maze's mirrors were not at the peak itself, but scattered among the corpses and bones below, their reflections then projected around 0 to 1's vicinity through that special mirror world, forming the mirror maze. Seeing Julie's filthy blood nearing the charred banner, Celeste felt a mix of elation and confusion, underlaid by anguish. From somewhere, she produced a black teardrop-like ornament and affixed it to between her brows. Inside the mirror maze, Albus calmly lowered his head and half-closed his eyes, preparing to do what would inevitably be required. He murmured in ancient Hermes, the great god of war, the symbol of iron and blood, the ruler of chaos and strife. With this three-passage invocation of the honorific name, the iron-black metal flagpole suspending the charred banner shuddered slightly. its drooping flag fully unfurling with a rattling sound despite the stillness, each bloody stain growing vivid. Julie's filthy bloody halted, hovering a couple meters from 0 to 1, as if grasped by an unseen hand. High above, clouds rapidly swirled into an immense vortex tinged with faint purple firelight, larger than the mountain itself, its far end suggesting some vast entity straining against an invisible barrier. Cracks spread from the Sailinger's blood banner with snapping sounds, the special mirror whirled over the peak shattering. The mirror maze dissipated as its special mirror world projection broke apart. Albus's head snapped up, his irises now flecked with iron black, a bloody mark stark on his brow. His gaze fell on Celeste, now adorned with her own black teardrop ornament, meeting her eyes. Before combat could erupt, Lumion nonchalantly climbed over the peak's edge, a mere 7 or 8 meters from 0 to 1. No communication was needed as Albus and Celeste simultaneously attacked Lumion. Albus casually thrust out a fist, expelling a massive blue-tinged fireball, while frost coalesced around Celeste's head into mirrors, each preceding an eerie, smoldering black flame. But just as Celeste's icy mirrors would have reflected Lumion, his figure faded, vanishing with a mocking smile. Behind him, an immense silhouette suddenly loomed into Albus and Celeste's view. Already over 5 or 6 meters tall, yet still growing, twisting appendages sprouting. It was covered in patches of brown bark and sickening knobs that oozed clear fluid from the gaps. For now, the monstrosity cradled a blood-stained, vertebrae-trailing head in one hand, its silvery black empty eyes dead and sunken. On either shoulder was a fleshy, head-sized bulge, the surface rippling with some contained liquid. The next second, the monster leaped to the peak, shedding puddles of wriggling maggot flesh. Countless black gaseous tendrils dragged at it from behind, trying to pull it back into the sleek, iron-black breastplate mirror. The mere sight catalyzed a visceral sensation of corruption in Albus and Celeste. Celeste's hair billowed outward, rapidly thickening and coarsening, while Albus's face became mapped with protruding black veins. Boom! Albus's immense blue-tinged fireball with white remnants exploded against the monstrosity, as Celeste's flickering array of frost mirrors reflected its figure, engulfing it in roiling black flames. Cracked! The monster shattered mirror-like, its silhouette immediately reappearing beside 0 to 1, making Albus and Celeste's scalps prickle. It could use mirror substitution too. Raising its severed head, the monstrosity emitted a sound like it came from another world. Celeste felt herself plunged into cloying, frozen blackness, constrained on all sides in inescapable oppression. Albus likewise found himself surrounded by stifling darkness. This was a mystic technique, inspired by the mirror person's state of being. At that moment, Lumion, having teleported away to avoid the earlier clash, reappeared at the corpse peak's base. His silhouette flickered behind Albus in the darkness, mouth opening to harumph, sending a pale yellow gaseous breath that washed over him. For an instant, Albus's eyes went blank, his body swaying before he recovered his senses. The Red Angel had helped him resist part of the spell of Harumph's effects. Seizing Albus's momentary disorientation, Lumion's left fist blazed with white flames as he struck at his vulnerable point, the neck connecting head and body. Cull! As Lumion's fist neared Albus's neck, the member of the Medici family transformed into a humanoid blaze of white, blue-tinged fire. Not the merger with a flaming spear, but transmutation into living flame itself. In this fiery state, his neck was no longer a weakness. Bang! Lumion's punch only made the flaming figure waver and dim slightly. In the next instant, Albus became a roaring blue-tinged flaming spear, bursting through the black icy shackles into the air. Wheeling about like a javelin cast from the high vortex's hidden depths, he unleashed dozens of blue-streaked white fireballs in a thunderous barrage toward the peak. Boom, rumble, boom, boom. Horrific explosions engulfed the area in relentless succession. The indescribable monstrosity repeatedly used mirror substitution, yet could not escape the bombardment's range. Meanwhile, Lumion had teleported preemptively back to the mountain's base. Still teleporting, Hanbro isn't dead yet. As a chill ran down Lumien's back, he saw Celeste's face reflected in a nearby corpse's smooth breastplate. The demoness had not met Albus's assault with mirror substitution, instead deploying a mirror to swiftly traverse the mirror world to the wasteland one of Lumien's backup plans. Seeing she did not immediately attack him, Lumien turned his gaze back toward the peak. He did not regret missing the opportunity to eliminate Albus earlier, as that was the outcome he wanted. If he had intended to kill Albus with that strike, he would not have used only his cull ability. He would have surely drawn the Sword of Courage or attacked in his Desire Incarnation form instead. If I killed Albus now, who would help me deal with Celeste and that monster? Just me alone? Lumien inwardly muttered with obvious malice. His earlier attack had a hidden purpose: to deceive Albus into thinking his defenses were ineffective against Lumien, to make him believe the pitch-black bone ring on his hand could not target him. Then, at the crucial moment, he could surprise Albus by exploiting this misconception. The thunderous explosions finally subsided. The corpses and bones atop the peak had suffered severe damage, and Julie's filthy blood had dissipated somewhat. The indescribable monster no longer had mirror substitution, its surface charred and tattered. Albus reappeared, his iron-black eyes lifting his right hand to push forward. A spiraling storm of white-blue fire ravens flocked relentlessly toward the monster's exposed abdomen in overwhelming numbers. Rumble! Its weak point battered, the staggering monster collapsed into fragments. Seeing this, Lumien instantly drew a straight sword resembling the Sword of Courage and teleported to the peak, while Celeste also raced toward it. Chapter 837, each with their own schemes. 837 each with their own schemes. Lumien did not directly teleport behind Albus Medici, nor did he approach the fragmented corpse of the monster Gay. Instead, his figure quickly materialized at the edge of the peak area. Earlier, while observing the battle from the mountain's base, he had already stopped the knowledge recitation from the brass talisman made by Archbishop Heriberg and removed the corresponding earplugs, placing them in the traveler's bag. This was out of concern that the upcoming intense battle might cause devastating damage to them. Similarly, he wore the mirror cufflink on his cuff, preparing to use it. As soon as Lumien appeared at the mountain peak, he saw the pus flowing from Gay's corpse fragments seep into the bodies and bones forming the ground, igniting nearly invisible and colorless flames. Those flames instantly engulfed Gay's dismembered body, burning it to ashes, giving no chance for it to writhe and grow. At the same time, Lumien noticed that the almost invisible remnant flames that had existed at the peak had mostly extinguished, with the remaining ones about to burn out completely. He had also noticed earlier from the mountain base that the scattered remnant flames on the wasteland were successively extinguishing. Of course, this did not affect the illumination of the Corpse Mountain and its surrounding areas. Light came from the purple fiery glow seeping through the massive vortex high in the sky, from the corpses, bones, and different parts of the wasteland ignited during the battle between Albus Medici, Celeste, and the monster Gay, and from the charred banner that was shaking and vibrating with increasing frequency. The original remnant flames are extinguishing. Were they not always present, but rather created by 0 to 1 in response to the appearance of Handbro, a being with godhood? As this thought struck Lumien, he gripped the ordinary straight sword resembling the Sword of Courage with both hands and ran towards Albus Medici, who was about a dozen meters away. With a whoosh, the straight sword burst into blazing white flames. Albus, with his brow mark vivid and seemingly about to drip, bent down, letting his hands touch the corpses and bones forming the mountain. The flesh of some corpses suddenly melted, becoming viscous, while bones rapidly gathered. Albus then straightened up, forcibly pulling from the corpse and bone ground a huge white sword temporarily formed from countless spines and neck bones, with melted viscous flesh entwined around it, bringing a bloody and bizarre appearance. Albus dragged this bizarrely shaped, horrifying giant sword to meet Lumien. Crack, the giant sword of bones, protruding through waxy flesh split Lumien's blazing white flame sword in two with a single strike. Lumien's figure vanished, rapidly reappearing behind Albus. He swiftly drew another iron-black straight sword, resembling the sword of courage from the traveler's bag, and struck heavily at the neck of this Medici family member before him. Albus swiftly turned, swinging his monstrous giant sword horizontally, once again shattering Lumien's weapon. Lumien teleported once more, again flashing behind his enemy. But as soon as his figure began to materialize, sharp icy spears condensed in midair, raining down like a storm. Celeste, who had concealed herself and circled to an unknown location, launched an area attack targeting both Albus and Lumien. Lumien then saw dense fog. It surged out from around Albus, instantly enveloping the area, reducing visibility to 10 meters and preventing Lumien from sensing spirit world coordinates beyond the fog, making it difficult to directly teleport out. Fog of War. Immediately after, Albus, now out of Lumien and Celeste's sight, pressed a layered, compressed, yet still massive blue fireball towards the ground of the corpse mountain. Boom! A terrifying explosion that temporarily deafened swept across the area, dispersing the dense fog of war, vaporizing the falling icy spears, destroying part of the corpses and bones, and igniting others. Almost simultaneously, Lumien's figure was reflected in the black breastplate of a corpse on the wasteland. Earlier, when his teleportation was restricted, he had immediately taken out a mirror from the traveler's bag and activated the mirror cufflink on his left cuff. Using this Beyonder item, Lumien had entered the mirror world just before Albus created the indiscriminate explosion, and the dense icy spears fell, escaping from the peak of the corpse mountain. This was similar to his choice, when escaping from Albus and Gusain's encirclement in that underground cavern filled with the fog of war. Lumien jumped out of the smooth black metal breastplate, and the glass-like ornament on his cuff instantly turned grayish-white, crumbling into dust that scattered to the ground. The mirror cufflink had been used for the last time. At the peak of the corpse mountain, Albus had already turned and was rushing towards the increasingly violently shaking 0-1. At this point, Julie's pool of filthy blood was only about a meter away from the surface of the charred banner. Since Albus's battle with the monster gay began, the blood no longer felt as if it was being held up by an invisible hand and continued to fall, albeit at an increasingly slower pace. Seeing 0-1 within reach, a mirror of ice and snow, 2 to 3 people tall, suddenly rose in front of Albus. The mirror instantly reflected Albus's figure. Similar ice mirrors abruptly appeared to Albus's sides and behind him, reflecting different angles of this red angel descendant. As these giant ice mirrors formed, thick, snake-like strands of blackened hair emerged from the edge of the mountain, carrying the quiet and eerie demoness's black flames, rapidly extending towards those mirrors. Celeste intended to curse Albus with this. Albus swiftly turned sideways, facing the source of those snake-like black hairs, and saw Celeste, cloaked in a black robe with an oddly flushed face. Boom! Multiple blazing white, blue-tinged fireballs quickly condensed, shattering those 4 huge ice mirrors into pieces. However, these fragments melted slowly, continuing to reflect Albus's image from different angles, densely awaiting the arrival of the snake-like hairs carrying the demoness's flames. Holding the bizarre giant sword, Albus suddenly transformed into a blazing white, blue-tinged fire person, expanding to 3 to 4 meters tall. This brought continuous high temperatures, completely melting those ice mirror fragments. Silently, Celeste withdrew those long hairs covered in black flames, once again concealing her form, moving to an unknown location. Lumien teleported over. This time, he drew the iron-black sword of courage from the traveler's bag, the true sword of courage. Enduring the continuous burning pain of sulfurous flames, Lumien was instantly filled with courage. What's there to fear from just a Sequence 5 who can borrow some power from the Red Angel? Why hide? Lumien swung the sword of courage at Albus Medici, only igniting the godhood-possessing straight sword with blazing white, blue-tinged flames just before it was about to clash with Albus's bizarre bone and flesh sword. Having courage didn't mean not using schemes and tricks. Albus's now iron-black eyes showed no surprise. Instead, a smile curled at the corners of his mouth. His bizarre bone and flesh sword, suddenly burst into near-blue flames. You've been pretending to be weak all along, only using ordinary straight swords. How could I not be prepared for you to suddenly use a godhood-possessing attack? Albus's body abruptly metallized, instantly boosting his strength to its peak. Boom! The two swords collided, creating a sound like an exploding shell. The blast of wind failed to shake Albus, whose skin now had an iron-black tinge, pushing Lumion and his sword of courage back. Suddenly, Lumion melted into a viscous black liquid that seemed to be formed from the most sinister desires deep within the human heart. He disintegrated on the ground, rapidly flowing to the bottom of Albus's feet, covering him like a shadow. Crack, the illusory, viscous, chilling black liquid suddenly dispersed, and a mirror tinged with silvery black fell onto the corpses and bones, shattering into pieces. Mirror substitution, Lumion was shocked. Albus has mirror substitution too. No, he hadn't used it in several dangerous situations before. Albus's figure emerged from a mirror near the peak of the corpse mountain, smiling as he transformed into a blazing white, blue-tinged flame spear. Flying back to the battlefield, that mirror was a remnant of Celeste's mirror maze. He didn't have mirror substitution, but he could still traverse the mirror world using the crystal necklace coiled around his wrist. During Lumion's first attack, he had prepared a mirror in advance, hiding it at his waist under his tattered jacket. The indescribable monster appeared so abruptly and strangely, pursuing you. How could I not be prepared for you in this aspect? As for how to quickly escape combat without mirror substitution and avoid being affected, you've demonstrated it twice already. Seeing the flame spear flying towards him, Lumion, still in his viscous black liquid state, immediately seeped into the gaps between the corpses and bones, using this to leave the mountain peak. Filled with courage, he didn't intend to flee. To avoid being trapped by the fog of war again without the mirror cufflink, he planned to circle around to the other side, seeking new opportunities to corrupt Albus Medici. Fleeing was definitely not an option. At this moment, Lumion suddenly felt a rather intense weakness. Has my spirituality dried up prematurely? No, it's not just a matter of spirituality. Lumion thought as he reverted to human form and released his accumulated spirituality. Clang! His right hand inexplicably lost strength, making it difficult to hold onto the sword of courage. He could only watch helplessly as the iron-black straight sword fell to the ground, clanging against a stark white skeleton. Why didn't I teleport to create distance first? I seem to be sick. Lumion was suddenly alarmed and immediately activated the black mark on his right shoulder, disappearing from near the peak of the corpse mountain. He left the sword of courage there, not retrieving it for the moment. He was hoping the opponent would trigger one of its negative effects in about 10 minutes. If the sword of courage wasn't sealed away, it would indiscriminately attack nearby people. And now, the people around the sword of courage were Albus Medici and Celeste. As soon as Lumion's figure materialized on the wasteland, Albus at the peak of the corpse mountain slightly furrowed his brow. This descendant of the Red Angel swayed slightly, noticeably weaker than before. He seemed to have fallen ill as well. Chapter 838, Bluffing. 838 Bluffing. Albus's right hand holding the weapon drooped down, seemingly too weak to bear the weight of the bone and flesh sword. He planted it on the ground made of corpses and bones, but compared to Lumion directly dropping the sword of courage, he was clearly much better off. At the same time, Celeste's voice, filled with anticipation and cruel amusement, emanated from various mirrors and mirror-like objects scattered across the corpse mountain and wasteland. How are you feeling? Confused about when you got infected with the plague. Sure enough, it's a demoness's plague. Standing on the wasteland, Lumion took advantage of the moment before his muscles completely lost strength, when he could still lift light objects, to quickly remove the Devil's Whisper's bone ring from his finger and stuff it back into the traveler's bag. Wearing this ring would cause Lumion to be constantly burned by sulfurous flames, inside and out, continuously weakening his resistance and tolerance to plague. Although he was already poisoned by sulfur and had some degree of burns, stopping the damage in time was still very important. After putting away the Devil's Whisper's bone ring, Lumion took out the brass talisman and matching earplugs given by Archbishop Heriberg, gripping one in his left palm and putting the other back into his left ear. "Listen," Lumion again uttered this ancient Hermes word, continuing his learning process. Meanwhile, Celeste's voice continued to emanate from various mirror surfaces and mirror-like objects. "We were certain that the operation targeting 0 to 1 would face interference and competition from Beyonders of the Hunter pathway, and we would inevitably have to confront Wanak. So, we prepared a Grade 1 sealed artifact in advance. The mystical pathogen it produces has a very notable characteristic. It can survive in high-temperature flames for a period of time. And I can use the power of the special mirror world to let those pathogens spread quietly through different mirror surfaces, silently dispersing throughout this wasteland and Corpse Mountain. You've been setting fires all along, but I've also been continuously releasing frost, pretending to attack and curse. This actually freezes those mystical pathogens inside, allowing them to survive longer in high temperatures. Combined with their own special nature, it's enough for you to be contaminated partially, slowly seeping into your bodies." Celeste explained in great detail, as if wanting to bring pain and savor despair. This might be her hobby, or perhaps a negative influence brought by certain items. Albus Medici, leaning on that bone and flesh sword, kept turning his body, looking in different directions, seemingly trying to quickly pinpoint Celeste's true form and drag her out of the mirror world. However, it was impossible to discern which mirror Celeste was in just from the source of the sound. She might have been constantly moving through the mirror world without stopping. Similarly, even if Albus recited those 3 passages of the honorific name again, he could only affect the special mirror world in this area at the peak of the Corpse Mountain. He couldn't damage the mirrors in the middle and lower parts of the Corpse Mountain and on the wasteland. Celeste's voice gradually became shrill, both painful and pleasurable. "This pathogen also has flaws. It's not the type that will have fatal effects in a short time. It can only make you quickly lose your physical strength, accelerate the dissipation of spirituality, and eventually make you lie on the ground, unable to move, desperately listening to your own heart gradually weakening and stop beating." Hearing this, Lumion teleported to change his position, avoiding being assassinated by Celeste taking advantage of the situation. Some thoughts flashed through his mind. Could I wear the Eggers family's golden mask to counteract the damage from this mystical pathogen? If I stop my heart from beating in advance, I won't have to worry about it losing strength. No, this mystical pathogen seems to affect the spirit body as well. Perhaps, after physical death, the spirit body will gradually lose the power to maintain its own existence. Moreover, Archbishop Heriberg said that becoming a deceased here would only lead to eternal slumber. Well, perhaps in the future, one might be awakened as a puppet of 0 to 1. Albus Medici, at the peak of the Corpse Mountain, suddenly laughed. "So that's how it is, I do feel weakened. Even with my ancestor helping me share the impact, in 3 or 4 minutes I should completely lose my fighting ability, barely able to crawl. But I don't remember if I told you what I was going to do in the underground mausoleum, or if you noticed that the abnormality had already occurred." As he spoke, Albus's smile gradually brightened. His demeanor was composed, appearing very confident and assured, not panicked at all. Celeste, who had been emitting sounds from different mirrors and mirror-like objects to delay time until the effects of the mystical pathogen deepened, suddenly fell silent. She seemed to be observing her surroundings, trying to find the abnormality Albus mentioned. Albus moved his neck and said with an upturned corner of his mouth, "I only have 3 things to accomplish here. First is to kill Wanak, so that 0 to 1 no longer has a proxy of this level. Second is to recite my ancestors' honorific names around 0 to 1, causing it to resonate and gradually awaken. Third, is to delay time, waiting for 0 to 1 to break free from this Corpse Mountain on its own. Haven't you noticed that the frequency and amplitude of 0 to 1's trembling and shaking are getting higher and larger? Haven't you noticed that 0 to 1 is about to break free from the Corpse Mountain? Celeste, hidden near the peak of the Corpse Mountain, concealed in one of the components of the previous mirror maze to closely observe Albus's movements and ready to interfere with the target's self-rescue at any time, tensed up and instinctively looked towards the violently shaking and trembling 0 to 1. She then saw that charred banner with the dangerous blood spots densely covering it. Her head suddenly buzzed and her neck ached. She was further corrupted. Cracked. The mirror where Celeste was hiding instantly shattered, revealing her figure, with a blank expression, her head trying to separate from her neck. Now, Albus seized the opportunity, discarding the heavy bone and flesh sword, transforming into a blazing white, blue-tinged flame spear, swooshing down near Celeste. Then, he created a dense fog of war, enveloping Celeste and the area within about 10 meters around this demoness. After completing this, Albus didn't give Celeste a chance to break free from her corrupted state and escape the fog of war through the mirror world. Mustering his remaining strength, he condensed several blue fireballs and sent them crashing into the fog of war one after another. Rumble. Relatively violent explosions occurred, and pale blue flames rose up. Celeste's mirror substitution was passively triggered. But affected and misled by the fog of war, her figure reappeared still within the blast range, still covered by shock waves powerful enough to destroy a demoness's body. Albus controlled the power of the fireballs, ensuring the fog of war was never dispersed, causing Celeste's mirror substitutions to shatter one after another. Similarly, he also controlled the frequency of fireballs, bombarding that small area of fog, not giving Celeste even a slight chance to recover and enter the mirror world. Finally, Celeste's shadow froze. That beautiful and seductive body blackened and disintegrated, falling to the ground in the form of corpse fragments. Plop, the black teardrop-shaped ornament she had been wearing on her brow fell onto a corpse. Albus stopped maintaining the fog of war and looked at the dead Celeste, laughing mockingly. "Oh, I forgot to tell you, my calmness just now was feigned. I needed to delay for 5 to 6 minutes to wait for 0 to 1 to resonate with my ancestor to the extreme, initially awaken, and break free from the constraints of the corpse mountain. Why were you in such a hurry? So hurried that you forgot direct eye contact with 0 to 1 would lead to corruption, and you were already corrupted to some extent. Remember, being too hasty or too slow are both major taboos in war." While mocking the dead, Albus didn't go to pick up that black teardrop-shaped ornament which clearly possessed Beyonder power, fearing it might trigger corresponding negative effects and impact subsequent matters, especially since he was already considerably weakened. At this point, his hands and feet had become powerless, running had become difficult, so he could only transform again into a blazing white, blue-tinged flame spear, flying back near 0 to 1. He glanced at Julie's filthy blood slowly falling in midair, estimating it was only about 30 to 40 centimeters away from the target. Albus then threw a blue fireball at it, burning that pool of filthy blood, causing it to slowly evaporate and dissipate without triggering any additional changes. After closing his eyes to sense the frequency and amplitude of 0 to 1's shaking and trembling, Albus silently said to himself, "It seems to be progressing faster than expected. 2 or 3 more minutes should be enough." Hey, Celeste, I lied about one thing earlier. In the end, 0 to 1 still can't break free on its own. It needs me to help it with Medici family blood. I didn't mock your corpse earlier because I had too much time. Some words needed to be heard by Lumion Lee to make him overlook the part where I lied. Albus Medici then turned to look at the wasteland, at Lumion, who had just completed a teleportation to change his position to avoid being locked onto, and said loudly with a laugh, "You're very alert. In such a pressing situation, you actually didn't follow that fool Celeste to observe the abnormalities of 0 to 1. Lumion raised his hand to scratch his right ear, telling a lie that couldn't be more obvious. "Sorry, I was learning. I didn't hear your conversation just now." "All right, I admit, I was thinking Celeste would help me confirm the current situation of 0 to 1. Albus looked at this guy and said thoughtfully, "You're very calm. Your physical compatibility should be almost depleted by now. As for me, with my ancestors sharing the burden, I can definitely hold out longer than you." Lumion laughed, laughing with composure and confidence, exuding the brilliance of a top student. "Haven't you noticed that there are other abnormalities here?" Chapter 839, The Hidden Taboo. 839, The Hidden Taboo. Other abnormalities. Albus's first reaction was that Lumion was imitating him, trying to trick him into looking at something he shouldn't. He cautiously scanned the wasteland below the corpse mountain, only seeing undead soldiers fallen in different places and nearly extinguished colorless embers. During this process, Albus also listened for any movements around him, but apart from the increasingly violent trembling and shaking of 0 to 1, he received no other information. "Are you trying to delay time this way? I think this is more advantageous for me," Albus replied to Lumion with a smile. The image of this competitor was reflected in his iron-black eyes, as he quickly estimated the probability of launching a successful surprise attack in his mind. He wanted to eliminate the last hidden danger before losing his close combat ability. Lumion didn't give Albus this opportunity. Although his arms had weakened to the point where he could only pick up relatively light objects, and his legs were so weak he could barely walk, the accumulated spirituality he released was still quite abundant, enough to support him in completing many teleportations. His figure disappeared from Albus's sight, then reappeared on the side of the corpse mountain. Before Albus could find him, Lumion said with a smile, "It's understandable that you didn't notice other abnormalities here. After all, you don't seem to be someone who enjoys studying. And your ancestor, that red angel, although having a very thorough understanding of 0 to 1, the current 0 to 1 is no longer the same as before. From the sealed artifact information, I know that after your ancestor was killed by the Blood Emperor, 0 to 1 changed hands twice, once to Alice de Tudor, and once to death from the southern continent. Therefore, it has been corrupted by other, equally high-level corruptions." Seeing Albus's gaze turn towards him, seemingly listening and discerning the truth of his words without immediate intention to launch an attack, Lumion stayed in place and continued. "Of course, your ancestor visited 4th Epoch Trier and understood the various details of the corresponding seal. Mora's seal was modeled after Trier's, so you definitely wouldn't lack understanding of the situation here. But the seals on both sides are only mostly similar, with many details still having critical differences. The book, Principles of Sealing, tells me that this is because 0 to 1 and its corruption are purer compared to 4th Epoch Trier. It's less complex, can form fewer balances and constraints, and many characteristic issues are more prominent. If your ancestor were to come in person, take a turn in the underground mausoleum, no, just take a few glances, he would definitely understand what abnormality I'm talking about. But unfortunately, he can't descend to Mora, and probably can't see or hear directly through the seal using your eyes and ears. He can only give you power, help you share the damage, and listen to your reports periodically. Under these circumstances, it's indeed understandable that you didn't notice other abnormalities here." Albus Medici stared down at Lumion, listening to his narrative with a smile on his face, while pondering where the problem actually lay. Rambling on and on about irrelevant things, it does seem like he's trying to buy time. But buying time is more beneficial to me. The resonance between 0 to 1 and my ancestor is getting stronger and stronger. In 2 or 3 more minutes, I'll be able to approach and drip some Medici family blood. His condition will only deteriorate faster than mine. The longer we delay, the weaker he'll become. Is he waiting for reinforcements? But unless the Archbishop of the Church of Knowledge personally intervenes, there should be no one in Mora who can participate in this struggle, and those outside Mora can't come in. The Church of Knowledge currently appears quite neutral, at most with a slight inclination in secret. They won't directly get involved. I need to be vigilant about this point. So-called scholars are more treacherous than us hunters. The more knowledge they have, the more treacherous they become. It's a pity this trashcan is very alert. He'll teleport away at the slightest sign of trouble, while I need to get close to release the fog of war. No wonder my ancestor said that before Alice de Tudor became a god, he found Bethel Abraham more troublesome. Continuously feinting attacks, forcing him to use teleport repeatedly, draining his spirituality? That's one way. If we really go on according to his pace, by the time his spirituality is insufficient to support teleport, I'll also be almost unable to complete the battle. Even standing will be difficult, only able to rely on fire raven scatter shots, like a blind man shooting birds. But if feints are to be convincing, they need to consume a lot of spirituality, and if they're not convincing, they can't bluff anyone. Why does this dog shit-like pathogen target the physical body first, then affect the spirit body? If the rate of spirituality dissipation could be as fast as the loss of muscle strength, the problem would be simple. In that case, I wouldn't need to hold out for too long, just longer than this trash can. As Albus's thoughts raced, Lumion smiled and said, "Do you need me to give you a hint? I don't know if you've seen the ceiling information for 0 to 1, but you must be very familiar with the various taboos here. Haven't you noticed that 2 sections of the content, or rather, 2 of the taboos hide problems? 2 taboos hiding problems." Albus suddenly had a dangerous intuition. He began to believe that some of what Lumion said might be true. Lumion said with a mocking tone, "Haven't figured it out yet. See, this is the consequence of not studying." I didn't notice it at first either, but after reading a large amount of related books and materials in Morora, I gradually developed doubts. Let me give you another hint. The first problematic taboo is that experimental subjects must cover their eyes and carry a lamp, and if the lamp goes out, that experimental personnel will directly disappear, and everyone who knows him will simultaneously believe that he died long ago. What's wrong with that? I've already had people verify the authenticity of this taboo. It's only because there are many light sources here, otherwise we would have all disappeared by now. Albus quickly thought about the details he might have overlooked. At this moment, Lumion's figure suddenly disappeared. He teleported to change his position, appearing near the top of the corpse mountain, next to the Sword of Courage. Taking advantage of the fact that he could still move the traveler's bag, he crouched down and slipped the bag he had been holding in advance over the Sword of Courage, returning it to its companions. At this time, Albus, not expecting Lumion to appear so close to the top of the corpse mountain, was still searching for the target with his gaze across the wasteland. By the time he reacted and condensed blue fireballs to bombard downwards, Lumion had already activated the black mark on his right shoulder and truly teleported to somewhere in the wasteland. He risked picking up the Sword of Courage, because he now realized that he might be the one facing its indiscriminate attacks later. As the rumbling explosions just began to subside, Lumion's voice sounded again. "Haven't you figured it out yet? After I arrived at the real corpse mountain, I actually doubted my guess and completely abandoned it, but the later results made me more certain and allowed me to figure out more problems along the way." Lumion spoke to Albus Medici from afar in the tone of a teacher. "The answer is, why must it be experimental subjects carrying lit lamps to enter? Why not place burning wall lamps at intervals inside the underground mausoleum and replace the lamp oil regularly? Although this would consume more resources, it would be more convenient and safer. The Church of Knowledge's financial power couldn't possibly be unable to support such an arrangement. Is it to make the seal seem mysterious and terrifying? Obviously not. There are clearly deeper reasons." Albus Medici's eyes flickered slightly, vaguely having some guesses. He cast his gaze towards the embers scattered across the corpse mountain. Lumion's figure disappeared again, appearing among Celeste's corpse fragments. He then inverted the traveler's bag over the black teardrop-shaped forehead ornament, collecting it. This time, Albus tracked Lumion's figure in time, but he didn't make a move, nor did he transform into a flame spear to throw himself over. This was firstly because the other could teleport away at any time, and secondly because what Lumion was doing now was also beneficial to him. Albus was almost certain that the forehead ornament was the source of the current mystical pathogen. After placing it in another space, the concentration of pathogens here would gradually decrease, preventing their conditions from rapidly deteriorating, allowing them to hold out longer. After putting away the forehead ornament, Lumion immediately teleported to the wasteland on the other side of the corpse mountain, smiling at Albus. The second problematic taboo is, Beyonders with Strength Surpassing Sequence 5 are forbidden from approaching. Warning, Beyonders with Strength Surpassing Sequence 5 are forbidden from approaching. Albus immediately understood Lumion's line of thought and asked in a deep voice, You mean there's no need to specifically emphasize that Beyonders above sequence 5 cannot approach. Indeed, in reality, as long as they're not already corrupted experimental subjects or special people like us, whether they're above sequence 5 or not, they shouldn't approach 0 to 1. Lumion wanted to applaud, but even adjusting the traveler's bag was quite strenuous for him now. He said with a tone that approved his educatability, "Yes, so why specifically emphasize that Beyonders above sequence 5 cannot approach? Probably because when Beyonders above sequence 5 approach 0 to 1, besides bringing danger to themselves, it would also trigger additional, more terrifying abnormalities. Therefore, it must be specially warned." Just now, the appearance of Hand Bro brought about an attack from 0 to 1, leaving embers all over this wasteland and Corpse Mountain. And from my observation, these embers will extinguish on their own. What does this indicate? It indicates that before we came in, this place was in darkness, without any firelight. Combining this with the first problematic taboo I mentioned, and with what the book, Principles of Sealing, says about self-balance and self-sealing, the potential hidden danger becomes very clear. Albus's expression changed slightly, obviously realizing what the possible abnormality might be. Lumion once again changed his position using teleportation and continued, "That hidden danger is that there's a latent taboo. The underground mausoleum needs eternal, deathly darkness. It can occasionally have light, but there can't be continuous light in the same place. And when Beyonders above sequence 5 with Godhood approach, it instinctively causes 0 to 1 to burn this area, bringing embers that can last for a period of time." At this point, Lumion's smile grew even brighter. "Now, the embers have been burning for a while, and you're still continuously creating firelight. I'm very curious about what will happen next." "What will happen?" Albus Medici's gaze instantly froze, his back suddenly tensing. He knew where the problem lay now. The frequency and amplitude of 0 to 1's trembling and shaking were more violent than he had anticipated, progressing faster. At this moment, the entire sky suddenly took on the color of burning. Chapter 840, The Importance of Knowledge. 840, The Importance of Knowledge. Inside Morora, two exiles who were dueling suddenly dropped their swords and clutched their necks with their hands. Blood seeped through their fingers. Nearby onlookers and pedestrians also experienced a stuttering effect, as if their heads were being grabbed by invisible hands and forcefully pulled upwards, causing the muscles in their necks to gradually tear. In the endless graveyard near the Knowledge Cathedral, all the trees suddenly burst into bright red flames. The soil in the corresponding graves writhed as if something was trying to crawl out. More and more clouds gathered in the sky, taking on the color of burning fire. At the top of the Corpse Mountain, Albus Medici's neck also stung with pain. He raised his hand with great difficulty and weakness, trying to press down on it. He already understood what was happening. He didn't hastily turn his head to look directly at 0 to 1, as that would not only result in considerable corruption, but could also break his neck, causing his head to detach. Albus slowly turned his body to face 0 to 1, but closed his eyes. At the same time, he heard rustling and clanging sounds from the wasteland. Lumion saw those undead soldiers in iron-black full-body armor standing up one after another, the dark red or pale flames in their eye sockets clearly flickering. The huge cloud vortex in the sky, tinged with purple firelight, was being torn apart and smoothed by an invisible force. The abnormality had finally manifested. Albus didn't hesitate. He immediately let his skin take on an iron-black hue, his entire body seeming to transform into a metal-cast puppet. Keeping his eyes tightly shut, he approached 0 to 1 step by step. During this process, his neck was noticeably stretched, causing the iron membrane that made up his skin to be torn into countless tiny metal threads. Deep, chilling cut marks appeared on his iron-black flesh and bones, with bright red blood visibly oozing out. In just a few seconds, Albus Medici walked to 0 to 1's side. He released his right palm that had been weakly pressing on his neck, letting it extend towards the charred flag, carrying his own blood. As a fellow hunter, Albus also had very strong spatial perception and positioning abilities. Moreover, 0-1's flag was violently shaking, fluttering loudly, with sounds entering Albus's ears, making it easy for him to determine the target's location. Of course, if he directly touched 0-1's main body, the corruption would truly occur. This couldn't be avoided just by not looking, but Albus now had no other choice. Just as he reached out towards that charred flag, Albus heard a snap sound, the sound of the iron skin on his metal neck being completely torn apart. He immediately changed his form, transforming from an iron-black metal-cast puppet into a blue human-shaped flame. This caused the blood on his palm to evaporate rapidly. While guarding against a sudden attack from Lumion, Albus quickened his movements, continuously flicking the mostly evaporated bright red blood towards the front. On the wasteland, Lumion was mingling among the undead soldiers, his palm both scorching hot and ice cold. He didn't dare to look towards 0-1, so he naturally didn't know Albus's current actions, but he could roughly guess that the other was making a final gamble. "It's useless, the situation has already spiraled out of your control," Lumion muttered, not moving to stop him. He was more worried that if he really teleported next to Salinger's blood banner to stop Albus Medici from dripping blood on it, he might step into a trap set by the other. Given the current situation, Albus could completely change his approach. Since he couldn't achieve his intended goal, he might as well eliminate all competitors, making his side the more advantageous camp, and then use this to reorganize. So, Albus was likely pretending to drip Medici family blood onto 0-1's flag, but actually trying to lure Lumion to stop him, thus seizing the opportunity to kill the last competitor. At the top of the corpse mountain, the human-shaped flame that Albus had transformed into was severely stretched, with the upper and lower parts seeming about to separate. At the same time, the flaming light he emitted dimmed considerably, like ordinary flames doused with a bucket of ice-cold fresh blood. Plop, Albus heard the tiny sound of liquid hitting the flag. After thousands of years, the Medici family's blood finally fell on 0-1's charred flag again. However, there was no additional change. This was also within Albus's expectations. After all, the degree of resonance had not yet reached its limit, and 0-1's awakening situation had significantly exceeded any threshold. Albus's desperate attempt to leave blood on the charred flag was more about reserving a chess piece for the future, making some preparations. The next second, Albus, existing in the form of a human-shaped flame, felt an intense pain between his eyebrows. Some strange force extended from 0-1, seeming to want to assimilate him, turning him into its own flame. Albus suddenly turned around, opened his eyes, and looked towards the wasteland. He wanted to kill Lumion before being absorbed by 0-1, eliminating the last competitor. That trash can actually manage to stay calm and didn't come to stop me from smearing blood on 0-1's surface. Amidst Albus's regret, Lumion's figure was reflected in his flaming eyes. Lumion smiled at him, activated the black mark on his right shoulder, and disappeared from his spot. Albus didn't hide his disappointment and regret, reverting to his human form. His neck was already torn open, revealing white bones and blackened blood vessels. He then activated the crystal necklace wrapped around his wrist, causing it to explode directly. Bang, 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 the consecutively exploding crystals formed a deep vortex in front of Albus, with a deep, dark world covered by a glass-like barrier at the bottom of the vortex, that special mirror world. Under extremely urgent circumstances and unable to directly leave Morora, Albus Medici chose to jump into the dark vortex in front of him, falling towards that special mirror world. At this moment, his neck was about to break, with his cervical vertebrae exposed. He fell into that special mirror world, disappearing into the deep darkness. The dark vortex next to 0-1 was immediately ignited by invisible, colorless flames and dissipated completely. In midair, the blue flame that had lost Albus's maintenance quickly extinguished, with the remaining tiny bit of Julie's filthy blood continuing to fall, touching the charred flag. All over Morora. Nearly 10,000 heads dragging white, blood-stained spines flew in the sky, while their headless bodies ran wildly through the streets. In the graveyard, countless skeletons crawled out from underground, with dark red or pale flames burning in their eye sockets. Red rainwater that could ignite buildings and humans began to fall from the sky. Inside the Knowledge Cathedral, Archbishop Heriberg of Morora, wearing a plain white robe trimmed with brass wire, stood in front of the open, stained glass window, feeling the walls faintly showing signs of melting. He sighed lightly and raised his palm. In the underground mausoleum, on that anomalous wasteland, Lumion teleported to the side of the corpse mountain. Just as he was about to sit down against the corpses and skeletons, his legs already unable to support his body weight, he was suddenly pulled by an invisible force, slowly standing up again and walking towards the group of undead soldiers. This required no effort from him, he had no strength to use anyway. Lumion didn't resist or struggle, as if only his self-consciousness still belonged to him. The burning pain and icy rotting sensation in his right palm kept him basically alert. As long as my head isn't torn off my neck, everything else is fine. Lumion muttered to himself while listening to the knowledge narrated by the brass talisman, continuing to walk towards the gathering troops in the wasteland as 0-1's puppet with the help of the external force. The current situation was basically consistent with his expectations. If he had read even a little less earlier, his head and body would have already gone separate ways by now. Knowledge is power, knowledge is wealth. After about 10 seconds, the sky suddenly dimmed, and darkness surged back into this area. 0-1 seemed to be gripped by an invisible hand, with its trembling and shaking starting to calm down. The flames in this area extinguished one after another, and the deathly silent, cold darkness once again ruled this place. The Church of Knowledge has finally suppressed 0-1's disturbance. If it kept up a while longer, I'd really have become a puppet. Lumion secretly breathed a sigh of relief, feeling the darkness invade his body like an invisible, eerie, cold flow of water. The underworld Taoist mark on his right palm emitted an even stronger sense of decay than before, helping him resist this invasion. Lumion teleported back to the position he had chosen earlier, weakly sitting down against the corpses and skeletons that made up the mountain. He closed his eyes, focusing on listening to the knowledge transmitted from his earplugs in this lightless, pure darkness. In Trier, on the sacrificial square, at the entrance of the third level of the underground catacombs. After answering Jenna's question, that blurry and wholly female figure disappeared from Jenna's sight, as if it was just part of an illusion. Jenna shook her head, her gaze returning to reality, seeing Franca's concerned face. During my advancement, I seemed to sense Lady Crismona again, and even had a few words of dialogue with her. Jenna carefully told her companion about her recent experience. Do angel-level high-rank beings truly not die? Franca asked curiously. What did she say? Jenna suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. She said to reconcile with my mirror self because we are originally one. She said her father was that Blood Emperor. Huh? Franca was both shocked and confused. Why did she tell you this? Jenna felt even more embarrassed. I asked without thinking. Is it really the Blood Emperor? Then it shouldn't be your hallucination. You couldn't have come up with such an answer even in a hallucination. Franca whispered, gradually getting excited. Damn it, what do you mean I couldn't have come up with it even in a hallucination? Well, indeed, who could have thought of that? Jenna reflexively retorted. Franca then clapped her hands together. That was a good question indeed. This information is extremely, extremely important. Her eyes sparkling, she said. Lumion previously suspected that the special mirror world was created by the Blood Emperor Alistair Tudor to deal with the primordial demoness, and the Tamara family might have played a very important role in this matter. Now it seems this guess needs to be abandoned. Perhaps that special mirror world was jointly created by the Blood Emperor Alistair Tudor and the primordial demoness. Otherwise, how could a true god of the hunter pathway, without mirror magic, create such a special mirror world? Chapter 841, The Brand. 841 The Brand. Jenna paused before responding, true. Initially, they believed the special mirror world was a result of the War of the Four Emperors, created in the aftermath of fierce battles among beings like the primordial demoness and the Blood Emperor. However, after Lumion explored the treasury of the Blue Avenger, he uncovered new information suggesting the special mirror world existed before the War of the Four Emperors. He speculated it was a tool crafted by Blood Emperor Alistair Tudor to counter the primordial demoness and a means for resurrection. Their greatest confusion at the time was why Alistair Tudor, a true god of the Hunter pathway, could create such a uniquely bizarre mirror world. Did high-rank beings of the apprentice pathway under him participate? Franca then remarked wistfully, according to Lumion's theory and our experience, both hunters and demonesses bring calamity. Wouldn't a true god of the Hunter pathway combined with one from the demoness pathway essentially epitomize the concept of disaster? No wonder Fourth Epic Trier ended up the way it did. However, is it possible for true deities from neighboring pathways to cooperate amicably, instead of immediately succumbing to the urge to converge and battle for dominance? Jenna, puzzled by this question, pursed her lips in thought before asking, is there a way to control that urge to converge? That's beyond my knowledge for now, at least until I come into contact with the corresponding mystical knowledge after becoming an angel, Franca self-deprecatingly said, her thoughts wandering. Perhaps the primordial demoness could, but definitely not the Blood Emperor. Given our understanding of the history of the Fourth Epic, he was a violent, bloodthirsty madman. How could he control himself unless someone helped him? Who could that be? Jenna paused thoughtfully and then said, the Tamara family. Franca's eyes lit up. Right, the Tamara family at that time was primarily known for the apprentice pathway. High-rank beings of the apprentice pathway excel at sealing and controlling space, and could utilize the mirror world to a certain extent. Yes, this explains why the Tamara family was involved in the creation of the special mirror world. One of the two special mirror world fragments they held came from a tomb of the Tamara family. Growing more excited, Franca said, the Tamara family must have been the bridge between the Blood Emperor and the primordial demoness, carrying out a secret mission. And since they had long been exposed to the demoness sect, it makes sense that some of their members sided with them after the split. And moreover, since Lady Crismona is a descendant of the Blood Emperor, then her twin brother, the current demoness of Grey, probably is too. The apprentice lineage of the Tamara family has borne many humiliations over the past 1,000 years, willingly becoming women to continue serving the direct descendants of the Blood Emperor. Such loyalty, such loyalty. As she spoke, Franca mockingly wiped away a tear, moved by her own words. Jenna, long accustomed to her companion's boundless digressions and jokes, raised her own question. Could a Sequence 2 apprentice pathway angel from the Tamara family really seal the Blood Emperor's urge to converge? If the Tamara family can't, what about Mr. Door? Franca turned serious, pondering. Lumion said he is the foremost noble of the Tudor Empire, and ranked behind him, Ammon, is a confirmed king of angels. Then it's likely he is one too. A king of angels of the apprentice pathway might be able to temporarily seal the Blood Emperor's urge to converge, right? Was Mr. Door also involved in the matter of the special mirror world? Possibly, Jenna agreed. The normal mirror world was essentially an embodiment of the concept of doors. Franca's thoughts suddenly took a playful turn, chuckling softly. There's also a possibility that the convergence behavior of the true deities of the Hunter and Demoness pathways differs from other pathways. First, they attract each other, dancing around each other, and only after reaching a certain climax do they start to devour each other, deciding the ultimate victor. Jenna couldn't help but roll her eyes. Franca was at it with her crude jokes again. Of course, for Jenna, who had once frequented bars and dance halls in the market district, living as a showy diva for a long period, such coarse humor was hardly adult-only material. Franca then composed herself. I can now truly understand what the demoness of black meant. No wonder she asked me why I thought the demoness sect didn't control the special mirror world. She said it had been under the primordial one's control until the end of the War of the Four Emperors. But she also believed that the special mirror world was initially created to combat the primordial one, only later controlled by her. Is she unaware of the secrets of those times and the demoness of Grey's lineage, or is she just deceiving me, trying to mislead me? Or did the Blood Emperor indeed initially want to combat the primordial one, but she then took control of the nascent special mirror world, leading to their cooperation. Or was their cooperation aimed at combating something else? What was their purpose in creating such a special mirror world? Jenna shook her head honestly. I don't know. Franca thoughtfully stroked her ponytail. The Demoness of Black is both a descendant of the primordial one and has the Tamara family's bloodline. She probably knows more about the special mirror world than I imagined. Jenna hummed in response, rubbing her temples. Either way, we need to report this information quickly. Franca glanced at Jenna and cleared her throat. You also need to go back and rest, adapting to the changes the potion has made to your body. At the foot of the corpse mountain, Lumion sat with his eyes closed, his back against the piles of bodies and skeletons, intently listening to the monotonous voice emanating from the brass earplugs. He was completing his studies. He no longer needed to listen to all the remaining books. Mastering this one would likely suffice. Yet, even so, it would still take over 10 hours. As time ticked away, Lumion's body grew weaker. Even with the support of the corpses and skeletons, he could no longer sit upright, relying solely on external forces to keep from collapsing. His spirituality was evaporating faster, rendering him unable to use his teleportation ability anymore. Fortunately, he had stowed away the artifact left by Celeste, and the mystic pathogens had been dissipated completely by 0 to 1's activation. His condition hadn't worsened to the point where his heart was too weak to beat or his spirit body began to disintegrate, allowing him to barely keep at it. After an indeterminate period, Lumion suddenly felt invigorated, his body regained strength, and his spirituality was replenished. It was 6 in the morning, based on Cordu time. His body refreshed and free from illness, Lumion sat up straight and resumed the final part of his study. Nearly 45 minutes later, he uttered an ancient Hermes word in a deep voice. Stop. He felt he was on the brink of corruption and could not accumulate anymore. Just as the brass talisman finished transmitting the knowledge, Lumion's mind became hazy. Vaguely, he saw the charred flag dotted with dangerous blood spots, surrounded by dense darkness, gently swaying. Lumion also saw the ground covered in corpses, a vast army marching, the earth soaked in blood, countless severed arms and limbs. A strong smell of blood and rust pierced his nose, as if coming from himself. Lumion felt a certain call, not just from the charred flag, but also from the dense darkness enveloping it. The burning heat, an icy cold in the palm of his right hand, became more distinct. They originated from the residual aura of the Blood Emperor and the seal left by the underworld Taoist. At that moment, Lumion suddenly realized another, deeper purpose of the Aurora Order's arrangement of the Dream Festival. With the underworld Taoist seal, I truly share a mystical similarity with 0 to 1. 0 to 1 once belonged to Blood Emperor Alistair Tudor, then fell under the control of death and suffered the corruption of the Death Pathway's powers, which were also utilized by the Church of Knowledge to seal 0 to 1 itself. And now, I carry the residual aura of the Blood Emperor and the seal left by the Underworld Taoist, bearing powers of the Death, Evernight, and Warrior pathways. With these thoughts flashing through his mind, Lumion combined the knowledge he had learned with the behavior of Albus and Julie, and amidst the strange and dangerous summons, he stood up and teleported to the top of the corpse mountain. He didn't open his eyes. In the deathly silent, icy darkness, he couldn't see anything even if he did. But as he drew closer, a sharp pain developed between Lumion's eyebrows, and his blood or something else seemed to want to burst through his pores and flesh. Lumion didn't resist, enduring the pain. Finally, a droplet, resembling blood, tore through his forehead and flew towards where 0 to 1 was located. With a plop, the residual aura of the Blood Emperor inside Lumion suddenly boiled over, turning into a raging river of flames that ravaged between his spirit body, organs, and flesh. The icy, rotting sensation in his palm intensified, preventing this river of flame from carrying away all his flesh and breaking the seal. Lumion soon suffered so intensely, he nearly lost consciousness. Only when the residual aura of the Blood Emperor gradually subsided did he slowly regain his thoughts. He let out a long breath and whispered to himself, I should be the proxy for 0 to 1 now. If it weren't for the underworld Taoist seal, I would definitely have become another Wanak. No, not another Wanak, but Blood Emperor Alistair Tudor, who would have used my body to return. Lumion didn't dare to linger near 0 to 1, afraid that the sealed artifact might detect a flaw in its new proxy, a defect with a will of his own that still persisted. And Lumion knew that with his current status and power, it was impossible to take 0 to 1 out of Morora. Even if the Church of Knowledge agreed to let him do so, it would only lead to his own destruction. Leaving a mark and becoming a proxy is enough to complete this task. Unfortunately, 0 to 1 is tightly sealed, and a proxy's special abilities can only be fully manifested in Morora. Lumion muttered a few words and teleported back to the wasteland. He immediately sensed a team of undead soldiers and iron puppets patrolling silently in the darkness, seemingly eternal in their movements. Suddenly, Lumion felt a stir in his heart. The connection between contractors told him that the leader was the abscessed hand. This mysterious being had regrown bones and flesh after being subjected to the bombardment of divine descent, but it seemed to have been conquered by 0 to 1, becoming its guard. Is Hand Bro's unique trait being indestructible? Lumion turned his body, letting the abscessed hand and its puppets pass by. Unexpectedly, the abscessed hand stopped in front of Lumion and uttered in a low voice, Umbella. Chapter 842, Departure. 842, Departure. Umbella. Hearing the voice of the abscessed hand and the name it shouted, a chill ran up Lumion's spine, making his hair stand on end and cold sweat break out. He didn't know when the abscessed hand had regrown bones and flesh from the ashes, returning to its original form, but he was prepared for any abnormalities when it passed by him, given the contract stemming from the Inevitability pathway's powers between them. Lumion wasn't overly worried. They were colleagues now, and the situation shouldn't turn dangerous. What he didn't expect was that the abscessed hand would call out Umbella. It was like a horror story. For a moment, Lumion couldn't help but wonder if he had already been subtly eroded by the Great Mother's child of God, Umbella, to the extent that he was gradually being replaced. Standing in the pure darkness, the unseen abscessed hand paused for a few seconds, then continued moving forward with the group of iron puppets and undead soldiers, marching mechanically. Only then did Lumion snap back to reality, pondering the reason for what had just happened. According to Ludwig, some beings created directly by the Great Mother or granted her boon, lacking necessary intelligence, can sense the trace of Umbella's bloodline in me and regard me as the Great Mother's child of God. Hand Bro was first revived and interrupted by divine descent, then controlled by 0 to 1, becoming its puppet. The feminine transformation trend seemed to have stopped, meaning it hasn't fully revived and lost its self-awareness, truly lacking necessary intelligence. Was it directly created by the Great Mother, or did it receive her boon? The corruption turning it into a woman and pushing it to the limit of beauty likely originated from the Great Mother. That does seem plausible. Even a single drop of blood can regrow a complete body, evoking a sense of rebirth. But something's off. By this logic, the abscessed hand should call me an honorable child of God and show some subservience. To directly call the child of God's name is blasphemy. Lumion grumbled to himself, growing more puzzled. Also, if Umbella itself is a title, the abscessed hand should only know I'm a child of God, not a specific name. The Great Mother likely has multiple children at God, perhaps continuously created. How could the unwise Hand Bro distinguish who is who and what their name is? Unless Umbella is the most special child of God, or Hand Bro knew Umbella the Giant Queen in its previous life. Lumion raised his right hand, rubbing his chin, thinking he should quickly report this to Madame Magician after leaving and see if they could uncover the abscessed hand's original identity. Perhaps the ancient records in the new city of Silver contained some clues. After a few seconds, Lumion vanished from the spot, teleporting back near the top of the corpse mountain. Distracted by the abscessed hand incident, he remembered he still had spoils to collect. That was the Beyonder characteristic of the demoness of affliction from Celeste, which could later be used by Jenna. As for Julie's characteristic, after the divine descent and filthy blood incident, Lumion had no idea where it was. In the deathly silent darkness, Lumion stored the shapeless demoness of affliction Beyonder characteristic in his traveler's bag. He even placed 2 chunks of Celeste's corpse inside. Maybe they can be used as supplementary ingredients. If not, I can give them to Ludwig. With me as godfather away for so long, I should bring him a gift. But will he consider this dirty? Lumion mumbled and teleported to the edge of the wasteland, leaving the area steeped in deathly darkness. As 0-1's proxy, he quickly and smoothly exited the underground mausoleum, returning to the entrance area. Lumion then opened his eyes, seeing the blue sky. At that moment, the morning sun was bright but not harsh, the air fresh and carrying a slight burnt scent after the rain. Having spent over 10 hours in the eternal darkness of the underground tomb, Lumion felt as if a lifetime had passed. Then he saw numerous heads, each trailing a blood-stained, pale spine, hovering in the air. They were countless, thousands, all staring at the entrance of the tomb, at Lumion. Among them were faces Lumion recognized, regulars at the carnivore bar. The aftermath of 0-1's activation. There must be thousands, if not tens of thousands. Is this a form of sacrifice? Red Priest. Thoughts flashing through his mind, Lumion raised his hands. His forehead became hot, with a slight prickling pain. Ooh. A violent gale suddenly blew, scattering the thousands of heads with trailing spines back into the city. The flying heads seemed to sense Lumion's will, drifting with the wind, and landed back on their headless bodies. So this is the special power of a proxy. Unfortunately, it can only be used in Morora. Lumion lowered his hands, feeling regretful, and walked out of the cemetery. At the cemetery gate, an exile was twisting his own returned head back in place. Cracked. His head turned from facing his spine back to the front. Seeing Lumion watching him, he smiled and spoke normally. Today's weather is really nice. Yeah, Lumion responded with a relaxed smile. He teleported directly to the carnivore bar, appearing at the door of Julie's room. The corpse of Les was gone from the bed, along with Julie's collections. The enforcers have been here. Did they bury Les's body in the cemetery? Lumion mused and vanished from the spot. This time, he appeared at the door of the Knowledge Cathedral. He walked inside, up to Harroburg in his plain white robe with brass threads, and smiling, took out the books he had borrowed from the traveler's bag. Archbishop, I've finished them all. As he spoke, Lumion felt Harroburg looked slightly older. Finished them all, really? Harroburg asked with a smile. Lumion made a sound and honestly replied, there are 2 books I didn't listen to, but I can't continue anymore. Harroburg nodded approvingly. If you know, you know. If you don't know, you don't know. There's no need to pretend. As he took the books, he said, there's indeed no need to read these anymore. I must remind you, these books are infected with a plague, as are the other items in your bag. You need to handle them properly, burn or purify them to prevent the plague from spreading. Celeste's Grade 1 sealed artifact is so potent, it continues to produce a plague even inside the traveler's bag. Lumion said sincerely, I'll be careful. Thank you, Archbishop. Archbishop, how do I seal an object that spreads a deadly plague? Harroburg looked at Lumion for a few seconds, then laughed. He pointed to another brass bookshelf. That one, and that one, take a look and learn. Indeed, teachers never give direct answers. Lumion didn't resist continuing his studies. He pulled out the books and placed them in his traveler's bag. Then he smiled and asked, Your Grace, what should I do to leave Morora? The white-haired Harroburg said meaningfully, No one has ever forbidden the residents here from leaving Morora. They simply don't want to leave. Lumion was momentarily stunned, then asked with sudden realization, Leave the way you came. Harroburg showed a look of approval, then pointed to Lumion's clothes. Do you want a change of clothes? Lumion looked down and saw his clothes, pants, and shoes had become tattered from the previous intense battle. He was about to take out spare clothes from the traveler's bag, but remembered they were also infected with the mystical plague. Harroburg pointed to a room near the stairs. There are clothes you can change into. Thank you, Your Grace. Lumion sighed in relief and quickly entered the room, finding several plain white robes with brass threads hanging inside. These were the vestments of the Church of Knowledge clergy. Lumion glanced back thoughtfully at Harroburg, who had resumed reading, and swiftly changed into a robe that fit his size. He then opened the cathedral's heavy, ajar wooden door and descended the stone steps layer by layer, deep into the underground. The passageway hadn't changed since he came. The glowing gems embedded in the walls still provided some illumination. That indescribable terrifying sound echoed in Lumion's ears again. Lumion walked at a steady pace towards the exit. As 0 to 1's proxy, the more he walked, the more he felt this might indeed be a long esophagus. What kind of creature would have such an esophagus? Lumion pondered, but couldn't find an answer. Alert to this possibility, he neither transformed into a flaming spear nor teleported, instead walking obediently for several hours until he reached the double bronze doors. He extended his hands and pulled, making the door emit a heavy sound as it slowly opened. Outside, no one was guarding it. Lumion sneered silently and stepped out. He didn't forget to close the door behind him. Wearing the plain white robe with brass threads, he walked back, feeling unseen, unknown gazes upon him. Reaching the prison where he had been held, Lumion activated the black mark on his right shoulder. He chose to teleport back to Trier, to the apartment he rented. His body and spirit were in decent shape, but he felt a strong sense of fatigue, wanting to rest. Just as his figure materialized, he saw Ludwig enjoying afternoon tea. Ludwig looked up and froze. Clang! The silver fork in the boy's hand fell onto the dessert plate. Chapter 843, Black Tear. 843, Black Tear. Seeing the genuine fear in Ludwig's eyes, Lumion looked down at himself and noticed the plain white robe with brass threads he was wearing. He laughed and reassured his godson, "Don't be afraid. There's no exam and no study." Ludwig's eyes lit up, and his expression gradually relaxed. For a moment, he had feared that his godfather had joined the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, thinking the sky was falling. Lumion glanced at Lugano, who had hurriedly stood up. He took the former carnivore bar owner's stomach from the traveler's bag and tossed it to Ludwig. "This is a gift for you." Having completed his journey to Morora, Lumion was no longer bound by his promises and could now obtain godhood. He decided to accelerate the formation of his hunter team, with Ludwig being the most important member. Taming this sealed angel involved granting favors. Ludwig's expression turned ecstatic, as if he had just ascended from the abyss to heaven. He eagerly prepared to devour the stomach of the depriver on the spot. Lumion rubbed his temples and cautioned, "That's infected with a mystical pathogen. You'd better handle it properly to prevent the disease from spreading." "A mystical pathogen," Lugano exclaimed, instinctively distancing himself from Ludwig. As a professional doctor, Lugano activated his spirit vision, focusing on the stomach for 2 seconds before confirming the presence of the disease. Ludwig took a bite at the stomach's pylorus and mumbled, "Once it's in my stomach, the plague won't spread." "And what about you?" Lumion asked, amused. "At most, I'll have an upset stomach for a while," Ludwig answered nonchalantly. "Should I skip purifying the food in my traveler's bag, since it wouldn't hurt you?" Lumion mumbled and turned toward his bedroom. After taking a few more bites, Ludwig lifted his head and hesitantly said, thank you, Godfather." Lumion smiled, nodding in satisfaction. "Not bad, your manners have improved a lot." Ludwig shivered suddenly. His godfather's tone and expression now resembled those of his most feared people, his teachers. Lumion said nothing more, heading to his bedroom. He spread out a letter paper and wrote down the key points of his journey to Morora, detailing the problems he had encountered. Then he summoned the doll messenger, handing over the letter along with the traveler's bag. The doll messenger disdainfully picked up the traveler's bag with 2 fingers, complaining, "Don't put everything in here. It's too dirty. It's too dirty. It's a trash can now." Lumion smiled sheepishly. "I had no other choice. I can't carry those sealed artifacts directly, right? Their negative effects combined could kill me instantly." After sending off the doll messenger, Lumion collapsed onto his bed without cleaning up the makeshift altar on his desk. He closed his eyes, letting his body relax. In Morora, he had stayed up late reading and couldn't sleep soundly with a mad demoness living next door and other enemies possibly ambushing him at any moment, keeping his mind on high alert. Now he finally felt a long-lost sense of safety. Lumion quickly fell into a deep sleep. When he woke, it was already 6 in the morning of a new day. Refreshing and comfortable. Lumion sat up, stretched, and saw his traveler's bag and a letter on his desk. The messenger came without me awakening. This means I trust her quite a bit, Lumion muttered as he walked to his desk and drew the curtains. In the morning light, he sat down and read Madame Magician's reply. For now, leaving a mark to become a proxy is enough. Other matters can be dealt with later. In short, regarding 0 to 1, you've at least gotten ahead of the Demoness sect and the Red Angel. However, no matter how beneficial something seems, it always has its drawbacks. This means you've officially stepped onto the stage vying for the Red Priest position. You will face more attention and danger. Previously, the Demoness sect might have seen you as a potential ally, and the Red Angel might have considered using you. Now, eliminating you to vacate the proxy position will be a practical option for them. You should also remind Two of Cups to be cautious to avoid being exploited by the Demoness sect. Of course, since both the Demoness sect and the Red Angel have gained something from this, each leaving a bit of blood on 0 to 1, their immediate urgency to target you is not very high. Regarding the Abscessed Hand, due to significant catastrophes in the 4th, 3rd, and 2nd epochs, many folklore and legends have not survived. The high-level corruption from the Great Mother on the Abscessed Hand prevents us from direct divination, requiring indirect methods, making it hard to obtain the most effective information. We haven't determined when the related legends first appeared, but can confirm their existence at the beginning of the 5th epoch. From your description of its appearance and state, we reasonably suspect that the Abscessed Hand was a vampire of angel rank before its death. According to information from the Sanguine, one of the 3 dukes, an ancient being born in the 2nd epoch, Round Moon Duke Almer, has no memory of such a kin. Note that a sequence 2 angel is equivalent to a duke among the Sanguine. Even in the long history of the Sanguine, the number of dukes is very limited, and it's impossible for them not to recognize or remember each other. The New City of Silver is currently searching through historical texts related to Umbella for possible clues. I will inform you if they find anything. Hand Bro isn't a Sanguine. No wonder Madame Magician calls him a vampire. High-level beings of the Moon Pathway are not equivalent to the Sanguine. Just like the followers of the primordial moon in the Rose School of Thought are not considered sanguine, but are referred to as artificial vampires or something. Lumion leaned back in his chair and continued reading. You can also try to get information from the Aurora Order. The secrets the one they believe in holds are among the top even among true gods. According to my divination, Albus Medici is still alive. His ancestor, the Red Angel, reached some sort of tacit agreement with someone or something in the special mirror world after entering 4th epoch Trier through the hostile plan. This had significantly reduced the danger for Albus to escape from Morora through the special mirror world. No need for regrets. This is good news. At least we know the Red Angel might be cooperating with powerful beings in the special mirror world. The Grade 1 sealed artifact is called Black Tear, created from the tear of a demoness of despair after her death, fusing with her Beyonder characteristics. Black Tear continuously produces the mystical pathogen that infected you, spreading it around without stopping. Wearing Black Tear significantly enhances your charm with a slight feminine touch, but it won't change your gender. Black Tear can help you master some mirror magic, including passing messages through the mirror world, mirror traversal, and mirror illusions. It also makes your cull more lethal, allowing you to infuse all your power into a single cull. In places with a special mirror world, Black Tear can help you utilize its special characteristics and power. Those were the effects. The negative effects are: the wearer also gets infected with the mystical pathogen, with demonesses of affliction being less affected and more resistant. The wearer experiences intermittent pleasure every 45 to 90 seconds. Even just carrying it makes you more emotional, more easily moved, and persuaded. Having black tear also increases the likelihood of unwanted romantic encounters, based on the curse from the demoness of despair before her death. Reading this, Lumion couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. This sealed artifact seems more suitable for a forbidden book like monks chasing dogs. Pleasure every 45 to 90 seconds is a major problem in battle. Franca can't use it either, unless it's a quick fight. The mystical plague takes time. For now, I can only treat it as an unlimited mirror cufflink, using it briefly and then sealing it. Lumion pondered and continued reading Madame Magician's sealing methods. The most versatile solution is to find a sealed artifact of the sun pathway that continuously purifies the surrounding area, placing it with black tear. How to mitigate the sun pathway's sealed artifact's negative effects is another matter. The simplest but most demanding solution is to place black tear in a mirror, confining the pathogen to the area behind the mirror. Don't worry, the plague can't travel through the mirror. The issue is that without other items to interact with the mirror world, you can't retrieve black tear. If the mirror sealing it breaks, black tear will be lost in the mirror world, wandering who knows where. The custom solution is that I've isolated a separate space in your traveler's bag. Regularly throw in a flame that can burn for over half an hour to incinerate the mystical pathogen. I've also purified the other items in your traveler's bag. No need to worry about infection. Lumion finished reading the letter and exhaled deeply. This is the benefit of the Tarot Club. After burning the letter, he checked the traveler's bag, confirming that Celeste's demoness of affliction beyond her characteristic was a beautiful eye, stored with the corpse chunks in the isolated space with black tear. To use it later, he would need to purify or disinfect it first. Hanging the traveler's bag, Lumion walked to the full-length mirror in the room. Chapter 844, Changes in the Body. 844 Changes in the Body. Lumion placed his hand on the mirror's surface, activating the contractibility that represented the mirror mark. Immediately, he sensed multiple marks he had left behind. Some were clear, others blurred, and some were like distant glimmers on the horizon. The clear ones came from Morin Avigny's study and Franca's rented apartment. The blurry ones, which often changed locations, originated from the treasury of the Blue Avenger. The distant glimmers gave Lumion a feeling of being separated by a vast night. Unreachable they were the marks he had left on various mirrors in Morora. At the same time, Lumion felt a strong calling. He sensed a unique, solid, and tight connection between himself and the City of Exiles. In his mind's eye, a dark, illusory world and the mountain of corpses appeared. The scent of rust and blood filled his nostrils, and his forehead tingled slightly. If I want, I can use black tear now, enter the mirror, and teleport back to Morora. Lumion suddenly realized. Of course, such a teleportation had to pass through the special mirror world, which was extremely dangerous for Lumion. He refocused, examining the changes in his body after becoming a proxy for 0 to 1. It didn't take long for him to reach a conclusion. In Morora, 0 to 1 will help me absorb some of the damage. I can influence the weather, either making it similar or turning it into a disaster. I can create a small area of fog of war, use abilities like War Cry and War Song to enhance myself and my team and weaken enemies. Additionally, I can temporarily become equivalent to sequence 4 Iron-Blooded Knight, lacking only godhood and an incomplete mythical form. Otherwise, I possess all the qualities, albeit slightly weaker than a true Iron-Blooded Knight. It's like receiving a sequence 4 boon, although high-level boons also come with godhood. If I abandon my sense of self, I can momentarily approach sequence 3. However, all this can only be realized in Morora. With 0 to 1 sealed, it cannot exert influence outside Morora. But the changes to my body as a proxy, or rather the corruption, are real and irreversible. My physical resistance to damage has significantly improved. Although it's not as good as a Dawn Paladin in full armor, I'm no longer at risk of instant death from a headshot. Without targeting weaknesses or using Cull, it takes 2 to 3 shots to crack my skull. My strength, speed, reflexes, constitution, and agility have also improved. My body is becoming more robust and masculine. Luckily, I can use flame shaving. Otherwise, half a day would leave me scruffy. My spirituality has increased by about 40 to 50%. Now, with regular accumulation and storage, I no longer suffer from anxiety due to a lack of spirituality. According to Grand Sowers and Franca's terminology, my resistance to flames has also increased significantly. Flames not hot enough won't hurt me. At least sequence, 5 blazing white flames are needed for any effect. When using Devil's Whispers in the future, the damage and pain from the sulfurous flames will be much lower. I've also grown 3 to 4 centimeters taller. Lumion felt like an oversized, reinforced reaper. My long studies weren't in vain. He sighed, opening his bedroom door and stepping out. Ludwig had just woken up, wearing a blue hat with yellow stars and energetically drinking milk. Lumion glanced at Lugano busy in the kitchen and asked his godson with a smile, "What did you make with the depriver's stomach yesterday, and how much is left?" Ludwig was stunned for a second. "I ate it all." Lumion raised an eyebrow. "I thought you'd save some to make a special dish and share it with us." Ludwig was silent for a few seconds, then honestly replied, "I couldn't resist its allure." Lumion stared at the boy until he looked down guiltily. "I'll let it go this time. I understand your desire, but know your mistake and correct it, understood?" Lumion's expression softened. He wasn't angry about Ludwig eating the entire depriver's stomach, missing out on his share. To him, it was no big deal. His sternness was part of the education. As a godfather and the team leader, he was responsible for this. Only by doing so could he quickly complete the ritual and advance to an iron-blooded knight. "Yes, godfather," Ludwig whispered. Lumion sat down, waiting for his breakfast, and asked Ludwig, "Have you advanced to depriver yet?" "Almost, but I can use some depriver abilities," Ludwig said, gulping down more milk. Lumion nodded lightly, not asking further questions. Trier, Quartier de la Cathédrale Commémorative, 9 Rue Orsay, apartment 702. After breakfast, Lumion went to see Franca and Jenna. He politely rang the doorbell, mindful that at this hour, the 2 demonesses might be scantily clad. With winter over, the demonesses could wear only light clothes indoors, thanks to their resistance to the cold. Ding dong, ding dong. Wearing a woman's shirt, fitted trousers, and fluffy slippers, Franca opened the door. She looked at Lumion in surprise. "You're back from the City of Exiles." "That's too fast." Last time they contacted, he was still studying. Lumion walked past Franca, saying with a smile, "I used up your mirror cufflink." "That's fine." With her new ice amulet, Franca generously waved it off. Lumion was about to speak when he saw Jenna at the dining table. Her facial skin looked deeply cleansed, smooth, and delicate. Her crystalline eyes were like autumn streams, hiding 1,000 emotions and words, inviting immersion. The simple, light-colored dress outlined a perfect, but not exaggerated figure. Her exposed skin radiated indescribable charm. Lumion's throat tightened, and he felt an uncontrollable heat. After a few seconds, he averted his gaze and asked Jenna thoughtfully, "Did you advance to pleasure?" "Yes," Jenna replied with a mischievous smile. "Looks like that potion wasn't fake." Lumion let out a derisive snort. "Were you showcasing your charm just now?" "No," Jenna laughed softly. "Maybe the potion's power is still leaking after my recent advancement, but your self-control isn't as strong as I thought." Lumion thought his reaction was uncharacteristic of an ascetic. He suspected residual malice from using Devil's Whispers, needing time to dissipate. And the traveler's bag now held Black Tear. Though isolated, the bag couldn't fully block the Grade 1 sealed artifact's influence. Some negative effects would always seep out. That's why he needed to burn the mystical pathogen in the isolated space regularly. Finding an excuse, Lumion scoffed. "That's because I'm still weak, with noticeable emotional and desire fluctuations." Watching their interaction, Franca felt a pang of jealousy for some reason. She quickly changed the subject, excitedly sharing, "When Jenna advanced, we got some crucial, unexpected intel. Guess what it is?" Lumion pulled up a chair and sat down, thinking, "Related to Crismona." Franca sat nearby and clicked her tongue. "Sharp, guess who Crismona's father is?" Lumion wanted to observe Franca and Jenna's expressions, but their combined beauty made him instinctively look away. After some consideration, he guessed, with your tone and attitude, I'll go with the least likely option, Blood Emperor Alistair Tudor. Franca and Jenna's expressions froze. Lumion asked in slight disbelief, I got it right. Yes, congratulations, Franca nodded solemnly. This isn't mystical, Lumion echoed their earlier doubts. The two demonesses then recounted their discussion. As Lumion listened, he frowned slightly. What's wrong? Jenna asked perceptively. Lumion stroked his chin. I remembered something from my time in Morora. What? Franca had been curious about Lumion's experiences in Morora. Considering the corruption from knowledge related to 0 to 1, Lumion focused on his conflicts with Albus, Julie, and Wanak, emphasizing the importance of books and knowledge. In short, I'm now the proxy for 0 to 1, but this power only works in Morora. Lumion pondered. What puzzles me is why I escaped after being petrified by Julie's divine descent and didn't die. Franca clicked her tongue. You hunters, always fighting with schemes and layers of plans, not straightforward at all. She then laughed. I think the primordial one threw you out to save the Blood Emperor's last hope of resurrection during the divine descent. What's this? True love. Lumion didn't immediately refute her near-joking statement. After a few seconds, he thoughtfully said, maybe it's not true love, but a practical need. Maybe the purpose of the primordial demoness and Blood Emperor creating the special mirror world can only proceed after the Blood Emperor's resurrection. Chapter 845, Busy Franca. 845, Busy Franca. Jenna agreed with Lumion. Whether it's true love or not, there must be a specific purpose behind creating that special mirror world, and it seems that purpose hasn't been achieved yet. What could that purpose be? Franca pondered. Lumion thought for a few seconds, then pulled out the corpse wax candle he had obtained from the Blue Avenger from his traveler's bag, and mused aloud. That special mirror world might have been jointly created by a true god of the hunter pathway and a true god of the demoness pathway. This corpse wax candle was crafted from the corpse wax of demigods from both pathways, mixed with other substances. According to the law of similarity in mysticism, there might be a connection between the two. When I become a demigod, I'll visit Banzi, find the specific location mentioned by Madam Magician, light the corpse wax candle, and complete a secret deed ritual to see what I can discover. This might help us uncover the secrets of the special mirror world. As for 4th Epic Trier, entering the sealed area after the hostile plan would be a true god-level difficulty. At that time, apply for a major arcana card holder to watch over the matter. Franca had no objections, just reminding Lumion to be cautious. After exchanging experiences over the recent period, Franca relaxed, leaned back in her chair, and said with bright eyes, You went to Morora and didn't gain much on the hunter side, only becoming the proxy for 0 to 1. But you got a lot from the demoness pathway, like the Beyonder characteristic of a demoness of affliction, a grade 1 sealed artifact equivalent to that of a demoness of despair. What are you implying? Lumion asked with a smile. Franca chuckled. I don't need it. I should be able to get what I need from the demoness sect. The only concern is how to complete the ritual. I wish I could go to Morora. It's perfect for the demoness of despair ritual, no guilt involved. Just hearing your examples, I know that place is full of talent, criminal talent, people exploring the limits of human evil. I mean, Jenna's Beyonder characteristics up to sequence 4 are in our full possession. You don't plan to sell them, do you? Jenna said instinctively, but I still haven't saved enough money for the demoness of affliction Beyonder characteristic. I'm still short by tens of thousands of Viral d'Or. Lumion chuckled. No need to worry. From now on, you two are officially part of my team. As the team leader, I'll reward you based on your contributions. It could be money or items. He made it clear, these things were meant for Jenna. It's not like he could consume them himself. But since they were a team, there had to be clear rewards and punishments, not giving away things for free. Even giving Ludwig the depriver's stomach was under the pretense of a godfather returning from a trip and bringing a gift for his godson. Jenna's expression relaxed, and she teased with a smile in her eyes, Should we call you Captain now? No need. A good team can address each other by names or nicknames. Lumion turned his gaze to Franca, revisiting the old topic. I used up your mirror cufflink. What compensation do you want? No need to be so polite. With her ice amulet, Franca waved it off generously. If I need to use Black Tear or the Sword of Courage in the future, I'll borrow them from you. Don't worry, I'm thick-skinned and won't feel embarrassed. As she spoke, she took out the lie earring and tossed it back to Lumion. You should keep this. I'm afraid I'll be tempted to permanently alter my face and body, getting addicted to lie. Lumion knew Franca wasn't pretending to be generous. He caught lie and reminded her, be extra careful when dealing with the demoness of black. She'll soon learn about my involvement in the 0-1 battle in Morora and suspect I was the one who persisted till the end. Understood, Franca nodded solemnly. Jenna's eyes flickered and she thoughtfully said, should I move out for a while? Seeing Franca's puzzled look and Lumion's approving nod, Jenna explained carefully, the demoness of black might secretly monitor you to gather information about Lumion. If I continue living with you, I'll inevitably attract her attention. Facing prolonged observation from a high-ranking demoness, I don't think I can keep my secrets. Think about it, I now have the charm of a demoness of pleasure, different from the beauty of a vampire. A few more glances from the demoness of black, and she'll notice something's wrong. If I live elsewhere, I can disguise this charm before visiting you with makeup or using lie. Lie couldn't be worn all the time, and maintaining makeup even while sleeping would also arouse suspicion from the demoness of black. All right, Franca was convinced by Jenna's reasoning. She glanced at Lumion with some resentment, thinking, you really do bring trouble. With the demoness of black watching me, how can I help Jenna digest the pleasure potion? Franca sighed and asked Lumion, when will you take Amandina to the Samaritan Women's Spring? You came back too quickly. I haven't had time to get to know her better yet, Franca complained. Lumion pondered for a few seconds, when my condition stabilizes. The rest of the time, Jenna packed her personal belongings and went out to find an apartment in the surrounding area that she could move into that day, while Lumion returned to his place to continue taming Ludwig. Franca continued to track the whereabouts of the mirror person, Jasmine, until nightfall. Looking at the empty and cold apartment, she sighed inwardly and threw herself onto the long sofa. After a while, the surface of the full-length mirror in the living room suddenly shimmered with a dark light. The face of the demoness of black faintly appeared. Franca stood up abruptly and respectfully bowed. Good evening, Madame Clarice. At the same time, she mumbled in her heart, the demoness of black really knows where I live. The demoness of black, Clarice, looked at Franca outside the mirror, her expression somewhat detached, and asked, has your lover, Seal, returned to Trier? He has. Franca had prepared for this and answered honestly. The demoness of black scrutinized Franca for a moment, then chuckled softly. You've been apart for several weeks. You must be thoroughly enjoying each other's company upon reuniting. Has he become more vigorous? You're asking me, whom should I ask, how would I know, what's the point of this question? Franca silently grumbled. Such a question was entirely outside her and Lumion's expectations. At that moment, cold sweat appeared on Franca's back as her mind raced, pushing her thinking ability to its limits. Vigorous. The demoness of black once said that the taste of a hunter isn't bad either. The higher their sequence, the more vigorous they become. Is the demoness of black trying to confirm Lumion's current state from this detail, to see if he has become the proxy for 0-1? If Lumion and I were truly lovers, such a detail would be easily overlooked, and it's normal for demonesses to discuss such things. In that case, I would naturally reveal the answer the demoness of black is looking for. Should I hide it for Lumion? No, he's already highly suspicious. Hiding it would mean dragging myself into suspicion, though I might already be suspected. Lumion said this morning not to lie about it, but not to be too clear. Within 2 or 3 seconds, Franca raised her right hand, covered her mouth, and let out a small yawn. Then, she said with a mix of shyness and pride, although he hasn't advanced yet and is quite far from it, he has indeed become much more vigorous. I almost feel conquered. As she spoke, Franca's words carried a bit of longing, as if dreaming of becoming equally vigorous. This was part of her acting training, from Jenna and Anthony performance needing layers. The demoness of black in the mirror nodded and said with a smile, "Truly enviable." Franca's eyes moved slightly, and she said, reminiscing, "Whether it's due to the long separation or his many hidden secrets, I feel he's become a lot more unfamiliar. Sometimes, when he looks at me, I think, who is he? And feel like I don't recognize him." The demoness of black nodded slightly. "He might have undergone some kind of corruption. Keep your current relationship. If he shows any unusual behavior, let me know immediately. I might be able to help." "Ha ha, this might also be one of your opportunities to digest the affliction potion." "Yes, Madame Clarice." Franca displayed the sense of security that came from having a powerful backer. The demoness of black glanced around the mirror and asked with a smile, "Where's your vampire lover?" "Her brother is returning to Trier soon, so she's embarrassed to continue living with me." Franca recited her lines. The demoness of black asked no more questions, gave some instructions regarding the mirror people, and disappeared into the dark light. Once the full-length mirror returned to normal, Franca quietly breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to date Lumion. She hadn't even had time to open the door when a soft light appeared before her. A transparent, crystalline ice-blue jellyfish with many tentacles quickly materialized. One of the jellyfish's tentacles was wrapped around a letter. Franca recognized the jellyfish as Angla, the messenger of Madame Judgment. Every time she saw Angla, Franca instinctively felt a sense of fear, believing it to be very powerful. However, Angla the jellyfish, unlike the intelligent puppet messenger of Madame Magician, often acted purely on instinct. Receiving the letter, Franca silently grumbled, "I'm feeling swarmed. I was already busy helping Lumion with his affairs, and even now that he's back, I'm still so busy." Thanking Angla the jellyfish, Franca opened the letter. "Mr. Starr has confirmed the first task that requires your help." Chapter 846, Negotiation. 846, Negotiation. Upon reading the first line of the letter, Franca felt a sense that the moment had finally arrived. She had been waiting for Mr. Starr to make a request, so she could exchange it for mid-to-low sequence potions from the Evernight pathway for Amandina. Franca read the rest with a mix of anticipation and nervousness. "He hopes you can help him decipher the text in the attached materials. They are somewhat similar to those in Emperor Rosel's diary. He hasn't set a time limit, so you can take your time. The information you provided about Crismona's father possibly being Blood Emperor Alistair Tudor is very useful and important. Now, we suspect that the entity in the deepest part of the special mirror world, the one worshipped by the mirror people, may not be the primordial demoness in the complete sense. Rather, it could be connected to the creation of the special mirror world by the Blood Emperor and the primordial demoness. It seems to have gone out of their control, and this might be why the primordial demoness is in a bad state. Your main tasks with Seven of Cups are to find the mirror person, Jasmine, and probe the demoness of black to see if she has a deep understanding of the special mirror world. Of course, your safety must be ensured. If you encounter any anomalies, you can ask me for help." Madame Judgment sure goes straight to the point. Franca turned to the next page of the letter. The rest were the attached materials. Franca's pupils dilated upon seeing them. This wasn't anything like the text from Emperor Rosel's diary. It was either Oracle Bone script or Bronze script, one of the oldest forms of writing from her and Emperor Rosel's country pre-transmigration. Where did this come from? Who the hell knows this stuff? Not sure if it's genuine Oracle Bone script or Bronze script, since I don't understand it either. I'm illiterate in this. Is it a mysticism language unknown to this world, just similar to Oracle Bone script? But it does look like hieroglyphics. Franca began to examine it carefully. Although she hadn't studied Oracle Bone script or Bronze script, as a young person growing up in the internet age, she had seen a few and remembered the meanings of some of the simplest characters, like person. Before long, she found several similar pictographic characters. A bit different from what I remember, but mostly the same. Let's treat it as Oracle Bone script or Bronze script first. Where did Mr. Starr get this from? Did they find Harrison of Resurrection Island? No, if they did, they would have told me. Or, when the major arcana card holder of the Moses Ascetic Order was tracking the missing 10 pillars K. Marillo, they encountered something related to the Celestial Master. Very possible. No wonder the preface of this material told me that the order of the text had been disrupted to prevent corruption during interpretation. As expected from the Celestial Master, who oversees the Mystery Prior and Savant pathways. But without context, the difficulty of interpretation is more than doubled. Chen 2, Armored Shadow Chen 2 might know, but I can only ask 3 or 4 questions per summoning. Don't know if I can directly ask what the general meaning of this material is. Franca's mind raced, deciding to seek help from the curly-haired Baboons Research Society first. Many members of the society came from the same country as her, and there were quite a few highly educated ones, some of whom might have studied Oracle Bone Script or Bronze Script. Franca didn't need them to be masters in Oracle Bone Script or Bronze Script. Just being able to recognize the commonly used characters would be enough. The rest could be guessed by the major arcana card holders based on the original context. With this decision, Franca enthusiastically began writing a letter, planning to summon Madame Hella's messenger to request a gathering soon. She was too lazy to head out to go on a date with Lumion and discuss the Demoness of Black. After eating a cream bun, she sat at her desk and carefully selected the characters she barely recognized, studying them repeatedly. In the apartment, Lumion rented in Quartier de la Cathédrale commemorative. Lumion sat on the sofa, watching Ludwig read the Ghost Face magazine and pondered the next steps of taming. After a few minutes, he smiled at Ludwig. "You've been pretty free lately, haven't you? Besides eating, you have nothing else to do. Let me give you an assignment." The key to taming was to make the other party follow orders, even forcing themselves to do things they didn't want to do. Of course, pure intimidation and suppression wouldn't work. Once or twice was fine, but more than that, Ludwig would definitely run away again. Ludwig's expression turned to horror, as if saying, "See, you have indeed been corrupted by the Church of Knowledge." Without giving him a chance to speak, Lumion continued, "This assignment is to taste Trier's famous meat pies. Gather information yourself, plan the route yourself, and finally compile a food report." The first step in following orders was to make the orders acceptable to the child, something he could and would do, then gradually increase the difficulty. Ludwig's eyes lit up. He licked his lips and said, "All right." The little boy glanced out the window and eagerly stood up. "I'll go right now." Lumion chuckled. "It's already dark and it's too dangerous outside. You're just a child." Too dangerous? Just a child? Lugano couldn't help but glance at Ludwig, his face full of disapproval. Lumion sighed and said, "I mean, you're just a child with insufficient self-control. It's more dangerous for the citizens of Trier walking at night." He then told Ludwig, "Tonight, gather information from newspapers and magazines, make a plan, and go out tomorrow morning." Ludwig jumped off the single sofa and started flipping through the newspapers and magazines they had subscribed to, taking it very seriously. Satisfied, Lumion nodded, returned to his bedroom, and placed a continuously burning incandescent white flame in the separate space of his traveler's bag. After a while, he took out the completely charred, deformed piece of Celeste's corpse, examining it for a few moments. According to Franca's magic mirror divination, this could be refined and extracted to replace the tail tip of the two-tailed black snake in the affliction potion's supplementary ingredients. The supplementary ingredients, flower-faced bat blood, also didn't need to be collected. Franca's blood was a better substitute. Lumion stuffed the corpse piece back into the traveler's bag and took out the books he had borrowed from the Morra Knowledge Cathedral. Although Madame Magician had already sealed Black Tear for him, useful knowledge was always welcome. Of course, the more useful the knowledge, the more likely it was heavily corrupted, requiring careful consideration and trade-offs. Lumion lit the gas wall lamp, picked a book titled Entering the Mysterious Hall, and leisurely began to read. As time passed, he suddenly turned his head to look at the door. His door creaked open, and a figure emerged from the shadows. It was Jenna, wearing a white shirt and a light gauze skirt. Her slightly darker flaxen hair was pinned up, her blue eyes bright and large, with a faint layer of powder on her face and a small black mole on the bridge of her nose. Her white blouse, adorned with floral decorations, wasn't revealing, yet its nearly perfect curves made one's mind wander and mouth dry. At that moment, Lumion felt as if he saw the past showy diva Jenna and actress-apprentice Celia Bello overlapping, exuding an indescribable allure beneath her fresh appearance. "I need your help with something," Jenna said with a slight smile as she closed the door. Lumion suddenly felt a sense of danger, not to his life, but a different kind of unease. "I'm afraid I can't help you," Lumion said calmly, relying on the traits of an ascetic. Jenna lowered her eyes, hiding the brilliance in her blue eyes. She walked to the bedside, sat down, looked at Lumion again, and said with a smile, "Listen to me first, hear my reasons." Lumion fell silent for a few seconds before stating, "Go ahead." Jenna propped her hands on either side, leaning forward slightly in a somewhat playful manner. "It seems you've guessed it. Yes, I want you to help me digest the pleasure potion." "As expected," Lumion said with a headache, "why not ask Franca?" "Two reasons, one superficial, one genuine. Which do you want to hear?" Jenna asked with a smile. Lumion rubbed his forehead. "The superficial one." Jenna pursed her lips and smiled self-deprecatingly. "She's very willing to help me digest the pleasure potion, with no internal resistance, causing little pain. This wouldn't comply with the acting principle of pleasure bringing pain, slowing my potion digestion. But you, I know you're unwilling, resistant to this. The more so, the quicker I can digest the potion by making you experience pleasure, ultimately even feeling a bit reluctant, and the self-blame that follows. Also, a very important point is, you have a false angelic rank. If everything goes smoothly, I might be able to digest the potion within 2 or 3 weeks and consider advancing to demoness of affliction. As team leader, isn't this the best choice? It can effectively help you improve the team's quality and enhance the ritual's effect. You don't have to recommend black tear to me. Digesting the pleasure potion requires a target." Lumion remained silent. Jenna couldn't help but scoff. "Just think of it as teleporting a teammate, lending strength to a teammate. I'm not seeking your emotions or soul. Without emotions, you've never cared about these things, always thinking you have no morals, right? Hey, do you have a cleanliness obsession? It's just helping out." After a few seconds, Lumion asked, "What about you?" Jenna lowered her eyes and softly laughed. "I'll also experience pleasure in pain and feel pain in pleasure, very much in line with the acting principles." Lumion remained silent for a while before asking, "What about Franca?" Jenna bit her lip, her eyes deep. "If she finds out, it'll help her digest the affliction potion." Lumion sighed deeply. "I thought you'd try to seduce me, ignite my desires to achieve your goal. Didn't expect you to negotiate and reason with me." Jenna wrinkled her nose and grumbled, "If I tried to seduce you, you'd teleport away. It's better to explain the pros and cons, tell you it's as normal as drinking water or having a meal. No guilt involved, no emotions needed. This is very common in inties." Chapter 847, Pleasure and Pain. 847, Pleasure and Pain. Seeing Lumion remain silent, Jenna smiled and said, "Doesn't a good team leader need to care about the personal needs of the team members and balance internal conflicts? Sure, when you hunters reach a high sequence, you can easily subdue people and turn them into puppets without worrying about these things. But now, you can't do that yet." Jenna's eyes flickered slightly as she added with a smile, "This benefits you as well. You once said that the emotions and desires suppressed by the ascetic won't disappear completely. Some will accumulate little by little, and if they reach a certain level, they must be vented or they'll become a hidden danger. And it seems you haven't vented in a long time. Killing people isn't enough to fully release these emotions, and there aren't enough bad guys for you to kill all at once." At this point, Jenna looked at Lumion with clear eyes, teasing, "All right, I've finished explaining my reasons, the benefits, and possible consequences of this. Captain, you need to make a decision." Without waiting for Lumion to speak, Jenna pursed her lips and added in a low voice, "Also, there's another reason. We've been through many dangerous things. We don't know when we'll die or lose each other. I don't want to bid farewell with regrets." After a moment of silence, Lumion sighed and said, You've become quite an excellent instigator. Jenna blinked. Does that mean you agree? Lumion nodded solemnly. Only while you're a demoness of pleasure. Jenna's slightly leaning body suddenly pulled back, and her shoulders, supported by her hands, dropped a little. The emotions she had been suppressing finally released a little. She lowered her gaze to her knees and smiled, half self-mockingly, half wistfully. When that happens, I can digest the affliction potion. Lumion remained silent. After a few seconds, he said, I'll find an opportunity to inform Franca about this as a sign of respect. Jenna fell silent for a moment before saying with a smile, I thought you'd seek Franca's opinion before making a decision. Lumion sighed again. This is a sign of respect towards you. He had sighed, having sensed the true emotions hidden in Jenna's words. Jenna knew that Franca was an unavoidable issue in this matter, but she hoped that whatever the outcome, good or bad, it would only concern herself and her partner. As for Franca, she would deal with that separately. That's why when she was asked about Franca earlier, she suddenly became angry and irritated, spitefully saying it would help her digest the affliction potion. Lumion only realized this through her response, and in that moment understood the mood behind their current banter. Lumion changed the subject. You are one of the most proactive people I've ever met. The good way of putting it is decisive and courageous. The bad way is impulsive and reckless, Jenna said, her eyes like the waters of an autumn lake, now fully exhibiting the charm of a demoness of pleasure, smiling slightly. Now, shouldn't we talk about something else? She removed the fake mole from the bridge of her nose and asked Lumion with a smile. Do you remember what I told you about the different meanings of the fake mole when we first met? Lumion smiled wryly. That was our second meeting. I didn't see you the first time, so it doesn't count, Jenna said, her hand holding the fake mole slowly sliding down, past her beautifully curved jaw, her long white neck, and the floral decorations on her chest, stopping at the second button of her blouse. She smiled brightly and asked, What does this mean? Lumion's gaze involuntarily followed Jenna's hand. He closed his eyes and said, It means secrets. Jenna laughed. She stood up slowly and walked over to Lumion, who was sitting at the desk. Her voice turned low, as if it was scratching Lumion's ear. I know it's hard for you to take the initiative right now, that you're hesitating to take that step. It's okay, I'll guide you. As expected, you're still a virgin. Jenna chuckled softly and walked up to Lumion, placing her hands on his shoulders. After a second, she lowered her head and pressed her lips against Lumion's. Lumion smelled the fragrance, and felt the softness and sweetness, along with the slight coolness and trembling of her lips, and the nervousness and apprehension. Inside apartment 702, at 9 Rue Orsay. Franca studied those characters late into the night, and finally received a reply from Madame Hella, who agreed to convene a full gathering of the curly-haired baboons research society soon. Franca entered the room, sat at the small analyzer, and shared with the Telegraph group members that she had come across some ancient characters that seemed to predate their transmigration. She then chatted with Seven and the others until after 1 in the morning. The next day, she woke up around 8. The habits she had developed recently, and the matters on her mind kept her from sleeping in. After washing up and having breakfast, Franca hesitated about her next move. Should I find Lumion first to tell him about the Demoness of Black and the Oracle Bones script, or should I find Anthony to see if he's heard anything about the mineralogist, Jasmine, from the adventurers and smugglers who frequently enter underground Trier? After a few seconds of deliberation, Franca decided to find Anthony first because the hypnotist usually left early and returned late, busy collecting intelligence and advancing his membership in the Psychology Alchemists. If she missed him now, she'd have to wait until the evening. Besides, proactively seeking out Lumion could expose his current residence to the Demoness of Black. She planned to wait until the evening when Lumion would come to her. With the curtains slightly parted, Lumion stood there shirtless, silently gazing at Ludwig, who was savoring a meat pie from the shop across the street. He seemed somewhat refreshed and invigorated. To his side and slightly behind him, Jenna lay on her stomach in bed, the covers draped diagonally across her. Her lower legs were drawn up and swaying gently in the air, while her face still bore a faint flush. She gazed at Lumien's side profile and chuckled softly. Are you embarrassed? Lumien let out a derisive snort. Last night, who was the one embarrassed in the end? First, you insisted on drawing the curtains, then you wanted me to create a wall of spirituality to block the noise, then you said the wall of spirituality wasn't enough and demanded a bottle of fiction, then you suddenly got scared and wanted to do a rain check, perhaps another time. Jenna laughed softly. That was to make you eager, to unleash the emotions and desires you've been suppressing with the ascetic's tolerance. I must say, you performed well yesterday, much better than I expected. Of course, at first, your performance was quite in line with your state of innocence. Lumien chuckled in amusement and replied, Are all you demonesses so stubborn with words, insistent on getting the last word? Learned from the best, you. Jenna nodded emphatically, indicating that it was true. She then laughed. Why won't you look at me? Are you really embarrassed? She seemed to have regained the feeling she had when she first faced Lumien. Lumien tusked. I have serious business to do. I need to keep an eye on Ludwig and secretly follow him later. Why? Jenna asked in confusion. Didn't you let Lugano take Ludwig around when we were in places like Port Santa? Back then, I didn't know he was a sealed angel, and there are many heretics in Trier, Lumien explained in detail. When I went to Morora, I made sure Ludwig stayed indoors as much as possible. As long as there was food, he could stay at home. My concern is that if he wanders around Trier, he might run into other followers of the devouring whirlpool. Lugano is only a sequence 7 and not particularly good at combat. In that case, Ludwig might follow the devouring whirlpool's followers, and he's crucial for you to complete the ritual soon. Jenna suddenly understood. Lumien withdrew his gaze, bent over, and tried to pick up his clothes from the floor. After scanning the area, he decided to take out a new set from the traveler's bag. Jenna watched him change clothes with a grin, then walk to the door. Lumien paused at the door, hesitated to turn around, then held back and said with a hum, Ludwig is about to leave this street. You should rest well. Jenna laughed. Can you say that while looking at me? Seeing Lumien open the door and walk out, she laughed even more wantonly. Are you afraid to look at me because you can't resist, don't want to leave, and will be delayed? Jenna laughed happily the entire time until Lumien transformed into a shadow and left the apartment when tears seemed to well up in the corners of her eyes. She looked at the full-length mirror in the room and saw a beautiful, enchanting woman with a smile on her lips and sadness in her eyes. Franca found Anthony in the cafe below his apartment. Anthony took a sip of strong black coffee, raised his head and said, I was just about to find you. Got something? Franca's eyes lit up as she sat down. She habitually glanced around and noticed many people looking her way, but no one dared approach to overhear her conversation with Anthony. I might need to disguise myself and go out looking less attractive at times. Each sequence in the demoness pathway significantly enhances feminine charm. Sequence 4 onwards, the greatest increase in charm is from demoness of pleasure. Franca withdrew her gaze and looked at Anthony thoughtfully. Anthony took out a stack of papers and said, Based on the time and place you provided about mineralogist Jasmine's recent appearances in underground Trier, I've been searching for adventurers, smugglers, and students who passed through those areas during the corresponding times. In the past few days, I finally made some progress. There are 3 people who fit the conditions, but they didn't encounter Jasmine nearby. However, they did meet someone else. Based on their descriptions, I made corresponding sketches and found they all seem to have met the same person, who happens to be someone you're looking for. Someone else I'm looking for, another mirror person. Franca was puzzled. Anthony unfolded 3 sheets of drawing paper and pushed them to Franca. Franca received it and turned it around, quickly glancing at them. Just one look and her eyes froze. Although the sketches on the 3 sheets had differences, it was clear they depicted the same person. That person had short hair, soft facial contours, and features that weren't deep. They had a distinctive appearance, not resembling anyone from any northern continent country, nor the darker-skinned people of the southern continent. Franca recognized this person. It was indeed someone she was looking for. He was suspected to be Harrison from Resurrection Island. Chapter 848, Project Fishing. 848 Project Fishing. Harrison. He's still in Trier. 7. How come you haven't found him yet? Is your eternal blazing sun church even capable? As Franca's spirits lifted, feelings of joy and excitement welled up inside her. She had mobilized members of the curly-haired Baboons Research Society to keep an eye out for Harrison worldwide, but it turned out the target was still in Trier. Of course, he may have just returned recently. While inwardly criticizing the Purifier's work capabilities, Franca also sensed something unusual about this situation. She lowered her voice and said thoughtfully, "Recently, Jasmine has appeared in underground Trier twice, and people in the vicinity have encountered Harrison both times. This can't be a coincidence. Is Harrison collaborating with the Mirror people?" Anthony ate the last cream puff and took a sip of coffee before saying, "This can actually be deduced." Mr. Hanged Man said that Harrison is likely to appear in places closely related to death, darkness, dusk, and decay, like the Samaritan women's spring deep in the 4th level of the underground catacombs. Based on the information we currently have, the appearance of the Samaritan women's spring originated from the War of the Four Emperors, from 4th Epoch Trier. So, Harrison has a motive to open the seal and enter 4th Epoch Trier, which aligns with the Mirror people's goals. Although it's unclear how they got in touch, don't forget that the Mirror people have deep cooperation with those brokers. Those brokers are more annoying than buzzing flies. Franca sighed sincerely. She then turned to Anthony and said, "You can go take care of your own business now. I'll discuss with Jenna and Lumion how to use this to find Harrison." All right, Anthony had already done his best in gathering intelligence. After saying goodbye to Anthony, Franca went straight back to Rue Orisai. Not wanting to expose Lumion's current residence, she planned to use a summoning messenger to have her 2 companions come over themselves. "I'll summon Rabbit Chasel first. What reward should I give it this time? I can't let Jenna have her way. I feel like she's training Rabbit Chasel in a very dangerous direction." Franca thought for a few seconds, then turned her gaze to the coffee table. There lay a book after several months of delay. The 6th volume of Four's Walls The Adventure series was finally out. This volume was titled The Adventurer 6. The future, Franca had just bought it yesterday and hadn't read it yet. She had only flipped through the afterword, seeing that the great writer Four's Wall said she had originally wanted to name this volume Admiral of Stars or Biologist, but ultimately abandoned these ideas based on a sudden inspiration. Soon, Franca summoned Rabbit Chasel. Behind this coolly dressed rabbit of knowledge, a timid rabbit-shaped spirit body wearing boxing gloves faintly appeared in the void. "Tusk putting on a show, are we?" Franca smiled as she handed the letter paper and the Adventurer 6 to Rabbit Chasel, instructing, "Remember to return it to me after reading." It wasn't that she couldn't part with such a book, but maintaining a give-and-take relationship with Rabbit Chasel would help build a good rapport. In the future, she might be able to ask it to introduce other special talents from the rabbits of knowledge who could also serve as messengers. Rabbit Chasel's eyes lit up. Absolutely no problem. After sending off Rabbit Chasel, Franca summoned Penitent Baneful. After completing these 2 tasks, she lay down in the armchair and pondered her next moves. "I need to notify 7 in the Telegram group tonight. Should I try to contact Professor and the others, mobilize the power of the mystery, priors to search for Harrison together? Sigh, now we've only confirmed Harrison is in Trier, lacking substantial clues to investigate. We can't even go all out even if we wanted to. We can't just wander around underground Trier every day, waiting for the right opportunity, can we? Magic mirror divination can't provide answers. I still need to report this quickly. Mr. Hanged Man and the other major arcana card holders are also looking for Harrison themselves." Franca sat up abruptly and continued her busy work. During this process, she also contemplated her own situation. If we still can't find him, I might end up digesting some of my affliction potion. Well, after dealing with the mirror person Nikilla, I've already digested a bit. The first rule of the Demoness of Affliction's acting principle is quite easy to summarize. Bring pain to the target, not just physical, but also mental. The second acting principle should be closely related to oneself. LS pain the foundation of a demoness. I should strive to summarize all the acting principles soon, digest the potion quickly. Lumion is already preparing for the ritual to advance to sequence 4 iron-blooded night. I can't let him leave me too far behind. Just as she thought of this, Franca felt the wind at the open window pause for a second. Then, Jenna's figure quickly materialized. This newly advanced demoness of pleasure hadn't made herself ugly through makeup techniques, but had adjusted the direction of her charm's diffusion. She wore a black robe, concealing her attractive figure. At the same time, she used makeup to give her skin a sickly pale look, as if she hadn't seen sunlight for a long time. Her lips were painted very red, forming a stark contrast with her skin. This made Jenna look more like a vampire, with her charm mainly concentrated on the intricateness of her features and overall beauty, rather than sexual attraction. So it can be done this way. Not bad, vampire Jenna is beautiful too. Franca smiled as she examined her for a few moments until Jenna hesitated for a moment before asking, "What important intelligence did you obtain?" Franca sat back in the armchair, crossed her legs, and explained the Harrison situation in detail. Jenna, already seated in the single sofa, wasn't as excited as Franca. After all, she knew too little to experience that deep and complex emotion. She pondered for a moment and said, "At this point in time, Harrison is suspected to be cooperating with the Mirror people. Is this also part of the vortex?" "It's possible." Franca nodded heavily and mumbled, "Why hasn't Lumion arrived yet?" "He went out," Jenna paused before saying, "Probably." Franca blurted out in surprise, "How do you know?" Jenna smiled and answered, "He told me yesterday that his first step in taming Ludwig was to assign him homework related to food, which required Ludwig to go out and complete on his own." According to you, it's like creating a food guide for Trier meat pie. "Gradually ramping up the gaslighting, huh?" Franca muttered. "Did you discuss this when you left yesterday? He plans to follow Ludwig. He's afraid Ludwig might converge with other believers of the devouring whirlpool, and Lugano is only sequence 7, unable to stop it." Jenna first briefly explained Lumion's concerns, then her eyes flickered slightly as she said, "This should only be one of the reasons." "Are there other reasons?" Franca tucked her hair and tried to understand the hunter's countless hidden intentions. A smile appeared on Jenna's face. "Yes, although he didn't say it, that's what I think. His hidden purpose should be to engage in his favorite activity, fishing." Franca was enlightened, using Ludwig to fish for other believers of the devouring whirlpool. Jenna nodded and further added, "Judging from the style of Overseer Pearl, no matter what plans the brokers make, they will most likely gather different forces and people through covert transactions, maximizing the advantages of their own pathway. So, there's a good chance that believers of the devouring whirlpool and other heretics have been brought onto the vortex plan. If we can catch higher-level believers of the devouring whirlpool, we might be able to further understand the situation of the vortex matter and discover its key points." Franca inwardly hissed. This is Lumion's style. On the surface, he's training Ludwig, but in reality, he's fishing for heretics, investigating the vortex matter. The most infuriating thing is, his surface goal is indeed very real and important. After this exclamation, Franca looked at Jenna and praised with a smile, "You're getting smarter and smarter. Damn it, when you suddenly praise me like this, I don't know whether to accept it gracefully or be modest. If it were Lumion, he would definitely say, 'You've barely caught up to my train of thought.'" The latter half of Jenna's sentence imitated Lumion's tone. Franca pondered for a moment, her lips slowly curling into a smile. "Fishing is indeed a good method. We can use the same approach to find Harrison. Harrison has a deep understanding and very sinister application of death, and is also looking for scenarios closely related to death, darkness, dusk, and other such powers. Does this mean he can be converged by beyonders of these pathways? This could be convergence from high-ranking individuals, and should also include certain special convergences, such as the Underworld Taoist seal on Lumion or the Samaritan Women's Spring. Amandina's power comes directly from the Underworld Taoist, and the Underworld Taoist seems to possess powers of death, darkness, and dusk simultaneously. Amandina might be able to converge on Harrison as well. At this point, Franca's eyes became exceptionally bright. "I choose all of the above." Once Lumien's condition stabilizes, we'll have him take Amandina to the Samaritan women's spring to meet the underworld Taoist. We'll ambush nearby to see if Harrison will converge. Quartier de la République, Rue Richelieu. Standing in the shadows at the side of the street, Lumien rubbed his nose, feeling as if aromantic scent still lingered. The emotions and desires he had accumulated since becoming an ascetic were finally released to a large extent through last night's events, making his condition quite good. But his mood was very heavy, stemming both from feeling torn and guilty, as well as concern for others' feelings. True pleasure indeed makes one want to indulge him, just want to, but it really does bring pain. Damn it, I'll go back and mock Jenna harshly to vent these emotions. Lumien exhaled slowly, turning his gaze towards Ludwig, who was savoring a red fish hot beef pie not far away. Chapter 849, Intercontinental Travel. 849, Intercontinental Travel. Ludwig had finished eating the red fish hot beef pie in his hand. He squatted in front of a street bench, took out a pen and a notebook from his red hard book bag, and began writing his post-meal impressions with focus and seriousness. Watching in the shadows, Lumien pursed his lips. You say you're afraid, but your body instinctively repeats the habits formed in the Church of Knowledge. If there weren't so many exams and studies, you might have become a qualified believer of the God of knowledge and wisdom. While mocking Ludwig, Lumien surveyed the surrounding citizens. His gaze passed over a young man quietly reading a book in the cafe across the street, over a middle-aged scholar standing at the intersection observing passers-by and carriages without crossing, and landed on a painter who had set up his easel under an Intis parasol tree, blankly painting the street scene. Lumien left the shadows, walked a few steps, and came to stand behind the painter, peering at his work like the previous passers-by. The painting was ordinary, and he didn't detect any supernatural powers. Lumien continued walking, inwardly sighing, it seems to be a normal painter for now, just with a somewhat off mental state. Is this what Trier's painters are like? Sometimes they seem more like heretics than actual heretics. Sigh, in Trier, it's too difficult to identify heretics based on behavioral abnormalities. As Franca would say, many citizens' mental states are quite beautiful. In this matter, Fourth Epic Trier and the overall seal are half responsible, and they themselves are responsible for the other half. As Lumien was thinking, he saw a completely naked man walking towards him, with the only piece of cloth on him being a black top hat positioned in front of his lower abdomen. This man walked with his head held high, looking around proudly, not at all embarrassed by his current appearance, as if he had done something very worthy of pride. After passing Lumien by 7 or 8 meters, his palm was suddenly scalded. He instinctively withdrew his hand and saw that his black top hat had burst into bright red flames, slowly falling to the ground. He lost his last piece of cover. Lumien, his back to him as he continued forward, silently moved his lips. You're welcome, just letting you show off more thoroughly. You dare to streak with just that little bit. Next time, I'll send you to the new city of Silver for a free tour. Lumien walked on with his hands in his pockets, stepping into the shadows, and turned his attention back to Ludwig. He had been following for a long time, but still hadn't found anyone suspicious of being a devouring whirlpool believer. However, considering that since knowing Ludwig, the little boy had never converged with heretics of the same pathway, Lumien suspected that the seal on him must have some restrictions on this. Otherwise, with an evil deity's angel running around everywhere, who knows how many mystical disasters would have been triggered by now. There might be another reason. Many evil deities bestowed, even if they've gained godhood, can disguise themselves as normal humans as long as they haven't lost control or gone half-mad. But those of the devouring whirlpool might not be able to. Ludwig, not yet recovered to depriver, can already eat so much in one meal. The corresponding sequence for demigod, even without letting loose their appetite, would surely have an eating capacity that would alarm the purifiers and machinery hive mind. Forget it, the main purpose is to tame Ludwig anyway. Fishing out other believers of the devouring whirlpool is just an additional idea. It doesn't matter if I don't find any. Lumien had been watching for so long, but hadn't found any citizens with problematic eating behaviors. After receiving Franca's second letter, Lumion arrived at apartment 702, 9 Rue Orsay after dinner. Jenna had arrived 2 or 3 minutes earlier, still wearing vampire makeup and dressed in an old-fashioned, conservative black robe. Lumion glanced at Jenna, opened his mouth, then closed it again. Seeing this, Jenna immediately raised her chin slightly and said, "Were you going to mock my current appearance?" Lumion chuckled and said, "I just recalled a joke. Once there was a duke who, in order to whiten his skin, followed the advice of a quack doctor and took arsenic-containing pills for a long time. He did successfully improve his complexion, but he also experienced a side effect. He died." "Where did you read that joke?" Jenna asked curiously. "In Ghost Face. Not long before I saw that joke, a guest at the Auberge du Coq Doré told me you can make your face look rosy and healthy by slapping your cheeks to help find a job more easily." Lumion laughed. "You coarse-haired folks need to read more books and magazines. Don't be illiterate, or you'll be looked down upon by the clergy of the Church of Knowledge. I just wanted you to act normal and wait for an opportunity, not keep mocking." Jenna suddenly felt an urge to grind her teeth. "Do you think I'm like you, having not even finished compulsory education?" At this point, Jenna trailed off. Meanwhile, Franca, who had been furtively writing something at the coffee table, stood up and said, "You too, don't lose sight of the important matters." Lumion, who already knew from the second letter about Harrison, the visitor from Resurrection Island reappearing, and Franca, wanting to quickly take Amandina to the edge of the Samaritan Women's Spring area, nodded gently and said, "My condition has basically recovered." That was fast. Franca was a bit surprised. Jenna's gaze briefly shifted away before returning to Lumion as she nodded slightly and said, "Indeed, faster than I expected." Lumion tusked, "Isn't that a good thing? We can ask Amandina about her thoughts right now." Franca excitedly moved to take out the ice amulet. Before coming over, Lumion had already burned the independent space containing black tear for over half an hour. He took out this grade 1 sealed artifact level 1. "Let's use this, LT won't consume any charges." As he spoke, his gaze swept across the full-length mirror in the living room, the glass windows revealing the night, and the metal surface decorations. Using Black Tear's mirror magic, he found no abnormalities in these reflective objects and didn't sense any gazes directed at them from within. He then tossed Black Tear to Franca, giving a slight nod to indicate that the demoness of black likely wasn't watching them at the moment. "I've written down everything I want to tell Amandina to prevent eavesdropping." Franca put on Black Tear, held the letter paper in her hand, covered it with black flames, and pressed it into the glass surface of the full-length mirror in the living room. She needed to act quickly and finish this before Black Tear's negative effects took hold. South Continent Matani, Port Pylos. Amandina lit the gas wall lamp and sat at her desk, once again reading the mysticism materials provided by Ms. Franca. Each time she read this knowledge, she was genuinely surprised, respectful, longing, and fearful. Over the past 2 to 3 weeks, she had met with her acquaintances from the patrol team several times and attended 2 mystical studies gatherings. She discovered that the mysticism knowledge recorded in these materials was actually unknown to the vast majority of Beyonders, whether official or not. This is truly a gift. Just as Amandina had this thought, she saw the dressing mirror given to her by Ms. Franca, which she had specially placed nearby, become dark and ripple with an aqueous light. Within the aqueous light, Intisian characters were outlined. "Lam Franca, Lumion has returned. He asked me to inquire when you plan to come to Trier. He will take you to the area where that shadow might appear. Louis Barry has returned to Trier." Amandina thought for a few seconds, then said to the mirror, "Tonight works." She had originally planned not to see anyone tonight, to focus on studying the remaining mysticism knowledge. She had already instructed her maid in advance and locked her bedroom door. As soon as Amandina gave her answer, Franca's slightly urgent voice came from the mirror. "Put your hand on the mirror." Feeling a bit nervous, yet quite excited and curious, Amandina reached her palm towards the surface of the dressing mirror. She felt the hard, cold glass lose its solid feel, like a layer of water without temperature. Amandina's right hand passed completely through the glass surface, and suddenly a terrifying suction force erupted from within. Her entire body was yanked in, falling into a dark, empty tunnel, plummeting towards the end of a vortex. Before Amandina could react, she felt dizzy and disoriented. When she regained her senses, she found herself standing in a small living room, facing Miss Franca, whom she had met before. This lady was as beautiful as last time, and with the closer distance and no mirror barrier, her charm was clearly stronger, making even Amandina, a woman, feel a bit embarrassed to look too much but unable to resist. As Amandina's gaze moved, she saw a beautiful woman with pale skin and bright red lips who looked more girlish, and Lumion Lee sitting in an armchair, wearing a shirt and jacket, with his right foot crossed over his left leg. Are all the women around this guy so beautiful? He seems to have become a bit more handsome. Amandina suddenly felt a little insecure about her own appearance. She then looked around, examining this unfamiliar place. Meanwhile, Franca quickly removed Black Tear and tossed it back to Lumion. How amazing! Amandina finally came to her senses and asked with sparkling eyes, "Did I come here through the mirror? Is this Trier?" Lumion tucked Black Tear back into that separate space in the traveler's bag and smiled as he corrected. It was through the mirror world. Mirror world. Amandina pondered this term. Then, do I have a way to travel to different places through the mirror world like you? Lumion scoffed. Don't you know that non-adjacent pathways can't be interchanged? Don't you know about the existence of mystical items? As he spoke, Lumion stood up and walked towards the door. We're leaving now. Aren't they coming? Amandina pointed at Franca and Jenna. She hadn't even had a chance to exchange pleasantries yet. No need. Lumion opened the front door. Chapter 850. Slow and steady wins the race. 850 Slow and steady wins the race. Inside a four-wheeled, four-seater carriage. Amandina sat across from Lumion, excitedly looking out at the Inti's parasol trees along the road, the still brightly lit shops, the magnificent arcaded streets, gentlemen and ladies walking their turtles, and some citizens in strange attire. She sincerely praised, Trier truly lives up to its reputation. It's even more wonderful than I imagined. I hope you won't take back that assessment after staying here for a while. Lumion wanted to make a sarcastic remark, but there were so many things worth mocking about Trier that he couldn't find the most representative one at the moment, so he could only respond to Amandina in this way. Amandina turned her gaze away from the carriage window, saying with some regret, "It's a pity I have to return to Port Pylos at dawn." She planned to apply for entrance exams to some universities in Trier after graduating from grammar school. Amandina glanced at the coachman's seat in front and lowered her voice to ask Lumion, "Why don't we just teleport there directly?" Lumion smiled leisurely. "You're a guest, of course I should show you around Trier." Amandina scrutinized Lumion for a moment. "I feel like you're deceiving me." "Your feeling is not wrong." Lumion laughed without concealing anything. Going slowly allows the law of Beyonder characteristics convergence to take effect. If he had teleported with Amandina to the entrance of the underground catacombs and rushed to the Samaritan women's spring at the fastest speed to complete what needed to be done, Harrison, the visitor from Resurrection Island, might not have reacted in time, might not have been affected by the law of convergence, and might not have made the decision to sneak into the Samaritan women's spring again at night. Everything would have ended without achieving the expected goal. He had to leave enough time for the law of Beyonder characteristics convergence to take effect. Sometimes, slow and steady wins the race. What are you trying to converge with? Amandina, having witnessed Lumion's performance during the Dream Festival, became nervous all of a sudden. A target I'm currently tracking. Lumion leaned back against the carriage wall and answered with a smile. Don't worry, your safety is absolutely guaranteed. Hearing this, Amandina quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Louis Barry was indeed a trustworthy person. He had fulfilled all the promises he made. What she didn't know was that if Franca or Jenna were here, they would definitely ask in return, "Is only safety guaranteed? Won't there be any injuries, torture, or impacts on the mind and spirit during the process?" Amandina glanced at the coachman's seat again through the carriage wall and said softly, "Aren't you afraid the coachman will overhear what you're saying? You weren't lowering your voice at all just now." Lumion chuckled. He can't hear us. Amandina was stunned for a moment, trying to understand with her mysticism knowledge. Did you quickly create a wall of spirituality? You can think of it that way. Lumion couldn't be bothered to explain to Amandina what a bottle of fiction was. Amandina relaxed and asked with a smile, "Are those two ladies just now your lovers?" Lumion let out a derisive snort. Shouldn't you ask that question in front of them? That would be so embarrassing. They would definitely get angry. Amandina's emotional intelligence was quite good. And I wouldn't get angry, Lumion asked amusedly. Amandina giggled. You don't seem like someone who would get angry over something like this. She suddenly pointed out the window. Is that the Trier Normal University? Your technique for changing the subject is quite clumsy. Lumion mocked Amandina without mercy. And so, the four-wheeled, four-seater rental carriage arrived at Place du Purgatoire at a normal speed. As Lumion descended the stairs, he took out a white candle and tossed it to Amandina, telling her about the various taboos inside the underground catacombs. Amandina listened very carefully and lit one of the candles by rubbing it with spirituality. I've seen some of these in magazines, but never as detailed as what you've told me today. Do these taboos really have to be followed? What happens if they're not followed? For example, what if I hadn't lit a candle? As they spoke, the two had already arrived at the giant stone archway inscribed with the warning "Stop. The Death Empire lies ahead." The catacombs administrator behind the door, with graying hair and wearing a blue vest and yellow trousers, glanced at Lumion, but did not stop the two from entering the underground catacombs at night. Lumion looked straight ahead, walking forward through the piles of skeletons along the sides of the path, and said in a calm tone, "In that case, you would disappear from this world. Your parents would forget they had such a daughter, your former fiancé would forget he once had such a fiancé, your friends would forget you, your servants would forget you, and perhaps only I would remember you." Although Amandina was a Beyonder equivalent to Sequence 7 and had witnessed some of the tragedies that occurred during the Dream Festival, and her former fiancé was particularly skilled at summoning the dead, being in the underground catacombs, a gloomy, dark place full of skeletons and permeated with the aura of death, she couldn't help but feel a bit frightened and uneasy. This, combined with Lumion's explanation, made the hair on the back of her neck stand up, and she gripped the white candle even tighter. The first time I entered the underground catacombs, I thought this was truly a perfect place for telling horror stories. Unfortunately, until now, such opportunities have been rare. A smile appeared on Lumion's face. Amandina was stunned for a moment. Were you just telling a horror story? Yes, and the most terrifying part of this horror story is that every word of it is true, Lumion replied with a smile. Amandina was scared once again. She quickened her pace, afraid of being left behind by Lumion. As the two made their way to the fourth level of the underground catacombs, there were no shortage of skeletons suddenly moving, trying to trip Amandina, nearly causing the young lady to cry out in alarm. Finally, Lumion led Amandina to the huge, decaying, and mottled tomb chamber that housed the Samaritan women's spring. He looked left and right and silently said to himself, "We didn't encounter the shadow resembling Crismona this time. Was she wandering around the fourth level of the catacombs before to find a female demoness, and no longer has such an obsession after achieving her goal?" Lumion shifted his gaze back and tossed a mirror to Amandina. "Hold this and wait for me here." "Wait here?" Amandina looked around, slightly panicked. The surroundings were pitch black, with numerous tombs, decaying and dilapidated, with unknown things lurking in the shadows. "It'll be quick." Lumion didn't offer any comfort, but went straight through the half-open stone door into the tomb chamber. After walking a few steps, he encountered the deeply wrinkled catacombs administrator, who looked more like a corpse than a living person. The elderly administrator, also wearing a blue vest and yellow trousers, did not stop Lumion but stood silently in place, allowing him to pass. After reaching the gentle downward slope, Lumion took out a mirror and the black tear accessory that had been burned for over half an hour from the traveler's bag. Outside the huge tomb chamber, Amandina saw Lumion's face appear on the surface of the mirror by the yellowish light of the white candle, and heard his voice. Press your hand against the mirror. With experience, Amandina quickly pressed her hand, holding the white candle against the mirror surface. Again, she passed through the familiar cold water flow, experienced the familiar terrifying suction force and weightless falling sensation, and soon found herself appearing beside Lumion. Lumion put away the black tear and the mirror, pointing to the depths of the slope. It's down there. In the gap between two ancient tomb chambers, 20 to 30 meters away from the huge tomb chamber housing the Samaritan women's spring. Franca, holding a white candle, carefully peeked out and glanced towards the target location. She then withdrew and muttered to Jenna, "This candle is really annoying. We can't hide well at all. How are we supposed to ambush Harrison like this?" The dim yellow light of the white candle was quite conspicuous in the deep, pure darkness. Jenna looked at Franca and smiled. "It works both ways. Harrison also can't approach silently without us noticing. Besides, hiding in this corner can effectively reduce the impact of the candlelight. It won't travel that far." Franca knew all this and was just complaining casually. She suddenly remembered something and asked with a twitching corner of her mouth, "Have you seen Anthony?" Jenna was also stunned. At this moment, Anthony's voice came from outside the gap. "I've been here all along." Along with his voice, Franca and Jenna finally saw their companion. He was standing openly on the path outside, holding a lit white candle, and the two demonesses hadn't noticed him before. "Psychological invisibility is really great," Franca praised enviously. Psychological invisibility worked on a completely different principle from other invisibility abilities. LT mainly involved placing oneself in the psychological blind spots and cognitive dead angles of the surrounding people, making them ignore the situation here. Therefore, whether Anthony was holding a lit candle or not did not affect his ability to become invisible. Anthony simply replied, "Candlelight is a powerful attention-drawing element here. It also reduces the effectiveness of my psychological invisibility. I need to be very focused to maintain it." Franca and Jenna stopped talking and hid in the gap between the tomb chambers, listening to the sounds around them. In front of the faintly contracting and expanding thin grayish-white fog, Lumion once again examined his own state. That cold emanating from within his heart occupied his body, causing most of his emotions and desires to wither. But the malice and irritability resulting from the negative effects of the contract still existed and were growing stronger. He was in a very good state now, having endured without much reliance on the abilities of the ascetic. Amandina had a similar reaction, one side of her face turning deathly pale from the freeze, while she gritted her teeth to prevent an unfamiliar version of herself from emerging. Lumion grabbed her arm and extended his left palm, holding the white candle towards the grayish-white fog. As his chest warmed, the two successfully walked into the mist. Everything became even more silent. "You've reached the end of the book,"